पता नहीं इस चीज में क्या हो गया। सर नमस्ते, अभी कोई ड्यूटी पे है क्या अपना लड़का? आज कोई भी नहीं।
हेलो गौरव।
कल पे एसी चल रही थी और अभी
हेलो अनुपम।
तो डायरेक्ट वाली है ऑडिटोरियम वाली
अभी
चल रही है, बाकी टीम में वो रिमोट से भी काम नहीं कर रही है और कुछ बस।
Good morning, Gaurav.
Hello, good morning all.
बस पीप की आवाज आ रही है।
Good morning, everyone. Gaurav, am I audible?
Yes,
कार्यक्रम चल रहा है।
Something wrong with the camera of my laptop. The video.
रात को
अनुपम, am I audible?
yes, ma'am, you are audible, but you are not visible. Please join breakout room. Really? वहाँ भी कुछ कप होंगे, वो भी डाल टेबल पे क्या कुछ कप?
ऐसा
एसी डिपार्टमेंट में कोई
भैया एसी का अपने को नहीं समझता दादा,
कोई भी नहीं है।
अपन भी उतने ही करते, बंद चालू कर, बोले बंद कर लो चालू कर लो।
आप रूम में
अरे हो गया होगा, रात को काट दिया होगा, तुमने क्या करता था? ये भी चल रही है बोलने को, कल से चल रही है।
कोई नहीं
घंटा
है। अरे वो थोड़ी सी यार दिक्कत है यार, यहाँ आना पड़ेगा यार। अरे वो अंदर ऑडिटोरियम में जो 4 एसी लगी है ना, कल तो चल रही थी और आज है ना एक तो चल रही है, बाकी 3 ना रिमोट से काम कर रही है, ना एमसीबी गिरा के उठा के फिर रिमोट से चालू कर रहे हैं, तो ऑन ऑफ नहीं हो रही है और प्रोग्राम चल रहा है। करंट जो तो आ रहा है वहां पे। हाँ, बस वो रिमोट से अपन करते हैं ना तो पीप पीप की आवाज आती है। तो नायर जी को मैंने लगाया था अभी, तो नायर जी भी नहीं है, तो मंदिर गए हैं और उनके जो बंदे हैं ना वो भी आज कोई भी नहीं है, तो फिर हाँ वो यही बोले कुछ लोकल लोकल की प्रॉब्लम होती देख रही है। हाँ फिर आगे उनको बोल देते हैं, एक बार भेज देना थोड़ा सा कर देना। ठीक है दादू, थोड़ा सा भेज दिया इनके प्रेजेंटेशन में ठीक है दादू, वीडियो ठीक है दादू।
देखो, हम भी नहीं कर सकते, तुम भी नहीं कर सकते, जो समझदार है उसको देखना पड़ेगा आके।
कुछ गड़बड़ नहीं, एक ही एसी चल रहा है।
भाई को बोल रहे ना, बाल्टी रखते हैं के पानी जाने दो।
This is our hospital. It is at the cliff. Just exactly at the cliff. This is one of the river. This is not the edited photo. This is the real photo.
Oh wow, scientific journal.
इतना क्लियर पानी होता है?
Yes, sir.
हाँ, इतना क्लियर पानी?
Yeah, this is the water.
PCIH.
And this is the river.
We want your this thing, your position, we want it in the whole thing will be in the website.
Yes.
most contributing
Yes, sir, no problem.
oncology consultant.
I'll share in the laptop then only. Then you can take it.
Yes,
Under
sir.
contributing
Okay, I mean, we will comment and it will be there in the compilation.
Yes, sir.
सर वो बोले हम सप्लाई देख लेंगे बाकी तो वैसे ही कर पाएंगे
So, associate professor head and neck oncology.
I think that is important.
पावर तो आ रहे हैं
In one way, it is
पता नहीं सिंपल ऐसी कोई दिक्कत नहीं
that happens.
Microvascular reconstructive surgery.
समझ में भी नहीं आता मैं रिमोट से कर रहा हूँ कुछ हो नहीं रहा
Reconstructive surgery. Memorial Hospital, Taiwan.
ये
Memorial Hospital, Taiwan.
इसमें फर्स्ट वाली के पास
Fellow,
California में
head and neck fellow,
और उसमें एक में भी सिंगल वाला देता था
University of Manitoba, Canada. Virtual mandibular surgery, planning and training. Planning and training. University of Florida. USA. Head and neck surgical
This is
anatomy.
the first global meeting.
उसके बाद एक मीटिंग कैंसिल भी तो हुई थी
Grace surgical anatomy.
That got for 20 to 22, 21. July 20 में होना था, December 20.
Of anatomy. Yes.
एक बार तो फोन ना
Oh yeah, the abstract is there.
Dr. Vikas Gupta, radiation oncology.
next year.
Yeah.
Next year.
Jan.
And we are already doing one meeting. Oncology Society of India.
Now currently as an associate professor. Shillong, Negrins, Northeast.
Fertility पे एक
Let's start.
एक
Negrins बोल दीजिए बहुत बड़ा है।
एक
मुझे शॉर्ट फॉर्म याद नहीं रहता है।
ये जो इनको दोनों को बुलाई लेंगे तो मतलब oncologist हो जाएंगे pediatrician हो जाएंगे
Editor, newsletter. मैंने आपके लिए बताया था सर मतलब बोल रहे हैं पाइनियर इन फील्ड ऑफ ओंकोलॉजी इन मेघालय कैसे
ऐसा लगता है कि आप
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome honorable doctors, delegates, survivors, and warriors for the second inning of 11th National Conference on Teenage and Youth Cancer, Youth Adult Cancer. Yesterday, we had enriching sessions on different concepts and aspects of TYA's cancer. It was so inspiring to see the kind of discussions between esteemed doctors who are doing an amazing job towards making the treatment available, curable, and comfortable for their patients. This kind of concern and connect between doctors and patients is very rare. You all are so considerate, so thoughtful. I salute your spirit. And with the same spirit, let's begin our session. The first session of the day is on cancer of the youth in Northeast, and for which I would like to invite Dr. Lalit Mohan Sharma, Medical Oncology, GMG College, Jaipur. So, MGM College, Medical College. Speakers,
Yeah.
One after another, and we don't have online session. Their session will be played.
Yeah, I will inform. Thank you. So very good morning on the second day of this TYAcon meeting. First of all, I'm thankful to Colonel Prakash Chitalkar sir for keeping us aware about the TYA. And we are lucky we had one meeting in Jaipur also with sweet memories. And thank you so much for inviting us. Currently, I'm working at Mahatma Gandhi Medical College Hospital in Jaipur. Dr. Professor Hemant Malhotra sir is our mentor and he is the director, and we are very much into the academics of high level. On this day 2, we'll be discussing about the epidemiology of the TYA cancer, especially in the northeast areas, and we will have focus on colorectal cancers, oral cancers, and cervical, and the survivorship in fact. So the first topic for today's day 2 session is by Dr. S.M. Bhagwati. This session will be online, and Dr. Bhagwati is Associate Professor in the Department of Preventive Oncology. Very few centers have this existing department of Preventive Oncology. At Dr. B. Barwa Cancer Institute, Guwahati. She has received multiple awards and she has multiple publications. Currently, she is in charge of Preventive Oncology Unit in this institute since 2012. She has received WHO Regional Director Special Awards in 2021, and she has received Healthcare Awards of Excellence in 2019. So with this brief introduction, this will be an online session. And may I request Dr. S.M. Bhagwati, madam, to please start her session.
Good morning, everyone. It's a very
How do you
beautiful
get it?
morning, and at the outset, I extend my heartfelt thanks to the organizing committee for inviting me as a speaker, and my regards to everyone. On behalf of BBCI, I extend my regards to everyone. So I'll just start my session. I'll share my screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Please continue.
Go ahead, ma'am. Your screen is visible and you are audible.
Okay. So I'll start my session. It's a very interesting session. The first session is the host is upstage. This is a very interesting session. The session is on epidemiology of teenage and young adults of adult cancers in northeastern states of India. So basically, first I'd like to say teenager. So what is this teenager? Teenager is the golden years of life for the children, but it's a very tough time for the parents. It is the teen, that is 13 and 9. And young adulthood is generally defined as the age group between 18 to 25 years of age. Now, coming to Northeast, Northeast is the land of sunrise and the right hand of India. We can see it. It consists of actually 7 sisters and 1 pampered brother. That is Assam, Meghalaya, Manipur, Nagaland, Mizoram, Arunachal, and the brother is Sikkim. And all these states are very much well known for the culture, the colorful culture, lots of tribes, lots of dialects, and of course a very delicious cuisine, which is very much influenced by other parts, what are nearby parts like is China and Bangladesh, Nepal, etc. But it has its own flavor. So this food is very interesting, but some foods are full of carcinogens because in northeastern states, mostly we are very fond of non-veg food, and in the non-veg food, red meats like pork, then mutton, everything is included. And every one of us, we are aware that the smoked food is very much prevalent in northeastern states. And even smoked fishes like jackatia fishes and snails, then other fishes from the fresh water, not properly cooked or half cooked, and other charred foods. So this food is though delicious, some foods are very carcinogenic, and some of the lifestyles like in some parts of Northeast like Nagaland, Mizoram, we see that the kitchen area is very congested, and in the kitchen itself there is the living area, and mainly firewood is used, and as a whole it becomes very smoky, and nasopharyngeal cancers and lung cancers are very prevalent in these areas. So we have to do a detailed investigation, a detailed epidemiological study for the causative factor and the relationship between correlation between these factors. Now, don't be surprised if you visit any of our northeastern states or any of our tribal areas, and you are welcomed with a bowl of, homemade beer or rice beer or a bota of tamul pan. Again, tamul, this is called betel nut. This betel nut, the beautiful smile of this lady, she tells us about the prevalence of use of betel nut in the area. So betel nut is used in dried form, in raw form, or even in the fungated form. So these are all carcinogens, very much prevalent in this area. And the deadly crop, which is very well known, most preventable cause of death, that is the tobacco plants. Even cultivation is there in the area, and it is used in all possible ways. It is smoked, it is chewed, it is used as canning, gutka, pan masala, jarda, pan, even it is used as drink. This is a very unique thing in Northeast. We can see in different areas of Manipur, Mizoram, etc., where homemade tybor is used. This is basically a tobacco water, and this is used by the people of these areas. Even factories are there. We can see a factory. It may be homemade or it is a factory. So tobacco, which is a very much well-known factor for cancer, is so much prevalent in the northeastern states. And we can see the results very well. The highest age-adjusted rate for all cancer types from Northeast India is reported, both in male, which is from Aizawl, you can see 269 per lakh, and in Papuampera, this is 219 per lakh. So this is very high, very high. So if we think about the risk of cancer in male and female, we can see that 1 in 4, which is very shocking. In every 4 men in Papuampara district, Aizawl, Kamrup, Khasi Hills, 1 man will develop cancer. And in female also, the case is not different. And if we compare to other parts of the, as other parts of India, then we see that the risk of developing cancer in Northeast is much higher, much higher. Then this is the depiction as I have already shown, so I'll not go into detail, and I'll directly go into my specific topic. Now, cancer incidence in young age, which is below 19 years, is generally we expresses at as per million instead of per lakh. And usually the results have been presented between 0 to 14 and 0 to 19 years. Now here I would like to mention, in India we need to have a robust database for this cancer, because most of the reports we get from the PBCers or the HBCers in the country, and still we need more HBCers and more PBCers in India to get a more robust database, including all age groups and specific age groups. So whatever was available from the national database and for the regional database, I'm showing it to you. Now, the report of National Cancer Registry between 2012 and 16 shows that between 0 to 14 years, ISL reported most of the highest AAR. And, the 10th position was in Kamrup. And this is third highest. Actually, Delhi was it was the top. Then amongst girls from Aizawl, from northeastern states, we see that this shows the 5th highest AAR, and Imphal the 6th highest AAR. And among girls of Imphal district, we see that highest AAR was reported for leukemia, which is a very common cancer in this age group. So this is a depiction of whatever just I have shown. Like here we can see all age groups. Delhi is on the first position. Aizawl is there. We can see other parts of in northeastern states. It is within top 20. We can see like Imphal West is there. Kachar district is there. And in if we compare the 0 to 14 years all types cancer in boys, we see that Aizawl district reports highest number of cancers. If we consider all types in this age group, and Pasighat reports the lowest, and Meghalaya is the second lowest. So always we see some disparity, like, in amongst the different states, we see different kinds of picture. So we need to explore more. And in the girls, if we see that again, Delhi is on the top of the list, then, other parts like Aizawl, we can see on the 5th, and Imphal is there. And if we compare the northeastern states, then again, we see that East Khasi Hills and Meghalaya reports least number of cases, and Aizawl the highest. And second highest is Imphal, and third highest is Kamrup. Kamrup is also not lacking behind. So now coming to leukemia, which is a very common cancer in this younger age group, we again see that Delhi from India as a whole, and Aizawl is there, as we have already mentioned. In boys, this is in the 6th position. You can see Aizawl. Then other areas of northeastern states like Imphal, Kamrup, etc. are there. Now let us compare amongst the northeastern states. Here we can see Aizawl reports most cases are reported from Aizawl in Northeast India, and from Meghalaya least numbers of cases are reported. And between we can see again Kamrup in the 3rd position and Imphal in the 2nd position. Almost numbers are different, but picture is almost similar with the boy leukemia cases in this age group, as far as the incidence of this cancer leukemia is related. Now leukemia in 0 to 14 years age group, this is in girls. So this is Imphal. We can see it reports highest number of cases. This is of real concern, and we need to explore more. And the other areas are also there. Now let us compare. Then again, here we see that Kachar and Dibrugarh, it reports least number of cases, and Imphal is reporting most number of cases. Then lymphomas. If we consider lymphoma, then Delhi it shows highest number of cases, and other parts of northeastern states like Kamrup, Arban, we can see. Then other Kachar district, these are in lower position, and Meghalaya reports least number of lymphomas in boys amongst all the PBCers. So Meghalaya is showing a little bit good picture, I can say. Not we don't want this many cases even, but comparatively compared to other parts of northeastern states, in regard to some cancers, Meghalaya is little better, but we need to know more about it. Now here in lymphoma in boys, we can see Kamrup is reporting highest numbers and Meghalaya least numbers. Now let us go for lymphoma in females. Here, we can see the Tripura and Manipur state. Yes, these are the report within the top 20. And These are some cancers in 0 to 14 years age group. The list becomes even longer if we go to 0 to 19 years age group. Now, this is between 0 to 19 years age group. Now let us do the Asian comparison. Asian comparison of all types. Now, here we see that in boys, Aizol is in the 8th position if we compare it with the Asian countries. From India, Delhi and Aizols are only the like it comes in comparison to the Asian context. So China, Malaysia, all of these are there, but Aizol and Delhi is there. Delhi from all over North. If India, we think Delhi and Aizol from Northeast. Then if we see Asian comparison of all type childhood cancer, Aizol is in the 10th position, you can see. Aizol is the 10th position, we can see. And other Republic, Korea, China, these are in the other parts, but Delhi is always there, and then the upper areas. Then in case of boys, if we compare the non-Asian things, then we see that Delhi is there, but non-Asian comparison, thankfully, Northeast is not there. But still, we are concerned about this Delhi. Yes, why? So we need to explore more. Then in non-Asian comparison, if we see, we don't see in girls also, there is no, Northeastern states, but Delhi from India is still there. So all types, if we consider 0 to 19 years, then again Delhi from India as a whole is on the highest position and Aizol on the 4th. Then we see other northeastern states, you can see Kamrup Urban is in the 10th position, Imphal is there, Papuan Perai district is there. Now let us compare the northeastern states. So again, we see that maximum number of cases are from Aizol district and least number of cases are from Pachikhat and East Khasi Hills. So this is important to know. So this is 0 to 19 years in girls, you can see. So in no, if we consider the girls, then Delhi is in the 2nd position. There is Tirupur and other Imphal is on the 4th position. We see other northeastern states like Aizol, Kamrup Urban, all these are there. And let us consider, see like in case of 0 to 19 years, all types cancer from northeastern states. Imphal shows the highest number of cases and Meghalaya shows the least number of cases. So this is again an area to explore. And if we consider leukemia in 0 to 19 years, then we can see that Aizol is in the 6th position. Other northeastern states are also there, like Imphal, then Kamrup Urban, Mizoram, Kachar, Manipur. Least number of cases are from Meghalaya. So this is also very important and very interesting area to explore. And if we see the northeastern states, then again the same picture is depicted. Aizol highest numbers and Meghalaya least numbers. So these two states, Aizol, Meghalaya, and also Imphal and Kamrup, we need to do extensive epidemiological studies regarding lifestyle, regarding genetical issues, everything we have to explore. Then we may understand many things. We can get many things about it. Now 0 to 19 years in girls, if we see Imphal, again in 0 to 19 years also, Imphal tops the list. And other northeastern states are there, Aizol, Mizoram, these are within top 20. And if we compare, then we see that Imphal is reporting maximum number of cases, and here Kachar comes gives us least number of cases. And we don't see any Meghalaya cases here. Again, that means what? Meghalaya is not reporting or what? It is not reported here. So again, area to explore. Now coming to lymphoma, we see the Delhi. Delhi is always on the top from India as a whole. And from northeastern states, if we see top 20, then Kamrup is there, Aizol is there, Kachar is there, all there is there, and Meghalaya on the lowermost position, because it is showing this number of cases. Now, this is the intrastate, that is inside the in the northeastern states, like Meghalaya reporting this number, and here again Kamrup reporting the highest numbers. Now, in female, we can see again Kamrup is in the Kamrup amongst the northeastern states. Kamrup is on the top, and other states from northeastern states, other northeastern states like like Tripura, Manipur, Kachar are there. And here, maximum lymphoma cases are reported mainly from Kamrup, Tripura, Manipur, and Kachar. Other PBCRs are not reporting, and maybe the cases are not that much, or it could not be compared in, could not be calculated out amongst 1 million cases, or maybe minimum number of cases may be there. So this is again a area where we need to know more. Now, Asian comparison, if we see that as a whole, then Aizawl is on a 9th position from northeastern states, and China in as Delhi is on the 2nd term. And if we see a girls, then Imphal is in the 9th position. So if we compare the incidence of childhood cancers between non-Asian countries, then we don't see, thankfully, again, we don't see any northeastern states in the non-Asian comparison, but nationally, we have to be a little bit aware. Delhi is there. And non-Asian comparison of girls, we don't see any northeastern states, but again, Delhi is there. So we have to explore more. So these are whatever data was available from PBCR, HBCR, consolidated data all these years till 2021. From 2012, I have depicted in the age group between 0 to 19 years, both it covers the teenagers as well. Now coming to the adult group between 13 to 18 years, what HBCR I tried to explore our BBCI data, because Dr. B. Bora Cancer Institute is a platform where from all over Northeast people come for treatment. This is the main hospital, I can say, in Northeast. Others are also there, but HBCR is there and BBCI. So there is a robust database, and I try to explore what is the picture during the year 2021. So I've tried to explore the teen between 13 and 18 years. So total number of cases reported from all over Northeast in the age group between 13 to 18 years, it was 72 numbers. Number wise, it may not be, we may not feel that it is high, but it is high if we think about cancer, that too in this age group, this 13 to 18. And male-female ratio was female reported more cases in comparison to males. And you know, from I tried to explore, I tried to analyze, and I saw that from HBCR, BBCI, that males were reporting leukemia, bone cancers, and lymphoma. I didn't say any other cancers in this data series. Then cancers reported in females, I tried to find out, and I saw that soft tissue tumor, bone, leukemia, ovarian, thyroid were the reported cancers. Other cancers, I didn't find any other cancers reported during this period. This is HBCR report, BBCI 2021. And we tried to find out, like, you know, with the HBCR team, I tried to find out what kind of cancers were reported most in this area, in this period, like 2021, in teen girls. And we saw that soft tissue tumors were maximum, followed by bone, then leukemia, then thyroid, and few numbers of brain and NHL. Then what about the teen boys? In the teen boys during 2021, maximum numbers of cases reported were leukemia, followed by bone and lymphoma. Now, we tried to find out what is the picture in the age group between 19 to 25 years. That is the younger age group in the year 2021. And during this 2021, total 107 cases were reported from all over Northeast in 19 to 25 years of age group. And here we can see number of female is almost double the number of males. So it is male-female ratio was 1:2. And in female cancers reported in this young age group were ovary, thyroid, breast cancer, leukemia, rectal cancer, liver, gallbladder cancer, bone, and uterine cancer. So in female, the list is a little bit long, but in males, in this younger age group, we see that all the cases we divided, and we found that the cases were leukemia, cancer of testis, NHL, thyroid cancer, and nasopharyngeal cancer. So we tried to explore like which were the mostly reported cancers during this period in the younger age group. And we saw that most of the cases were ovary and thyroid in female in the age group 19 to 25 years in 2021 at PBCI from all over Northeast. And in the age group 19 to 25 years in males at PBCI in the year 2021, maximum leukemia cases were reported, followed by testicle cancer, NHL, thyroid, and nasopharynx. Thyroid and nasopharynx cancers were almost same. So actually, as far as young age group and teenage cancers are concerned, as a whole, cancers are concerned, we need more detailed epidemiological research in northeastern states, because we can see some northeastern states are reporting very high numbers of cases, and some northeastern states are reporting a little bit lesser and very few number of cases. So we need to explore more about the lifestyle, about the genetical makeup or ethnicity, everything. We need a detailed, good epidemiological study in this region to understand better why and why so. And apart from that, I'd like to say that we need more robust database all over India. And I think cancer should become a notifiable disease. Very soon it should be done, because we need to know each and every cancer, because many cancer cases are missed out. And we need more, reporting system, more HPCRs, more PBCRs all over Northeast, so that we get more detail about cancer, and so that we can understand better, and so that we can prevent and control better. And we need to know cancer more. We need to know more about epidemiological features or factors of cancer, both in teenage, young adults, as well as cancer as a whole. So coming to the end, it is a very, I think I missed the opportunity to visit Indore because of my some preoccupations. And I really apologize that, and I think I'm the loser, because I missed beautiful Indore and beautiful gathering out there. But I hope in future I'd like to visit your place. And in northeastern states now it's a festive season. Durga Puja is coming, so I wish all of you a very happy Durga Puja, and I wish that we join hands together, we work together, we fight together, and we prevent and control cancer. Thank you very much for the opportunity. It was really nice talking to you. Thank you so much.
So thank you so much, Dr. Bhagwati, for your very enlightening talk. And we really need that more and more hospital and population-based cancer registry should be there. And we'll appreciate if you can stay here for some more time for the questions during the panel discussion, which we'll have after all the talks are being done. So our next speaker will be Dr. Gaurav Das. Dr. Gaurav Das is MS MCH, and he is Associate Professor in the Department of Surgical Oncology at BBCI Guwahati. And Dr. Gaurav Das is author of the BBCI as Scientific Magazine. He is the currently editor of this, and he is one of the founder persons of cancer in the Northeast state, and he has received the Prati Shruti Most Oncology Confirmed Award as well. So with this brief introduction, may I request Gaurav Das to start his talk, please.
Good morning, everyone. At the very outset, I would like to thank the organizers of this 11th National Conference on Teenage and Young Adult Cancers for giving me this opportunity to present about cancers in the young in the Northeast India. I'll be talking about colorectal cancer. I am presently working as Associate Professor in Surgical Oncology at BBCI Guwahati. When we talk about adolescent and young adult oncology, we know that there are unique medical and psychosocial concerns, as well as aspects such as adherence to therapy, fertility preservation, long-term side effects, and issues such as childcare, parenting, education, and employment to be considered. Cancers in adolescents and young adults involve a population in the age group 15 to 39 years at the time of initial cancer diagnosis. It has been observed that there has been a lack of improvement in outcomes of this subset of population as compared to children and older adults. This could probably mean that there are differences in disease biology, or there is a lack in consistency in treatment, or poor adherence or treatment tolerance, delays in diagnosis, or the physician's lack of familiarity with the diagnosis, poor participation or poor representation in clinical trials, and a lack of health insurance. But as a whole, colorectal cancers occurring in this patient population, what has been seen is higher incidence of mucinous histology, a higher incidence of signet ring cells and microsatellite instability, a more likelihood of advanced stage diagnosis, greater mutation frequency of BRCA2, ATM, MSH2, ATR genes, a decreased incidence of chromosomal instability, which is found in older population. Consider MMR gene deficiency whenever cancer diagnosis is made in these patient subsets, and an increased risk of additional malignancy. We are well aware of the risk factors associated with colorectal cancer, which includes obesity, consumption of red and processed meat, low fiber and high fat diet, alcohol and tobacco abuse, inflammatory bowel disease, a family or personal history of colorectal cancer or colorectal polyps, genetic syndromes, and an increased age, whereas the risk decreases with healthy lifestyle and physical activity and a diet rich in fiber, fruits, and vegetables. When we see colorectal cancer occurring in this age group, we do need to think about high-risk colorectal cancer syndromes like familial adenomatous polyposis, attenuated fat MAP, Peutz-Jeghers syndrome, juvenile polyposis syndrome, Cowden syndrome, and the more common Lynch syndrome. But it is not like the association should always be there with one of these several genetic syndromes, because most cases are found to be sporadic. However, it has been noted that there is preponderance of high-grade and mucinous tumors. United States data has shown that 1.5 lakh new colorectal cancer cases occur every year. That's a very common cancer in the United States, but out of that, only about 1% occurs in the adolescent and young adult age group. And when it occurs, about 1 out of 5 will have a positive family history of colorectal cancer, and 4/5 will have the mucinous histology. The mucin-producing and signet ring cell carcinomas are common when colorectal cancer occurs in this age group, and this fact has been reiterated again and again. As compared to only 5% representation in colorectal cancer occurring in adults, almost half of the pediatric colorectal cancer may show this histology. The National Center for Health Statistics (US) data shows increased incidence of distal cancers and among those cancers which occur below the age of 30 years, 44% are rectal cancers. When colorectal cancer occurs in those younger than 20 years, almost 80 to 90% are in stage 3 and 4. These have aggressive histology and poor survival. So what we have done is we reviewed our own data at Nibarwa Cancer Institute. We took the data of the year 2021 and found that out of the exact 500 registrations of patients with colon and rectal cancer, 61 of them belong to this age group. So the incidence roughly translated to 12%. It was somewhat on the higher side. When we looked into the characteristics of the cancers that occurred, the median age at presentation was 34 years, but then the age range was 17 to 39 years. So our youngest patient was 17 years old. 55.7% cases were male patients. The usual presentation was with pain abdomen in 75% cases. Other symptoms include bleeding per rectum, altered bowel habit, and intestinal obstruction. As noted earlier, most of these patients come in stage 3 and stage 4. 62% in stage 3, 23% in stage 4. Surprisingly, what we found was the serum CEA level was not much elevated, the median value being in the normal range. This could probably reflect the fact that many of these tumors are poorly differentiated and not secreting CEA. The range, however, was 0.1 to 400 nanograms per ml. When we looked into the locations of these cancers, we found that 54.1% occurred in the right colon. The ascending colon was the most common location, with 25 cases. The rectum was the site of cancer in only 3 cases. FAP was seen in 1 case, and synchronous tumors were seen in 2 cases. When you looked into the histologies, there were 8 cases of poorly differentiated carcinoma. However, as it was a retrospective study, we could not identify the grade in 21 cases. Mucinous adenocarcinoma comprised of 6 cases, and 1 case of signet ring cell carcinoma was found. Coming on to the treatment, definitive surgery was done in 65.6% cases. Only a bypass procedure of a divergent stoma was done in 7 patients. Palliative chemotherapy or just palliative care was offered in 12 cases, and 2 patients did not receive any treatment. When you look into the outcomes as of at the time of reporting this study, 37.7% patients have expired. 30 patients are alive without disease. 6 people are alive with disease. 2 patients are lost to follow-up. Of those treated with definitive surgery, 12.5% had peritoneal recurrence, and 1 patient had metachronous recurrence. So I just want to highlight examples of patients with colorectal cancer being treated in our department. There was this 27-year-old unmarried lady who had a locally advanced carcinoma of the rectum. It was poorly differentiated T4B and 2 M0 with involvement of mesorectal fascia. As she presented with intestinal obstruction, we did a divergent stoma and then she received total neoadjuvant treatment. She underwent total pelvic exenteration with an ileal conduit in July 2019. The intraoperative pictures are shown on the right side. At the time of the latest follow-up, which was in August 2022, she developed a solitary metastasis in the right lung. She has been planned for resection of the same. The second case is about a 28-year-old unmarried lady who had a poorly differentiated adenocarcinoma of the distal rectum, T3N2 disease, without involvement of mesorectal fascia. We did a laparoscopic bilateral ovarian transposition to bring the ovaries out of the radiation field prior to delivery of neoadjuvant chemoradiation. Laparoscopic abdominoperineal resection was done in January 2020, and that was followed by adjuvant chemotherapy. Our menstrual cycles at follow-up were normal, and the hormonal assay was also normal, which meant that the ovaries were functional. She got married in 2021, and it's very heartening to note that she's planning a pregnancy under fertility expert care. As of September 2022, she is disease-free. These two cases just gives a small perspective of how such cases have presented to our department and how they are being managed. We have not included many other cases which do not actually represent the entire spectrum. So essentially, we do a comprehensive initial assessment so that we get age-appropriate information related to cancer being discussed with the patient and the relatives. The very pertinent thing is the contraception and fertility issues. A part of this was exemplified by the second case which was discussed a little while ago. Then there are very important aspects about psychosocial assessment and distress management. We have in our team a clinical psychologist who takes care of certain aspects and helps us in our clinical day-to-day work. Then we need to follow guidelines for the genetic and familial high-risk assessment for colorectal cancer. And I'm happy to say that in our institute there is a familial cancer clinic which takes care of the genetic counseling part. Last but not the least, the survivorship is a very important thing, and patients with cancers in this age group, because they are young and usually expected to live long, except for the poor prognosis associated with disease per se, if it's present in advanced stage. So they need a detailed cancer treatment summary and a follow-up plan and a long monitoring for treatment toxicities and the treatment for the same. Then disease recurrence is a reality and that needs to be tackled, and there is a genuine possibility of second primary malignancies because of the genetic predisposition or the treatment per se. Surveillance in high-risk individuals based on a positive family history or those who belong to families with known colorectal cancer genetic syndromes. It would go a long way in identifying colorectal cancer at an early stage amenable for curative treatment, or even in pre-malignant stage such as polyps, which can be easily treated. Colonoscopy starting at an age as appropriate and according to guidelines would be an important tool in achieving that goal. So with this, I would conclude my talk. I thank all of you for a patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gaurav Das, for excellent overview of GI cancer, especially the colorectal cancers. And I request you to please stay here for the panel discussions as well, which we will do at the end of two more topics. So the next topic is by Dr. Anupam Das. Again, this will be online. So Dr. Anupam Das is MBBS MS, and he is currently associate professor in the Department of Surgical Oncology, and he is interested in mainly in the head neck division at BBCI in Guwahati. And his special area of interest is microvascular reconstructive surgery. And he has received fellowship in the same subject on microvascular reconstructive surgery from Taiwan. He is fellow in head neck cancer from top universities of Canada. And he has done some work in virtual mandibular surgical planning and treatment and training from the University of Florida, USA. And he is co-author for head neck surgical oncology in the textbook of Gray's textbook of anatomy. So with this small introduction, over to you, Dr. Anupam Das, and his topic will be oral cancers in TYA. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Dr. Anupam Das, Associate Professor in the Department of Head and Neck Surgical Oncology at Dr. B. Barua Cancer Institute. I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting us to this conference, and my deep apologies to the organizing team and especially to Dr. Karnal Prakash Chitlkar for not being able to participate in this conference physically. The topic of my presentation today is oral cavity cancer in young adults, and this is in keeping with the theme of the conference. I'll talk a little bit about the statistics, both global and Indian, how the incidence differ between the age groups less than 40 and more than 40, and a little bit of analysis of our own patient data, and finally a literature review to see if there is any difference in the behavior between the two groups. Now for the statistics, I'm using GloboCan 2020 data. Now when we look into the common cancers affecting the age group of 15 to 39, this slide is for male patients. Globally, tumors of testis, liver, leukemia, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma were among the common cancers. However, in India, the most common tumor or cancer to involve this age group is oral cavity cancer. Also is true for Pakistan. Now, in females, when I look for the common cancers affecting this age group, it was pink all over with a little bit of orange patches, which represents breast and cervical cancers. Now let us see how does the Indian statistics compare globally. This is for 2020 worldwide, both sexes combined and include all age groups. For both sexes combined, breast is the most common cancer worldwide, followed by lung and colorectal cancer. Lip and oral cavity cancer is not among the most common cancers. It is the 17th most common cancer, representing only 1.9% of all cases. However, in India, the pattern is different. The breast continues to top the list, but the second most common cancer is lip and oral cavity cancer, and it represents 10.3% of all cases. In all age group, the most common cancer is lip and oral cavity cancer, representing around 16.2% of all cases, followed by lungs and stomach cancer, and in female, breast and cervical cancer, the two topmost common cancers. Lip and oral cavity cancers is the fourth most common cancer in females. Now, when we segregate the data between the age groups less than 40 years and more than 40 years, breast continues to top the list, followed by lip and oral cavity cancer. The percentage of lip and oral cavity cancer is more in the younger age group, representing 12.9% of all cancers versus 9.9% of all cancers in the age group more than 40. However, the absolute number of cases are more in the age group more than 40. In the teenage group, that is below 15 years, leukemia is the most common cause of cancer. Now, in males, the lip and oral cavity cancer is the most common cancer in both the age groups, and interestingly, Percentage wise, it is higher in the younger age group as compared to those above 45 or 40 years, though the absolute number is smaller than 45 years. In absolute percentage, the incidence of oral cavity cancer in young adults, both sexes combined, is 17% according to the TYAcon 2022 data. Of all the oral cavity cancer patients globally, 10% occurs in the age group less than 40 years, mostly in the age group of 20 to 40 years, while in India, 17% occurs below the age of 40 years. There is an increasing trend both in India and globally, and in slightly older literature, I found that it was 6% globally. Now it's 10% globally. Now, when we do a sex distribution comparison in oral cavity cancer, it was found that 13% of patients are in the younger age groups as compared to 26% female in the age group of more than 40 years. This is in contrast to some Western literature where they have found that females to be more commonly infected in the younger age group. Now, when you look into the cancer death because of oral cavity, it was found that 50% of all cancer death is due to oral cavity cancer, and it's almost same in both the age group. It is 50% less than 45 years and 56% for more than 45 years. So not much of a difference in the mortalities due to oral cavity cancer. Now let us look into the trend, it's the cancer trend, that is the oral cavity cancer incident trend over the years. I've taken data from 1990 to 2012, and this is a TYAcon data. They had data only up to 2012, not beyond that. So I'm showing the data till 2012 only. So over the years, the pattern is more or less the same, and there is an increasing trend in the AAR per lakh population. In this graph, we can see that over the years from 1990 to 2012, the age-adjusted incidence has almost tripled, I would say, from 10 per lakh population to 30 per lakh population. The possibility of underreporting in the earlier 1990s cannot be ruled out. However, there is no doubt there is an absolute increase in the number of cases. This is NCDI data showing the annual percentage increase in Kamrup district from different sites. Kamrup district is from where I belong. So between 2003 and 2016, the annual percentage change for mouth cancer has almost doubled from 7.6 per lakh population to 13.8 per lakh population. So there has been a substantial increase. So the previous slide was from 1990 to 2012. This is from 2003 to 2016. So during that period, it was around 3 times increase. Here it's almost double increase in the annual percentage change of oral cavity cancer. This is a recent HPCR hospital-based cancer registry data from 2021. I have highlighted the age group from less than 20 to 39 for tongue and mouth cancers. So it was found that this is for pan-India data, and it was found that in males, around 24% and 20.4% of cases for tongue and mouth cancer belong to this younger age group. For females, this value is 13.4 and 10.8. So quite a substantial number of cases are found in this age group, and the peak incidence is just beyond this age group, around 40 to 50 and 50 to 60 years. This is a slide to show the trends of head and neck squamous cell carcinoma incidence in young patients. This is up to 2006, and in countries like China, USA, UK, and Scandinavia, there has been an increasing trend in this younger age group, except for Netherlands, which shows a decreasing trend. And I have checked the Netherlands data recently. The decreasing trend continues to follow. This, of course, is not only for oral cavity cancer, it also includes oropharyngeal and laryngeal cancer. But as we go through this list, there are quite a substantial number of cases like oral cavity cancer is for China, for United Kingdom, for United States and UK. There has been an increasing trend in the number of oral cavity cancers. Now let us come to our hospital data. If we look into the BBCI data, this is from 2006 to 2016, there has been a steady increase in the number of cases from 531 in 2010 to 855 cases in 2016. I have taken data till 2016 because I wanted to do a survival analysis for at least 5 years. I'll talk about the results in the later slides. When we look into this graph, it is seen that the number of cases in stage 1, 2, and 3 has been almost constant during this period. The increase in the number of cases is seen in stage 4, which has resulted in the absolute increase in the number of cases. So this is quite an interesting. Here we can find that the number of early stage tumors, early and stage 3 disease has been constant. Just there have been increase in the number of advanced number of cases, and we shall see this in the subsequent slides. Now coming to the age distribution of the cases. So the pattern of age distribution has almost relatively remained same over the years, other than the fact that the number of cases in each age group has increased. Here we see that in the age group of less than 40, in our hospital data, it's around 14 to 60% in our hospital data. Now, when we look into the sex distribution of the patient, and when you segregate the data below and above 40, so there is no major difference in the sex distribution, around 30% female and 70% male in both the age groups. So there is no major difference in the sex distribution, whether it's below or above. This is, again, as I've said in the previous slide, that this is in contrast with some of the studies which showed slightly higher predilection for females in the early stage disease. At least one of the studies said so. Now, coming to the T stage in the different age categories below and above 40, here we can appreciate in this slide, we can appreciate the number of cases quite substantially higher in stage 4 disease as compared to the earlier disease. Now, when we segregate the data between less than 40 and more than 40, the pattern of distribution is similar in both the age categories, with around 2 to 3% in T1, around 18 to 19% cases in stage 2, around 20 to 24% in stage 3, and 50 to 59% patient in stage 4. So there's no substantial difference between the staging. And this was quite a surprise to me, because I thought that probably we have higher number of cases, higher T4 stages in the younger age group. Now, bar diagram showing the nodal stage, and as we see here, again, not much of a difference between the two age group. It's quite similar in both the age group. Around half of the cases were N0, around 32 to 36% patients were N1 stage, 16 to 18% patient in N2, and around 1 to 2% cases in nodal stage 3. Now the treatment, sorry, I beg your pardon. Treatment modality depends on the extent of disease, whether it is localized or with local regional spread, or the presence of distant metastasis. And in our center, all operable cases would first go for surgery, followed by adjuvant radiation with or without chemotherapy wherever indicated. Only non-operable cases would go for radiation with or without chemotherapy, and with supportive care wherever no curative or any other form of treatment can be offered. This chart shows the HPCR data. This is again all India data, where you can see the surgery, and surgery followed by adjuvant radiation was the most common treatment modality offered. This is followed by radiation and chemotherapy, and in the last group of unknown, where the disease extent was unknown, at least on the data, it's quite interesting to find that quite a substantial number of cases receive triple modality treatment. Let us do some literature review, comparing where they have compared the prognosis for patients in the both age groups, that is below 40 and more than 40. In this paper from France, they have done outcome and prognostic factor analysis for squamous cell carcinoma of the tongue in young adult, and this was a single institution case match analysis. This was published in Head and Neck. There were 60 patients in both arms, and on multivariate analysis, there was no statistical difference in the hazard ratio in the either group, even though the curves look like a slightly better disease-free survival and the progression-free survival. It was not statistically significant, and on a multivariate analysis, it was found that the surgery was the only significant factor affecting the prognosis of the patient. Okay, this is another similar study which look into the survival patterns in young adult. It was a match analysis, and this included 46 patients less than 40 years and 92 patients more than 40 years. In contrast to the previous study, they have found a statistically significant worse relapse-free and a disease-free survival in the younger age group. They went on to do a literature review of similar studies which look into the prognostic factors in the younger age group for tongue patient, and they found that most of the studies showed a slightly higher recurrences in younger age group and a shorter disease-free survival, which may or may not be statistically significant. In some of the studies it was significant, some of the studies it was statistically insignificant. However, they concluded the age may be an independent risk factor of worse survival like thyroid disease. Another study by Pittman et al., and this was quite a big study where they included 122 cases in the age group of less than 40 and 150 cases more than the age of 40. So the local recurrences were higher in the younger age group as compared to the older age group. However, the overall and the disease-free survival were similar. So here we can see the local recurrence is slightly higher, but the disease-free survival and the overall survival were similar in both the age groups. Now, again, they did a literature citation, and there were like conflicting reports of similar or worse survival. However, the number of patients in most of the studies were too small to derive any conclusive evidence. So in this 2017 study published in Journal of Maxillofacial and Reconstructive Surgery, a total of 117 patients were taken. 23 patients were less than 40 years and 94 patients were more than 40 years. The results showed there was a significant difference in the overall disease-free and distance-free metastasis. The 5-year survival was 70% in the older age, while it was only 42% in younger age group. Similar percentage was also found in disease-free survival. Local recurrences were quite higher in the younger age group. Another study from India, this was published by Dr. Moni Abraham Kuriakose, which was a comparison of oral squamous cell carcinoma of younger and the older patients in India. It was an old study which was published in 1992. So he considered two age group, that is less than 35 and more than 60 years. So there was different in the pattern of disease in both in both the age groups. The tumors in the younger patients were invasive in nature, affecting mostly the tongue, and they also had early spread of disease to the nodes. By contrast, the patients in the older age group, they had disease more on the buccal mucosa and the gingiva, and most of them were exophytic in nature. There was also the spread to nodal disease was less as compared to the younger age group. However, again here there was no statistically significant difference between the response to treatment between both the age groups. Now, when we look into the risk factors that is associated with early onset squamous cell carcinoma in the head and neck region, it can be either extrinsic risk factors or intrinsic risk factors. Among the extrinsic risk factors, tobacco and alcohol will be the most prominent risk factor, which we'll talk about in the next slide. HPV has a definite role in oropharyngeal cancer, but it is either doubtful or insignificant for oral squamous cell carcinoma. Now, for intrinsic risk factors like certain genetic syndromes like Fanconi's anemia, xeroderma pigmentosa, Doom's syndrome, they increases the risk of head and neck squamous cell carcinoma again, but again here, they may not be a significant risk factor for oral cavity cancers. Now, even though genetic mutation analysis studies are being carried out to see if there is any definite mutation in the younger age group, there is no solid evidence to suggest so. So this leaves with tobacco and alcohol to be the prime cause for this surge in increase in oral cavity cancers in the Indian subcontinent. This is the NCDR report of tobacco use among the general population. In Assam, this is quite high. This is higher than the national standards. For male, it is around 62%, and in female, it is around 32%. They consume some form of tobacco either in the smoke or smokeless form. This was an interesting study that was carried out in our own institute. It was head and neck squamous cell carcinoma in young adults. It was a hospital-based study. This didn't look for any survival analysis in this group of patients, rather just the chewing habits of patient. And in this study, in this slide, I would like to highlight that the percentage of patient chewing smokeless tobacco was 83.7, both in the younger and the older age group, and smokers were like 50.5% for patients less than 39 years and 56.2% for more than 39 years. So if we compare this data with the previous slide, we can see that the percentage of tobacco consumption was higher in patients who had oral cavity cancer. This is the GATS2 report 2016-17, the national prevalence of tobacco for both smoking and smokeless is around 28%. But unfortunately, the consumption of tobacco is very high in the northeastern states. It ranges from around 43 to 64%. As you can see in this curve here, all the 7 top spots are being taken over by the northeastern state. Assam has a percentage of around 48% tobacco consumption. So there's definitely a role of tobacco cessation program. So coming to the conclusion, oral cavity cancer is definitely on the rise, both globally and in India. Even though a few studies has been done to do a survival analysis to see if there's any difference between the two age groups, but the data are quite equivocal and they're more of hypothesis forming than rather than conclusive in nature. For this, we need to do larger collaborative multicentric studies directed at treatment strategies for the different age groups. Tobacco cessation and control both has a definite role in prevention of oral cavity cancer. And on a case-to-case basis, aggressive treatment strategies can be offered to patients in the younger age group. With that, I conclude my talk. Thanks to everyone for your patient hearing. Thank you once again.
So thank you so much, Dr. Anupam Das, for your excellent overview and the real life situations about the head and neck cancers. And in today's first, this morning session, our last speaker will be Dr. Vikas Jagtap. Dr. Vikas is MD in Radiation Oncology from Tata Memorial Hospital, Mumbai, and he is currently Associate Professor in the Department of Radiation Oncology at this institute. Very, very long name. I will not be able to speak that properly. Shillong in Meghalaya. Pardon, sir, can you tell me? Yes, sir. So Dr. Jagtap is has got multiple national and international publications, and he is currently editor of newsletter of AROI, which is one of the top Indian Radiation Oncologist Association. He has received multiple awards, and he is pioneer in the field of oncology in Meghalaya and Northeast areas. So with this brief introduction, Dr. Jagtap is not online. He is present here, and I'm thankful that he is the probably only person who has come. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for the kind introduction, and good morning to all of you. And thanks to Chitalkar sir for calling me here. And after the yesterday's session, I think that this was worth coming here after the long journey which I faced. And thanks to Shashank for calling me, and this was a major force so that I thought, yes, I'll go and visit Indore. And yesterday, before coming, when I called Gaurav and Anupam, where are you people? They said, you are not coming and you are going alone. They said, you should have called me. I should have also done online. But then I said, I'll go and visit Indore. So those who think where is Meghalaya and where is Shillong? So this is where the Shillong is located. It took me 1 full day to come from Meghalaya to Indore. If you are to call somebody from Arunachal, probably it will take him 2 days or her 2 days to reach Indore at this time. Because from, yeah, thank you, sir. So I'll go into the data of about survivor programs or issues which has been recently published and updated, and then I'll shift to the northeast part of India, that what are the issues we face for these survivor patients which are there in the young adult group. So as madam has already said in yesterday's oration, Mulan was the first physicist who described his journey of cancer when he suffered from a mediastinal seminoma in 1985 in NEGM. And he said that survivor are the patients who are cured or living with a overt or covert disease. That it's either they have the disease which is being diagnosed with some modality, or they are not yet able to diagnose which is underlying cancer is present or not. There are various definitions of cancer survivors, and that has been maybe related to the policies which are associated with the issues of handling these patients over a long period of time, or maybe sometimes the disease statistics accounting which is taken into care for considering these survivors, the adjustment or the coping issues which these patients face, and the advocacy issues by the government or other policies, and the definitions are changing for a long period of time. What Mulan said, that it begins at the diagnosis and not after the treatment is completed, and patients are forced to confront their own mortality and making adjustments with the immediate or long-term future life, and that is the reality. So what is the current accepted definition of survivor? Is an individual is considered a cancer survivor from the time of diagnosis through the balance of his or her life, and the family members, friends, and the caregivers are also impacted by the survivorship experience and are therefore also included in the definition. There are many types of survivors, including those living with cancer and those free of cancers. And there are also patients who are initiating treatments, ongoing treatments, who has completed treatment, and those who are in the complete clinical remission. Mulan also explained the categories of survivorship that are acute, intermediate, acute, extended, and permanent phase, where the acute phase is predominantly involving the diagnostic and therapeutic efforts. The extended phase involves the consolidation of the intermittent therapy, and the permanent phase, which is also been equated with the cure, where the person who has through a cancer experience is actually indelibly affected by it, and the long-term effects of cancer treatment or morbidities might be there in these patients. The other people also tried to add to these definitions of acute, intermediate, and permanent with the acute, chronic, long-term, and cured phase. When we say somebody is cured of the cancer, so in a long run, we say that the patient is disease-free and whose cancer-specific mortality and life expectancy years after diagnosis is similar to that of the age and sex match member of the general population. So that is what we consider as a cure, when they are as a part of society and their death rates are similar to the people who are living in the same age group. So what is important about the cancer of the teenagers and young adult is the risk of cancer recurrences decreases as these patients enter into long-term survivorship, but the risk of treatment-related health problem increases. That is what is important when we consider survivorship. The organ systems that are developing during the childhood and adolescence can be irreversibly affected by the cancer treatment. Both all the treatment, including surgery, radiation, and chemotherapy, are shown to affect the survivor morbidity. And the survivors of the childhood and adolescent cancers face a long follow-up period with numerous long-term health risks. So this was the seminal publication in Lancet in 2020, where one of the largest data regarding the late mortality and chronic health conditions in the long-term follow-up survivor of the adolescent and early young adults were published by Ejuns et al. Recently in Lancet. What they found that there is a little bit higher, lower mortality rate in the early adolescent and young age compared to the childhood cancer survival. Childhood cancer survival has a little bit higher mortality rate compared to these young adults. And the late effects, including the standardized mortality rates, are also a little bit higher in the patients who are young, who are childhood cancer survivor compared to the young adults. These white dots represents, which are the blank dots represent the childhood cancer survivors, while the dark black circle represents the adult and young adult cancer survivals. What they found that the childhood cancer survivors has a little bit higher mortality rate, maybe a all-cause mortality or the mortality which is associated with a non-recurrent health-related cause or a subsequent malignant neoplasm or cardiac issues, which is commonly faced by these people. They also found that the standardized incidence rates of any subsequent malignant neoplasm or development of breast cancer or thyroid cancer or soft tissue cancers were higher in the childhood cancer survivor compared to the teenage and young adult cancer survivor. They have a little bit less hazard ratio for development of these problems in the later life. So out of 5,804 early young teenagers and young adult survivors with a median age of 42 of survivorship, compared to 5,800 childhood cancer survivor with a median age of 34, they found that the standardized mortality rate was 5.9 in the teenage and young adult compared to childhood, which is a little bit higher, that is 6.2. The early childhood cancer, early adolescent and young adult also have the standardized mortality rate, which is a little bit lower compared to the childhood cancer survivor. You can see 4.8 versus 6.8. And the early adolescent and young age childhood cancer survivors were both at a greater risk of developing severe, disabling, life-threatening, or fatal grade 3 to 5 fatal conditions compared to the same age group siblings. So they obviously have a higher chances of developing cardiac complication or endocrine complications or other issues, pulmonary toxicity, which is higher compared to the siblings or the same age group children who are compared with the other group. And again, same thing, the hazard ratios were higher for the childhood cancer survivor, which are less than 15 years of age, compared to the patients who are between 15 to 39 years of age as per the study. So this was one of the largest data which was published recently. And with the so much of data coming and everything, they also analyzed the risk factor, why these patients develop so many problems later in the life, including all the morbidities which are associated with either secondary malignant neoplasm or cardiac issue or pulmonary toxicity. And they found that the radiation doses, then chemotherapy doses, that is cyclophosphamide equivalent doses higher than 4,000 or less than 5,000, 8,000, anthracycline uses, all these were on multivariate analysis, they found that they were significantly associated with the development of health issues or morbidities in this group of patients. Similarly, they also found that the patients who had this cancer in the males and females who are going to have a recurrent cancer. So in females, they found that Hodgkin's lymphoma, breast, bone tumors, and non-Hodgkin's were common cancer which can have the chances of higher recurrences in a long-term survival. And in males, the same were shown in case of soft tissue sarcomas, Hodgkin's lymphomas, kidney, renal, pelvis, and brain and CNS tumors. So depending on this publication, the Lancet in the Lancet recently there was a publication which was devoted to the cancer survivorship. There are 3 landmark publications which was published in April 2022. One was the management of common clinical problems experienced by the survivor of the cancer. Second was improved model of care for the cancer survivors. And the third was specifically directed towards the long-term care for the people treated for cancer during childhood and adolescence. What the article explained, there are common issues in the childhood the teenage and adult cancer survivors, the physical issues which are related to cardiomyopathy, that is heart problems, endocrinopathies, the impaired fertility, which was extensively discussed yesterday by our panelists and the speakers, the neurocognitive deficits which are associated with the developmental abilities, teaching, the schooling, or the coping with other development of the psychomotor skills, subsequent development of the other cancer because the patient has taken some chemotherapy or radiation in the chest wall area. So they are prone to develop some second malignant neoplasm in the long-term survivorship. The psychological issues including fear, anxiety, emotional well-being, and which is importantly associated with this patient and needs a regular screening. The cognitive issues including displaying the impaired attention, reduced processing of the speed, and more problems with the organizational skill and emotional regulations are also documented. Social issues and the fertility and the sexual problems, which are definitely ignored most of the time by the treating oncologists, parents, and other organizations. So these are issues which should also be looked into. So they also evaluated in the 3 publications what are the unmet needs of these patients and the recommended management. So there are different organ system like cardiovascular, lymphoedema, pain management, and they propose the estimated prevalence, which is varying from 4 to almost 50% in these patients, which has been treated with various chemotherapeutic agents or radiation doses. And the recommended management has been reviewed for each and every function or the system of the body. And the level of evidence is also recommended by which category it is recommended and from which organization, whether it's a ISMO or an International Harmonium Group, all these categories are explained. So you can go through the article and the information is available freely on the website. So to tackle the issue, there is a international guideline harmonization group, which is being constantly doing the research work to give the better chances to the surviving people. And they had also developed the guidelines for the surveillance of these long-term survivors, which are also available freely on the website, including the breast cancer surveillance, cardiomyopathy surveillance, male gonadal toxicity, ovarian toxicity surveillance, coronary artery surveillance, bone mineral density surveillance. So these are freely available and anybody can go through it. So if you still don't have the clinics like what Tata did long time back, the ACT clinic, and in many centers that is not yet the reality. So these guidelines are available who wants to start this and go further into the clinic to provide the full support as a treatment, management, and follow-up of these patients with a long-term survival programs. So the common issues like prevention, lifestyle advice is also explained. It not only depends that you had a cancer, you are being treated for 10 years back, now you are in the adulthood, you are already working and you start again drinking or smoking. So these preventive measures are important for this patient. They should also be aware of the side effects and the toxicities because of the treatment which has been given maybe to the chest area, all the pulmonary areas. So these limitations should be known and the preventive measures to not again add something cardiotoxic or pulmonary toxic to these patients should be kept in mind. So the treatment documentation of this patient is also important. That many times we have some patients who have come after 10-15 years and they don't have any documents. They just tell that we have cancer, we went to say CMC Vellore Tata a long time back and we don't have any record of that. That's very difficult to consider the retreatment or re-irradiation in these patients or reconsideration of some chemotherapy protocol, which is quite difficult. So the consultation of cancer survivor when you consider these surviving groups is very important. What are the details of cancer history, whether the cancer type, stage, age, and diagnosis is important. With the development of the software, e-hospital software or any software which is available in hospital, it has become quite easy for many institutes to get a data which is being either 15, 20 or even 25 years long back. What are the risk of recurrences and what are the guidelines for surveillance that should be possible. Many centers in the periphery don't have each and every modalities. Like if you want to do a cardiac surveillance, many center will not have Muga scan or echo also available in peripheral places or a PET scan available in the peripheral places. So these things should be tailored as per the local availability and the local guidelines should be developed by the centers. Then ask for specific common problem including pain, which is a long-term neuropathic pain, could be a long-term issues for the surviving group. The fear of recurrences, the sex and intimacy issues with these patients, the cognitive functions, including the multitasking, paying attention, and difficulty in remembering the things, especially for the brain tumor patient, which is a common tumor in childhood and young adults. The sleep deprivation, fatigue, return to the work and finances, which is a common problem. Many of these patients, yesterday we had a very good example of Ashok who came yesterday. And he was the classic example that what can cancer patient do. He was the only one who carried forward his legacy, and he is the only sole earner of the family, and he married his all three sisters, and he's earning from the family. So these patients should be given that opportunity that you are okay now and you can do whatever possible in your life. There are some people who has become computer experts, and they are also working in AIMS Institute with in the medical field also, and they are quite eager to help these people, and that should also be taken in with the help of NGOs or support groups, and that is important part of the cancer survivor programs. Discuss the lifestyle factors. Now somebody also said in Northeast that we have the habit of eating non-veg food more with fermented and smoked food. So these lifestyle factors do matter. What Dr. Shravana has already showed regarding the betel nut and the pan, which is quite freely available in Northeast, and it is. It saddens me to say that if you go to Northeast, probably 90% of the doctor also sits in the OPD, and they will also have the habit of chewing pan and betel nut. And the betel nut here is a little bit different than what we get in this part of the society. I had one betel nut. I'll just tell a story. One small cut of a betel nut during my marriage because my wife's sister gave me. My wife is from Shillong. That is all in Shillong. And within 5 minutes, I had a sweating droplets over my forehead. So this is really something different type of version which is available in Northeast. And the other versions of it, like fermented betel nuts, are also being quietly used by the people. And many of the local wine varieties, alcohol distilleries are there. If you go to Arunachal, that's an exotic place if you want to try something. But along with that comes the many of the important issues which are followed as a traditions, but which are very, very harmful to the development of cancers, all the long-term effects. Tobacco, you had seen, Northeast has the highest consumption of tobacco. Meghalaya itself has the highest number of tobacco-related cancer in the Northeast, one of the topmost. And esophagus cancer or the stomach cancer in Northeast are within the first 3 position in world to be in that matter. So healthcare delivery system is also important for the survivors. The greater involvement of the non-oncologists in the care of survivor of cancer is important. Like we were fortunate enough to study in Tata Hospital, and the ACT clinic was available when we studied there. But I don't know whether our teaching system were participated in the ACT clinic, which yesterday I felt that it was available freely when I was in Tata, but I never got the opportunity or never thought to go into the clinic and sit there for some time to look into the issues. Recently, we are developing our regional cancer center in Meghalaya. We propose all the departments, including nuclear medicine, medical, surgical, radiation oncology, pain and palliative care. But I forgot one important part, that is the survivor clinics, which I thought probably if I had attended this conference in 2019, probably I would have proposed the same to the government of India long time back, which we missed. But nevertheless, it's the opportunity is not missed. Yesterday, somebody said कि मुश्किलें जिंदगी में आती है, पर एक मुश्किल आपकी मुकद्दर change कर सकती है. So today was probably that opportunity for me. I'll go back and think to include these survivor clinics into my institute as a part. We can start somewhere, and obviously slowly we'll grow together and be this in the part of the national area where it is long-term neglected or not been aware of. So the multidisciplinary providing care is important with the help of the community groups, agencies, patient and caregivers. NGO support is very important. You cannot do each and everything as a part of the government policies. So there are many NGOs which are available and they support you. Classic example is Umang from the Indian Cancer Society, and there are many other institutes which are many other NGOs which are supporting that, including TYAcon, who is doing a great work. To design of the relevant survivorship services based on the evidence, but address the needs of the local community is important, so that you can design the studies or the survivor clinics in such a way that they cater to the local population. What are the problems in the local areas, which is important, rather than each and everything is possible in Mumbai, Delhi, Indore, high places. In my place, probably patient takes 1 day to come from Cherrapunji to Shillong, which is hardly 50 kilometers. So that takes at least 5 hours in some patients. Some patients are not able to reach the hospital in 1 day, even though they are 100 kilometers apart. Some areas there are no ambulance can go. The patients has to bring their relative on the stretcher or self-made stretcher to the main road by traveling around 7 to 8 hours, and then only they can reach the hospital. That is the reality. So the treatment issues could be personalized. Treatment summary has to be made for these patients. The information on possible late and long-term effects should be available. we discussed yesterday regarding the fertility issues and everything, but in Northeast only in Guwahati, we have the available cryopreservation therapy units. So it's technically impossible for me to suggest. We generally do suggest to the patient who we think that they are come from some well-to-do families and they come for counseling, mostly the rectal cancer rates, which are quite higher in our side. And we generally tell them to have if the facility to go to Guwahati and get it done. But very few of them go and actually do it. Luckily, with the development of new techniques of radiation and the chemotherapy protocol, the fertility return rates are quite good. And most of they are now getting pregnant or getting their fertility preserved even after treatment. The information of the signs of recurrences is important. The guidelines on follow-up care should be tailored. The identification of the providers who are going to do this care is important in these parts. When the care is not available, that is very difficult to when you think of the survivorship programs. But care, along with care, we also need survivorship at one point, and that's what's a big eye opener with the yesterday's conference for me. The recommendation of the healthy living, because obviously you can live for 10 years and again shift back to the whole culture of the local phenomenon of eating smoked food, koi, alcohol, or whatever it is. So that should be avoided. And identification of the supportive care resources is important. What has been explained as a 4 pillars of survivor care is the prevention, surveillance of the long-term follow-up for the cancer spread, recurrences, second malignancies, assessment of medical and psychological late effects, the intervention which is required, and the coordination between the specialist primary care providers to ensure that all of the survivor health needs are met, which may be possible with the recently new hospitals and the cancer care clinics are especially opening in the Northeast region. So this has also been explained by NCCN with the surveillance, monitoring long-term effects of cancer, prevention and detection of the late effects, evaluation and management of cancers, coordination among the healthcare providers, and the planning of ongoing survivorship care. Incidentally, we don't have any survivorship program which is going in the entire Northeast. I had worked both in Guwahati for 5 years and now in Meghalaya, but we never had any survivor clinics as such. Most of the time, the survivor clinics, even the patient comes for a long-term follow-up, it is in the same OPD where we are doing our regular clinics for the patients, and that same OPD we are giving advice for the long-term survivorship. So that is important. The NCCN has also developed the distress thermometers to analyze the problems which are faced by these patients. There are surveillance recommendations like International Harmonium Group and other NCCN, which has been there freely available, and that could be taken into consideration when you develop these programs. Now coming to Northeast India, which was I'm supposed to speak more, the population is around 4.5 crore. Yesterday, Chitarkar sir said that the population of Madhya Pradesh is around 8 crore. While Northeast occupies only 7.9% of the total geographical area of India, while the population is hardly 4.5 crore. Now, Malhotra sir was asking, where is Sikkim? So Sikkim is in the upper corner near the China, and this is the Northeast entirely. There are 7 states and one brother, which is Sikkim. So that was the brother which took into it. At least all our sisters, so one brother has to be there. So Sikkim is also considered as a part of Northeast as a 8th state. Yeah. So very few people are aware of it, where are the states and how they are located. You can see Arunachal is quite distant, very difficult to travel to some of the areas of Arunachal. Yeah. Largest state is Arunachal, followed by Assam, then comes down Mizoram, Manipur, Tripura, and other states. I also never knew all these capitals by heart, but since I married a local girl, now I remember everything by heart. And I knew that one day she will ask me, do you really know the capitals of all Northeast states? And as teachers told me in Tata that when you speak, always speak with the facts and correct facts. So better go and study and review the literature before you go for a speech. So before I married, I knew that one day she will ask me what are the capitals of Northeast states. And in 2011 only, I studied all this and remember by heart. And that helped me. When she asked, I immediately told tak, 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 and she was quite impressed. I never knew that you know all this. So that was the fact. And this is how it's clearly rich with fauna and flora. This is the actual photograph. It's not a edited image. There are crystal clear waters. But जैसे गुलाब में कांटे होते हैं, वैसे Northeast is affected by the cancer. It is called as the cancer capital of the India. So along with this beauty, we are also affected by the most dreaded disease, that is cancer. So when you say the cancer of the Northeast India, this was the PBCR data which was recently published. You can see that the most of the cancer has the highest incidence as the age rate increases, which is common for all over the world, while the incidence of teenager and young adult cancers varies between around 5 to 25 to 30% in some of the states, with Arunachal Papumpara district is having the highest incidence. Now, Dr. Shabana Baido was telling, Baido is like elder sister in Assamese. So she was already telling you why Meghalaya has the issues with reporting. There is always low incidence. But to the fact that PBCR is only covering the 4 districts of Meghalaya, rest of the 6 or actually now 7 districts are not covered by PBCR. Recently, we started HBCR in our hospital, which is the first HBCR in Meghalaya, which is in Nigrim, Shillong. And it was just started 1.5 years back. Recently, we are part of the BIRAC study, which has been initiated by the National Cancer Grid and the TMH. So we are regularly now updating the data into BIRAC, and slowly over a period of time, we should get more data about the cancer patients. And we hope that the PBCR includes the other states of the Meghalaya or other northeastern states. So even though these figures are there, I think these are still underreported. Many of the PBCR areas are not covering the entire Northeast, and that has to be looked into. So these are the major issues. What we found that the NCRP survey, which was done and reported in 2021, 22 round actually, among the household that were included for the survey, 4% reported a cancer death, among which around 30% of the patient had been diagnosed with a cancer 6 months before that. So the mortality is quite high and the survivorship is less. Now, when I got into oncologist in Tata, I never heard of cancer in my entire family when I shifted to Northeast. When I shifted to Northeast, there is not a single home where I don't see any cancer patient. There is each and every family had at least one cancer patient, either as your brother, sister. Sometimes it runs in a families. Elder brother has cancer, younger brother has cancer, and all the other brothers has cancers. Sometimes the sisters comes together with the cancer detected at the same time. So that incidence is quite high and it is very, very prevalent. The majority of the patients are availing treatment at the government health facility, and close to the third, that is around 29%, had a sought treatment outside their states because the cancer treatment is not available in each and every state. That is the reality. And over a quarter of these patients are self-financing. Now, when you say that Northeast is quite rich, the poverty is different in Northeast. I used to work in Mumbai. The patient used to say, we don't have money for the treatment. And when they say that we don't have money for the treatment, probably he will not be able to eat also at night because they don't have money to take the food also. In Northeast, you will get the food because rich in culture. Somebody is growing something in their garden, potato, cauliflowers. You go to any river source, you get fish, you come and fry them. Food is not an issue, but money is not there. So that's a different reality. They said, sir, we'll get the food, but we'll not get the money for the treatment. So that's a totally different. Here, we'll not get food also, money also, but there at least the food is available, resources are okay. The families are self-sufficient to create their own food resources, but the money is not available because of the lack of development. 5 to 8% are only covered by the insurances. Now the Northeast seeking pattern, which was published from 2012 to 14, almost each and every state, there are some percentage of the people who are taking treatment outside Northeast. Only Assam has a very good percentage because most of the cancer care was concentrated in Assam initially. Arunachal Pradesh around 17%, Meghalaya around 19%, Mizoram staggering it 58%. If you see Sikkim, around 98% of the patients were taking treatment outside because there was no radiotherapy facility available in Mizoram, available in Sikkim and Arunachal for last 5 years. So in the last 3 or 4 years only, all the centers are getting radiation facility. Yesterday, there was quite a debate over who should treat the patients, whether a medical oncologist or a pediatric oncologist. In Northeast, probably I'll say who should train the patient, oncologist or a not oncologist, or just who are trained in oncology. That is the reality. We never had a medical oncologist. The only medical oncologist we had till 2014 was in Mizoram, Dr. Jerry, if you remember him. And then the second medical oncologist joining BBC was Dr. Partho, and now there are other medical oncologists. Other states still don't have medical oncologists. The BMT is available recently. Last year only, the first BMT was done in Assam, and second BMT was done in Guwahati Medical College recently. Other centers still don't have the facilities. I got the linear accelerator after 4 years of shifting to Shillong, and this last month we installed our linear accelerator, and that will be functional now. So that is the problems. So when the treatment is the issue, when we say about survivor, that is another milestone to achieve. First, we have to achieve the treatment of this patient with a good intention, and then we can definitely think about survivorship. But obviously, we'll start the programs now together in hand, and not wait for the treatment to start and then go for a survivor, because at least the patient who are being treated, they need that support and care for a long term for their life. So the scenario had not changed much into 2021. Still, many patients are taking treatment outside of the state. Malhotra sir was asking me regarding what happened to the Tata Trust. So Tata Trust has opened now 7 to 8 cancer hospitals in Assam, but the other states are still lagging. They are supposed to open 19 cancer centers in all over Assam. Out of that, I think 8 are already functional, and slowly it will improve the cancer care facilities. And they're coming up with a quality of care with a good machines, linear accelerators, and slowly we need to improve. Dr. Ramandeep Arora is not there at this moment. So Dr. Ramandeep Arora came to Nagaland. We have an association called as Association of Oncologists of Northeast India. I am the secretary of Association of Oncologists of Northeast India since last 4 years. Because of COVID, the election couldn't happen. But we had a conference in Nagaland, and suddenly one day Dr. Ramandeep called me because we want to come to Northeast and to show you what CanKids is doing. So before that, I never heard of CanKids. So I searched on the net first before I call him back. I just wanted to know what is CanKids. I searched on the net, then I was really happy. Then I said, yes, sir, please come. The association was small. I said, okay, sir, you have to sponsor your own travel. Other things will take care of it. And that was the first time we had a session in Nagaland. Nagaland, it took us 1 day to go to Nagaland. If you go to Dimapur, from Dimapur, it's 48 kilometers, but it took us 4 hours to drive from Kohima to Dimapur. That was the issue with 50 kilometers of journey. And then Dr. Arora and his team came up. They had a talk there, and slowly we started also realizing that survivorship is available. And there are many NGOs who are there to help you when you ask for the help. वो बोलते हैं ना, जब तक आप मांगोगे नहीं तब तक खुदा भी आपको कुछ देगा नहीं. अगर शिद्दत से मांगोगे तो दुनिया में सब कुछ मिल सकता है. That is the reality, and if you ask for it, probably it will be available. And I hope with the support groups like TYAcon, Umang, and Highway, probably it is definitely possible in this part of the country also. So the treatment issues, radiotherapy facility, now there is an improvement compared to the data which was published in 2019. Now there is almost a radiation facility available in all the states with a linear accelerator treatment. So regarding the survivorship, there is not much publication, but what are the issues forcing the patients to have the survivorship issues? That is also publication from BBCI. When they say that common childhood malignancy, there are high cure rates. However, poor socioeconomic status and the presence of higher proportion of the disease-related factors lead to poor outcome in this part of the country. And the age group, they publish around data for small number of patients which are in the childhood less than 15 years of age. What was interesting that the abandonment of treatment and the refusal to take any further treatment is quite staggering high. You can see the right chart where around 5.5% of the patient abandon the treatment and around 11.7% of the patient refuse to take any further treatment. There are various issues, various cultural factors where the patient doesn't want to take any further treatment. Chemotherapy is still a problem because many of the patients present in an advanced stage. You give 2-3 cycles of chemotherapy and the patient expires. So that fear is also still there in Northeast, that if you take chemotherapy, probably it will have the adverse effect only. So even though now BBCI is offering free of the cost treatment to all the childhood cancers up to 18 years of age with the St. Jude available in BBCI, still many of the patients are dropping out of the treatment. Generally, I call BBCI to send the children there for the leukemias, all those things. I personally call Dr. Mullima, who is looking after the pediatric oncology in BBCI. This patient is coming, and when we call after 2-3 days, we realize the patient has never reached BBCI. They just went home after initial whatever the treatment we had given, and they never reached Guwahati, which is just 100 kilometers from Shillong. So that is the problem. So the treatment issue in North is that the cancer is limited, concentrated mostly in Assam at present, and slowly the other states are improving. Peripheral location and the geographical terrain is quite difficult to achieve these things. There is a language barrier. I had a discussion with Madam Chitalkar in the morning. There are around 200 languages in Northeast. And if you go to Arunachal, probably every 100 or 50 kilometers, there is a change of language. So it is quite difficult for the patients who come to hospitals, and we face difficult to even talk to them because we don't know the local language. There was somebody, John, in Tata Hospital. He's still there. He used to still bring all the Northeast patients to us. Luckily, we are in a central government institute where from all the state there are multiple doctor staff are available. Whenever we have patient from Mizoram, we call the Mizoram nurse. When a patient is from Garo Hill, we call somebody clerk who is under me, who is Garo. My SR is local Khasi from Migoland, so she speak with other patients. Now, since I studied in worked in Assam for 5 years now, I know Assamese and to some extent Bangla, so I take care of the Assamese patients. And the other Hindi majority, though, we always take care. So this is how we work. We call somebody who is related to that. Sometimes they don't understand. We realize that they have understanding. We'll call the other translator, he explain properly that he has to come for the next treatment. Many times daycare treatment is not possible. We have to admit them because they come for a far distance. Sometimes I give weekly chemotherapy, mostly in gallbladder, other cancer, gemcitabine. Mostly within 2-3 days when they need time to settle down. It's already a part of the next treatment or the next 7 days. Many of the times patients stay away like 7 to 12 hours generally. So we don't discharge them. We keep them admitted just because if they go home, probably they will not able to come on Monday for the next chemo because they will probably land up on Wednesday, Thursday or Friday. So that's why we keep them in the ward sometimes to give that benefit. You take the day 1, day 8 and then come up day 21 rather than just going and not coming back at all. So this is the reality and which we do regularly for our patients. So the finance is another issue. Luckily now with the help of PMJY, the different schemes which are available, supports of many NGOs is coming through. Luckily, many of the states are giving purchasing the stocks of chemotherapy as a government rate contract, and that are being distributed free of cost or under the various scheme to this patient, and the support is increasing slowly. Recently, we also tried to do all the patient cancer free, and the rate contract chemotherapy drugs are quite cheap. And in our hospital right now, 90% of the patients are given cashless treatments with the schemes without much issues. So the delivery services of this cancer, when we see this article, which is Dr. Aurora is also one of the author, we found that the major barrier was distance, which is too far. The patients and parents' lack of knowledge, not a priority of the patients and parents, lack of dedicated time space, lack of training was the major issues. And we found that in where the survivorship clinics were available, so no, most of the time the survivor clinics were not available, and the same clinic where you generally see all the new patients or the follow-up patient, all the chemotherapy, radiation therapy patient, same clinic is used for the survival programs only. So there is not much development into it except the major cities or the landmark institutes where it is being regularly done. But in other parts of India, it is still a reality to have these regular clinics in the hospital. So if I say the following healthcare professionals are usually present, as per the survey, they found that oncologist was always, most of the time was present. Social workers were present in around 34% of the clinics. Nurses, 31%. Endocrinologists, which is a major part in the patients who are young or childhood, especially in brain tumor patients. And the psychologists were present only in 20% of the cases. So that's a true reality of our Indian scenario. So when we say that cancer, now there is one, yesterday one was a survivor, she said ki 120 chemotherapy liya hai, next aana hai to aane do. So that is what the power and will we require. Probably cancer will be called as a chronic disease in a long term follow-up or the coming years, rather than it's called as an incurable disease. Probably it's a time that we shift the cancer as a chronic illness like diabetes, mellitus or cardiac issues, where we say एक stent लगाया, 2 stent लगाया, इतनी बार cardiac angiography हुआ, चल रहा है. So same thing probably for cancer also we can say कि chemo लगाया, radiation लगाया, recurrence आया, surgery किया, it is going on. So in conclusion, I will say that cancer survivor clinics is the new pathway for these patients. After completion of therapy, we have to act now to start this ACT clinics so that it will benefit the long-term survivor of this disease. The supporting service in terms of psychologists, NGOs, social workers, nurses is also important. Physiotherapy clinics are also important. Data maintenance is a big problem. Why we don't have any survivor data of the Northeast? Because we don't have data maintenance in most of the hospital. We are still filling the files and still writing and filling the forms, which takes the majority of time. And it is difficult for us to even go and get back the collection of the data. Having said that, nothing is impossible. We are also lazy to our part, which is a true reality of our profession and whatever we say as a person. But slowly we'll try to improve and include this fact. We have started the HBCR data, BIRAX data, and slowly we are improving to include all these cases in our data. The government policies, like when people come for follow-up, there is always a treatment benefit which is given to the patient. But the government policies should also include the follow-up or survivor clinic visits, and the daily wage loss policies should also be covered into these policies where the patient can come for follow-up and the patients or their parents should feel happy that if you go, probably will not lose our wage and they will be compensated by the government. So probably there will be more understanding and the more people will come forward for the regular survivorship. So when I say survivor, as per yesterday's session, probably we think that we should start calling them warriors rather than survivors. And they should not be called as survivor. They are all warriors which are fighting their life, fighting the system, fighting the own health, society and everything to get and come into so much far. So what cancer cannot do is cancer cannot cripple love. The cancer cannot shatter hope. It cannot corrode the faith. It cannot destroy the peace. It cannot kill the friendship. It cannot suppress the memories. It cannot silence the courage. It cannot invade our soul, and it still cannot steal our eternal life and cannot conquer the spirit which we have, which is seen yesterday in the yesterday's conference. So thank you so much. This is our NIGRIMS conference, NIGRIMS hospital. Some new buildings are added in the last 2 years. This is at the cliff. Our hospital is around 11 kilometers. Sir, the whole is NIGRIMS. There is a right side quarters, which is huge campus. It is difficult to take in one picture. Everything is ours. And it is around 11 kilometers from the city. It takes me around 45 minutes from my home to go to hospital. So think for the patients where there is no government regular services are available for the transport. There was a time 5 years back, after 7 o'clock, you will not get a food outside NIGRIMS hospital. And now at least the conditions are improving, so that the patient who used to come to us, we used to keep them in the casualty because they will not get any vehicle to go back in the night. We used to keep them and discharge them in the morning just for the sake that they should not suffer because they cannot go home at night and now nothing is available. So that was the problems which we face. Thank you. Thank you so much for listening. OPD number. So we are seeing the steady increase in the cancer. Now with the radiation, probably it will be more. We see around 1500 to 1800 new cancer patients in our clinic. Currently, we are only 2 radiation oncologists and 1 surgical oncologist at NIGRIMS. Medical oncologist joined again, left 2 times. So nobody is coming. So that's why yesterday debate when I was saying who should treat. So I am the medical oncologist. I am the radiation oncologist. I am the survivor clinic expert. I am the pain and palliative care management. So which is not possible in each and every part of the country. We have to help them whatever ways is possible. So and probably if I had come to this conference in 19, probably I had proposed the survivor clinic also, which I missed.
There's some
that
hope for you. One of Dr. Chitalkar's senior residents is done his MD from one of the 7 sisters. So
Shashank, we are calling Shashank for a long period of time. Shashank, what are your thoughts? You want to come to Assam or settle in NIGRIMS? Till now he has not yet decided.
Oncologist for the very, very first time in TYAcon, and now it is. I mean, we understand, and even with online participation and yours, it just proves how wonderful it is.
प्रकाश जब तक ये promise नहीं करेगी ये जाएगा वापस पास मत करेगा.
Yeah. I think his wife is here and baby. He's right there. So
we had offered job to both of them.
Yeah.
So it's now up to them. The ball is in their court.
Yeah. So, but thank you very much, Dr. Vikas.
Thank you, sir.
And I think it's been fantastic. It is definitely reinforced our belief that we should include region after region. But Northeast is very unique. It's the crucible of Asia's culture, I think.
Yes,
and
sir.
it's the right hand of India.
Yeah.
So it's absolutely fantastic.
I think the Northeast must collaborate because the same problem.
There you are.
Yes.
Yeah.
We must join hands.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much.
And definitely, whenever you come, please visit NIGRIMS. It's a beautiful place to see. And it's a beautiful places. You cannot visit Northeast in one day. Each state you require at least 7 to 8 days separately to visit. It's not possible to visit Northeast in 5-6 days. And people always come and think कि Northeast का trip कर लेते हैं 5-6 दिन में. 5-6 दिन में सिर्फ काजीरंगा और शिलोंग ही होता है, बाकी तो पूरा रह जाता है. So that's the reality. Thank you.
So I think we had very wonderful discussion, and Dr. Vikas has made most of the things clear to us. Thank you. Thank you for giving this back. So I propose that next TYAcon meeting can be with Dr. Vikas Jagtap, if you all agree. Dr. Vikas?
Yes, travel for one day. We all will travel for one day to reach.
I can hold the next TYAcon.
So thank you so much. So with the brief discussion, so how much time do we have? Okay, so 5 minutes we will discuss only the relevant questions. The first thing comes about the survivors clinic, which you highlighted, and we all learned from Madam Purna Kurkure, Madam. She is running this ACT clinic. The practical tips of running a ACT clinic.
No, I don't have to add because Vikas submitted to that we don't have to wait for the treatment to develop. We go hand in hand. So I think that should be the approach. Like palliative care and survivorship both should be thought of upfront. That is advocacy today. That if the patient becomes cured, he goes into survivorship program, and if unfortunately the patient gets a recurrence and relapse of the disease, he gets a palliative care. So these two arms are they have to go hand in hand with the active treatment arm. So that is now you are not too late. You can include both of them in your proposal and convince them to have that upfront only, along with the but both palliative and that both should be there.
Yes, Dr. Malhotra, sir, you had some comments.
Yeah, I think I'm quite ashamed to admit this, that we don't have a survivor clinic in my hospital. So, and one important take for me from this meeting is going to be to start it as soon as possible. And Dr. Kurkure has, guided quite a lot of us in our careers and in our initial training. She will continue to guide us in setting up.
Anytime for survivorship. I will go to Antarctica also.
Thank you.
The one thing which I want to point out is that despite 1/3 of patients going to all the registries are hospital-based cancer.
The PBCR also there in
There is a PBCR.
PBCR is located in some Arunachal. All state have PBCR, but the coverage is not complete. Like in Meghalaya, it is only 4 districts. In HBCR, it started. Many people are now going into HBCR also.
Because you see large proportion of them either going to Calcutta, TMX, Mumbai.
Probably that trend settled because for years there was no treatment available. When it started, it obviously takes time for the people to develop trust into all these clinics which are newly opened. And that will take some time. Slowly, people are staying more and more into Northeast. More and more people from outside are going. Either the girls have to catch and bring more people inside, or the other people has to take an effort to shift to Shillong or other Northeastern states to get that thing done. But slowly, it's improving and it should go into that.
So I think one more important point, sir, if you allow me, we discussed a lot of issues related to the TYA cancers, and the important point remains about the genetics clinic. So I think other than the ACT clinic, we need to have genetic clinics in our setups. And I think most of the things have been well covered. And as doctors, we all contribute to society. And Dr. Chitalkar, and we all are like Dr. Purna Kurkure, Dr. Hemant Malhotra, sir, Vikas Jagtap, everybody shared their own experience. And I think we will develop more and more of ways to help the society and to help this special segment of TYA. So in the interest of time,
I have one small question to Vikas. Because I have been in Sikkim, I served in the army for 2 years, way back in 84, 85. And then I worked in 5 states, except for Mizoram and all, doing cancer awareness workshops, starting from 2006. Now, my general take was like people are generally very open and like they don't have the shyness so much. So my question to you is, have you noticed any sort of that stigma, what we call, like here people are not ready to talk about it? But there, during my working time, I had seen that people were very open. So if that stigma is not there so much, then maybe the TYA patients can start coming and telling their stories, and that's how one parts and start like that.
So I did some camps in the school regarding the awareness of cancer. So young population are quite okay nowadays. They also know the hazards of tobacco, alcohol, all these things. And after each talk in the schools, some students will come and ask me, sir, what is this? What is that? And many are saying that, sir, we already stating some tobacco because it has developed, and all these things will stop slowly. So the stigma is not there more now in the young population. older population, yes, they are still not ready to take the treatment. Sometimes they say, okay, I'll just die. I'll go home. I don't want any treatment. And the finance and the logistic issues are sometimes more issues. Since you know Sikkim, how difficult it is to travel to Sikkim. So today also, last week back, there was some landslide and the road was closed for almost, I think, 7 days. And nobody could travel to Sikkim for 7 days. This is the reality of yesterday.
So that means preventive and de-addiction counseling is also.
So I think we can discuss the remaining part during the lunch time. And in the interest of time, we conclude this first session and back to Rui for the next session, please.
Thank you, everyone, for the invitation once again.
Thank you very
Good
much,
day.
sir. Moving on further, I would like to invite Dr. Savita Goswami, Professor of Psycho-Oncology, Tata Memorial Hospital, Mumbai, as a chairperson for the session. My Life, My Freedom. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. And this session, My Life, My Freedom, is a forum of survivors, victors, warriors. So I will call upon Preeti Fad, Yash Sahu, Oindrila. Please be seated. Ritika Maurya. Is Dilip Sethi there in the audience? Dilip? Dilip Alayagi. Please come. And Chahat, Khushi, Muskan. Okay. So we'll start the session. This Deepak is here. Okay. So we'll continue with the session. There are many victors sitting in the audience also. So we will be anyway interacting with them. So this is a free open house. First of all, I will really appreciate मैं ये session हिंदी और mixed language में होगा. और सबसे पहले तो ऑर्गेनाइजिंग टीम डॉक्टर चितालकर बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया कि साइंटिफिक प्रोग्राम में 2 फुल सेशंस है विक्टर्स के लिए, जिस पर उनकी पूरी जर्नी, एक्सपीरियंसेस और स्पेशल इश्यूज के बारे में बात होने वाली है. उनका प्रेजेंटेशन, उनके एक्सपीरियंस वो खुद यहाँ शेयर करने वाले हैं. एंड आई थिंक दिस वे, इस तरीके से वो जो इंक्लूसिवनेस जो है विक्टर्स का, वो हम प्रमोट कर रहे हैं. दे विल लुक फॉरवर्ड, आगे भी आने वाली कॉन्फ्रेंसेस में पार्ट लेने के लिए वो ज्यादा उत्सुक रहेंगे. सो आज का जो सेशन है, वेलकम ऑल टू दिस सेशन. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर पार्टिसिपेटिंग. तो सबसे पहले तो मैं आप सबको बता दूं कि आज का हमारा जो सेशन है, कल आप सब लोगों ने बहुत अच्छी तरीके से आपके एक्सपीरियंसेस शेयर किए हैं. आज हम बात करेंगे, वो खास मुद्दे पे बात करेंगे, और वो भी टाइम की कमी है हमारे पास, तो हमें फोकस तरीके से बात करनी है, जो मुद्दा है उस पर बात करनी है. तो जैसे कि हम बात कर रहे हैं यंग एज में होने वाले कैंसर का जो एक्सपीरियंस है उसके बारे में. तो सबसे पहले मैं आप सब लोगों से पूछना चाहती हूँ, क्योंकि ये एज ग्रुप ऐसा होता है जहाँ आजादी बहुत प्यारी होती है. मेरा इट्स मेरी मर्जी, मैं चाहे ये करूं, मैं चाहे वो करूं, मेरी मर्जी, ये एटीट्यूड होता है ये एज ग्रुप का, जहाँ पे फ्रीडम बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होती है. और ज्यादातर ये देखा गया है कि बीमारी की वजह से इस फ्रीडम पे बहुत रोक आ जाती है, बहुत सारे बंधन आ जाते हैं. तो आप सबसे ये सवाल है, आप 1 by 1 बोल सकते हैं कि आप जब इस जर्नी में आ गए, आपकी जब
डायग्नोसिस हुआ, ट्रीटमेंट हुई, और अभी ये जो ट्रीटमेंट के बाद वाला पीरियड है, क्या कभी आपने ऐसा महसूस किया कि किसी वजह से आपके ऊपर ये आजादी की रोक लग गई है, आपकी आजादी पर रोक लग गई है? ऐसा किसी के साथ हुआ?
मैम एक्चुअली डांसिंग, सिंगिंग एंड देन स्विमिंग, ये सब बचपन से ही फेवरेट था मेरा। बट इन सब ये जो चीजें हैं स्पोर्ट्स वगैरह, ये कुछ चीजें मैं मतलब कुछ टाइम तक के लिए नहीं मतलब कंटिन्यू कर पाई। तो यहाँ पे मतलब ऐसा फील हुआ कि हाँ, यहाँ पे फ्रीडम कहीं पे मतलब रोक आ रही है यहाँ पे। यस मैम, या तब थोड़ा बुरा फील होता था, बट नाउ आई एम एब्सोल्युटली फाइन। तो फिर अभी कोई वैसा रोक टोक है नहीं, तो जो मर्जी हो या जो मन में आता है वो मैं कर सकती हूँ।
तो अभी वो फीलिंग नहीं है?
नहीं,
अभी आप फिर से वो एक्टिविटीज कर पा रही हैं?
यस मैम।
ओके, और किसी को कुछ कहना है इसके बारे में? दिलीप, माइक। प्लीज कम। कोई चेयर है वहां पे एक्स्ट्रा?
हाँ है।
सामने देखिए आप, तो सबके साथ कनेक्ट हो पाएंगे।
जब मैं बीमार हुआ उस टाइम पे मेरा ट्रांसपोर्टिंग का धंधा था, गाड़ी वगैरह थी, चलाता था, इंदौर गोवा लाइन का काम था। लेकिन तब बीमार हुआ, उसके बाद ये काम मेरे को छोड़ना पड़ा। तो ट्रीटमेंट में 2-3 साल में लगा रहा, उस कारण से मेरा सब काम वो बंद हो गया। और फिर वो लाइन भी छोड़कर मुझे अपना खेती बाड़ी का काम देखना पड़ा। तो उससे थोड़ा सा डिस्टर्ब तो हुआ मैं। बाकी अब अपना जो दूसरा काम है वो मैं ठीक से करता हूँ।
मतलब ऐसे पॉइंट आ गए जहाँ पे जो हम करना चाहते हैं दिल से,
हाँ।
जिसमें हमारी रुचि होती है, हमारा इंटरेस्ट होता है, पैशन होता है, वो चीजें करने पे रोक लग गई, या फिर किसी कारण से थोड़ा डाइवर्ट होना पड़ा, रास्ता बदलना पड़ा?
जी मैम।
तो जब हम ऐसा करते हैं तो कई बार बहुत सी फीलिंग्स होती है मन में, बहुत अपने आप को कोसते हैं हम, या फिर हमें लगता है मेरे ही साथ ऐसा क्यों हुआ, और ये सब छोड़ना पड़ रहा है, तो अभी आगे मेरा फ्यूचर क्या हुआ? कभी ऐसा कोई कंसर्न हुआ आपको?
हाँ मैडम, फ्यूचर की चिंता तो होती है। अब कुछ अपने फ्यूचर बनाने के लिए कुछ लाइन बनाई थी, करना चाहते थे, लेकिन वो छोड़ना पड़ा और अब दूसरा चेंज धंधा करना पड़ा। तो होता है, उसमें समस्या तो आई।
ठीक है। सो फ्रीडम से लेकर हम बात कर रहे हैं, तो यंगस्टर्स की फ्रीडम अपने अलग अलग अंदाज में होती है। दोस्तों के बीच में तो हम ज्यादा ही फ्री होना महसूस करते हैं।
जी मैम।
आप में से किसी को ऐसा लगा कि ये जो जर्नी है और हमारा जो हमारी जो आजादी है दोस्तों के साथ, उस पर भी कोई असर हुआ?
हाँ मैडम, होता तो है।
किसी और को बोलना है? प्रीति, आप बताएंगे? दीपक, आप
थैंक यू मैम। जैसे मैम आपने पहले फ्रीडम का क्वेश्चन पूछा था, हमें एक पॉइंट पे बात करनी है। मेरी आवाज आ रही है ना सबको? हाँ। तो जो भी ट्रीटमेंट का फेज था, वो वक्त था, स्कूल का टाइम था। वो टाइम पे तो सिर्फ हॉस्पिटल जा रही हूँ आ रही हूँ इतना पता था। जो था वो पेरेंट्स को पता होता है कि हम किस इससे बच्चे को लेके जा रहे हैं। वो टाइम स्कूल पिकनिक्स हो, कुछ डेज हो, वो काफी सारे मिस हुए। वो स्कूल फ्रेंड्स के साथ एंजॉय करना हो, वो चीजें तो मिस की। एक चीज के लिए ब्लेस हूँ कि स्कूल बहुत अच्छा मिला था। वहां पे कभी मैंने डिस्क्रिमिनेशन ऐसा फील नहीं किया। बट जैसे ही स्कूल से बाहर निकली, एक बोलते हैं ना घर से बाहर निकलना, अपने कंफर्ट जोन से बाहर निकलना, वो हो गया। ये मैं क्यों बता रही हूँ स्पेसिफिकली, क्योंकि जब स्कूल में थी आंख निकाल दी, आंख पे एक बड़ा बैंडेज था। उसी 15 दिन के अंदर कान के पास एक थोड़ा गार्ड था, वो निकल गया, तो यहाँ पे एक बैंडेज था। उसके साथ भी मैं स्कूल गई, मुझे कुछ ऑकवर्डनेस नहीं लगा, क्योंकि टीचर्स भी अपने लगते थे और जो क्लास में बैठे वो भी अपने ही लगते थे। तो वो वहां पे नहीं फील किया कुछ। बट जैसे मैंने कहा, मैं स्कूल से बाहर निकली, कॉलेज जाना शुरू किया, प्रोस्थेसिस लगा लिया था, बट आंख में जो फर्क था, स्पेक्स नहीं लगाती थी। तो एक आंख बंद करूँ तो एक खुली रहती है, दोनों आंख एक साथ बंद नहीं हो सकती। और यंग हूँ, कॉलेज जा रही हूँ, तो पहले ड्रेसिंग होता है, अच्छा दिखना होता है, इतने सारे लोगों, स्कूल का यूनिफॉर्म तो तब तक नहीं रहता, तो एक लाइफ चेंज हो जाती है ना। 11th हो गया, 12th हो गया, बट जैसे जैसे समझ में आने लगा कि सबसे अलग मैं क्यों हूँ, मैं ही इस तरह से क्यों बंधी हुई हूँ कि मैं रास्ते से चल रही हूँ तो मैं नीचे ही देख रही हूँ, मैं ऊपर देख के क्यों नहीं चल पा रही हूँ, क्यों अगर यहाँ बैठी हूँ बस में या ट्रेन में तो लोग क्यों मुझे देखते रहते हैं, एक ने देख लिया तो दूसरे को क्यों ऐसे दिखाते कि अरे देख, क्या मैं कोई एलियन हूँ। तो वो चीज धीरे धीरे इतना असर करते गई कि एक टाइम आ गया कि SY BCom के बाद कॉलेज जाना ही छोड़ दिया, बोला नहीं जाना है कॉलेज। मेरी मम्मी एज अ डोमेस्टिक सर्वेंट काम करती थी, तभी पापा नहीं है, मुझे बचपन में ही हो गए, तो मैंने सुबह उठ के मम्मी को जाके हेल्प करना शुरू किया। 5 बजे जाऊंगी, 8-9 बजे तक घर आ जाऊंगी, लेकिन और कुछ नहीं करूंगी, करना भी नहीं है। सिर्फ उसमें एक चीज थी जो रेगुलर हो रही थी, वो है फॉलोअप टाटा हॉस्पिटल में जाके, चाहे वो साल में एक बार जाना क्यों ना हो। बट इन सारी चीजों से जो मैम मेरा फ्रीडम है ना, जो एक्चुअली एक यंग अडल्ट जीना चाहता है, एक स्कूल लाइफ हो या स्कूल के बाद वाला लाइफ हो, वो मैंने काफी मिस किया। मेरे वो 7-8 साल मुझे ही नहीं पता कि वो कैसे गए, जो मैंने अभी बहुत कम शब्दों में बताना चाहा। बट हाँ, उसके बाद ये जो स्टिग्मा है, ये जो फियर है, ये सारी चीजें खुल के घर में बता नहीं पा रही थी मम्मी को। क्यों? क्योंकि उसने बीमारी तो ठीक कर दी, एक तो पहले ही मेरे टेंशन में है, वो देख के ऐसा लगता है ना कि मेरी बच्ची ऐसी वैसी, आजू बाजू वाले क्या कहेंगे, सोसाइटी कैसे देख रही है, मेरे साथ वाले उसके भाई बहनों के लड़के हैं जिनकी शादी हो रही है, इसने पढ़ाई तक छोड़ दी है। बट वही मोड़ था, एक बोलते हैं ना, जो कल मैंने एक लाइन बोला था कि टर्निंग पॉइंट था लाइफ का, और वो जो आया वो फॉलोअप के टाइम मुझे उगम समझ में आया, उगम का इनॉग्रेशन का पार्ट होना। और वहां वो प्लेटफॉर्म पे जाके जब औरों को देखा, मुझे मेरे जैसे ही दोस्त मिले, मुझे सुनने समझने वाले मिले, और जब देख के लगा कि मैं ऐसी नहीं हूँ, ऐसे बहुत भी है और करने के लिए बहुत कुछ है, वो कर सकती हूँ। वो जो मेरा डर था, मेरा एंजाइटी था, खुद के ऊपर का जो कॉन्फिडेंस निकल गया था ना, वो जो मुझे मिला, जिस जगह पे मिला, वो जगह वो थी। क्योंकि वहां ऐसा नहीं है कि सिर्फ डॉक्टर्स आपसे बात कर रहे हैं, वहां पे साइकोलॉजिस्ट भी है, वहां पे सोशल वर्कर्स भी रहते हैं, जो बात करते हैं, जो समझते हैं, जो वापस बात आती है अपने ACT क्लिनिक पे।
सपोर्ट के मुद्दे पे हम और थोड़ा डिटेल में बात करेंगे, लेकिन हाँ दीपक, आप बोलना चाहते हैं, प्लीज बोलिए बोलिए। नहीं, वो मुद्दा बोलना है बाद में, लेकिन इसके कंटिन्यूएशन में मैं आपको पूछना चाहती हूँ, क्योंकि प्रश्न फिर बदल जाएगा, इसलिए।
क्या पूछना चाहते हैं मैम?
जैसे कि हमारी बात चल रही थी कि फ्रीडम पर असर होता है, सर्वाइवर्स विक्टर्स जो हैं उनके फ्रीडम पर असर होता है, तो आप क्या महसूस करते हैं उस वक्त की, आपकी जो जर्नी होती है उस वक्त क्या ख्याल आते हैं मन में, या किस परेशानी से आप गुजरते हैं?
ऑनेस्टली बताऊं तो जब लोगों को पता चलता है कि सामने वाला किस सिचुएशन से गुजर रहा है, तो लोग अफसोस करते हैं, लोगों को अंदर वो एक दया की भावना आती है। लेकिन मुझे बिल्कुल अच्छा नहीं लगता कि लोग मेरे ऊपर दया करें। इट्स जस्ट अ डिजीज, एक छोटी सी बीमारी है। अगर अपन इसको अच्छे से ट्रीट करें तो ये कोई बहुत बड़ी चीज नहीं है। मेंटली अगर अपन प्रिपेयर रहें, थोड़ा खुश रहें, जैसे अपन को दूसरी बीमारियां होती हैं, मलेरिया, टाइफाइड, वैसे ये भी है। ऐसा कुछ नहीं है कि लोग मतलब बहुत ज्यादा इसमें हालत खराब हो जाती है। बस ये है कि इसमें डर इतना ज्यादा होता है कि लोग इतना ज्यादा डर जाते हैं कि जो इंसान सही होने वाला भी होता है ना, वो डर के मारे जो उसकी जो मेंटली सिचुएशन होती है उसकी हालत खराब कर देती है। तो उसका जो शरीर है, अगर उसका दिमाग उसका साथ नहीं देगा तो शरीर कैसे देगा। तो सबसे पहले हमें मेंटली प्रिपेयर रहना चाहिए कि बड़ी से बड़ी बीमारियां ठीक हो जाती हैं तो ये कोई इतनी भी बड़ी चीज नहीं है। तो थोड़ा सा रिलैक्स रहना चाहिए। देखो, जब भगवान चाहेगा तो बुला लेगा, आप कितनी भी दवाई कर लो। तो ज्यादा टेंशन नहीं लेना चाहिए, बस हंसते खेलते रहें और मुस्कुराते रहें।
बिल्कुल सही। तो जैसे कि हम देख रहे हैं कि जो जज्बा है, हम इस एज ग्रुप की बात कर रहे हैं, तो हमें ये भी समझना होगा कि इस एज ग्रुप के एसेट्स क्या है, प्लस पॉइंट्स क्या है, और उसका इस्तेमाल हम इनके कोपिंग स्ट्रैटेजीज बिल्टअप करने में कैसे यूज कर सकते हैं। जो पूरा स्पेक्ट्रम है, उस स्पेक्ट्रम में और कल से आज तक ये जो विक्टर्स बात कर रहे हैं उससे आपको पता चलेगा कि बाकी जो एज ग्रुप की हम बात करते हैं उनसे ये अलग है, इनकी सोच अलग है, इनके पास हौसला है, क्योंकि ये फ्यूचर की तरफ देखते हैं, इसलिए वो सपने देखते हैं और सपने को पूरा करने का जज्बा इनके पास है। उसको अगर हम एक एसेट के रूप में अगर इस्तेमाल करते हैं और हमारे इंटरवेंशन साइकोलॉजिकल, मेडिकल, सोशल जो भी इंटरवेंशन हम यूज करते हैं, अगर हम इन चीजों को ध्यान में रख के करें तो शायद हम बहुत अच्छे तरीके से ट्रीटमेंट कर सकते हैं। कि जैसे एक्सेप्टेंस जो है वो बहुत जरूरी है। तो आज भी कई बार प्रोफेशनल्स की तरफ से भी वो एक्सेप्टेंस होता नहीं है। ये कुछ एक्सपीरियंसेस जब विक्टर शेयर करते हैं तो उससे पता चलता है। या फिर जो दया उन्हें नहीं चाहिए, उन्हें क्या चाहिए, उन्हें एक्सेप्टेंस चाहिए जैसे वो है और एम्पावरमेंट चाहिए, उनको आगे बढ़ने का हौसला चाहिए। तो इसलिए अगर हम खुद वो जज्बा जो है उसको और एम्पावर करें और हमारा अपना नजरिया भी बदले एज अ प्रोफेशनल जो इनको ट्रीट कर रहे हैं, उनको भी एडुकेट करने की जरूरत है कि कैसे इनसे बात करने का कोई एक खास तरीका होना चाहिए। इनसे बात करना और दूसरे एज ग्रुप के लोगों से बात करने में फर्क होना चाहिए। तो वो कम्युनिकेशन स्किल्स आई थिंक डेवलपमेंट एक प्रोफेशनल तरीके से होना बहुत जरूरी है। थैंक यू वेरी मच। आप सबके जो मुद्दे हैं बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है हम सबके लिए। जो आपके ट्रीटमेंट में हम एक छोटा मोटा किरदार जो अदा करते हैं वो करते हुए हम अगर समझते हैं आपके दिल की बात तो उसका शायद हमें भी बहुत हेल्प हो सकती है उसकी। तो आगे बढ़ते हैं। आपके किसी के पेरेंट्स यहाँ आए हैं? किसी के पेरेंट्स यहाँ हैं? हाँ, पापा यहाँ पर है। आप आगे आके प्लीज बैठिए ना, जो पेरेंट्स है प्लीज आगे आइए। क्यों? आपके भी पापा है ना, आगे आके बैठिए। तो ये मैं क्यों पूछ रही हूँ, क्योंकि आप डॉक्टर के पास ट्रीटमेंट लेते हैं फिर घर चले जाते हैं, ज्यादातर जो वक्त है फैमिली के साथ दोस्तों के साथ बीतता है। तो जो आपका फ्रीडम है कई बार उस पर ध्यान रखने के लिए कौन होता है? घर वाले होते हैं, करेक्ट। तो फिर क्या होता है, वो सीन क्या होता है? घर वाले क्या आपके फ्रीडम पर कोई असर डालते हैं? क्या ऐसी कोई नोक-झोंक रोक-टोक होती है जिससे आपको लगता है कि यार सब बदल गया है, पहले कैसे थे ये, अब कैसे है ये? ऐसा कुछ होता है?
हाँ, जब ट्रीटमेंट होता था, जब खाने पीने में बहुत ज्यादा रोक टोक होती थी कि ये नहीं खाना है, बाहर का नहीं खाना है,
करेक्ट।
तला हुआ नहीं खाना है।
मतलब यहाँ इतना छप्पन है, सराफा है और कुछ खाना नहीं है। भाई देखो कैसा है।
और बाहर जाने पे भी रोक टोक होती थी, जब ज्यादा टाइम तक बाहर नहीं रहना घर के, ऐसा।
करेक्ट। और बाहर रहते तो बार बार फोन आता है, कहाँ
हाँ,
हो
बाहर
तुम? फिर नहीं, तुम्हारा फोन लगा तो दोस्त को फोन लगाया, अरे है क्या तुम्हारे साथ? ऐसा होता था?
हाँ, बहुत ज्यादा।
ओके, तो कैसा लगता था?
अच्छा नहीं लगता था मुझे।
अच्छा नहीं लगता था, करेक्ट। और कोई बोलना चाहेगा? हाँ हाँ दीपक।
जब मेरा इलाज चल रहा था तो मेरे घर वाले मुझे बोलते थे तुम बीमार हो, मुझे याद दिलाते थे, तो मैं उन्हें याद दिलाता था नहीं मैं बीमार नहीं हूँ, मैं ठीक हूँ। तो हम सबकी भी जिम्मेदारी है कि हम हमारे घर वालों को कहें कि ठीक हो जाएंगे, क्योंकि हमसे ज्यादा हमारे घर वालों को चिंता होती है।
करेक्ट। तो आपके पेरेंट्स से जानते हैं कि वो क्या फील करते हैं, उनको क्या लगता है, क्योंकि बच्चों को तो लगता है कि हम बिल्कुल ठीक है। डॉक्टर्स ने आप रितिका, सॉरी मैं यहाँ
मैं तो ये बताऊंगी, जब मेरा ट्रीटमेंट चालू था तब मैं 4 साल की थी, तो फ्रीडम क्या है क्या नहीं उसका तो कुछ मुझे आइडिया नहीं था। ये सब उस वक्त का जो भी बाउंडेशन था और जो भी रुकावटें थी ये सब मेरे फैमिली वालों ने फेस किया। उसके बाद आगे जो मेरा एजुकेशन हुआ या फिर लाइफ कैसे मुझे जीना है उसमें जो जो रुकावटें आई वो तो मैंने खुद खुद पे फील किया कि एक तो सबसे बड़ी बात कि मैं जिधर से हूँ यूपी से, वहां पे लड़की होना, उसको अगर कोई प्रॉब्लम हो जाना ये मतलब बहुत बड़ी बात है। वहां पे लोगों को लगता कि लड़की है इसके पीछे क्यों पैसा लगाना, क्यों इसको इलाज कराना, वो भी यूपी से मुंबई जाना, टाटा हॉस्पिटल में जाना, इतने बड़े हॉस्पिटल में लोगों ने उस वक्त, मुझे तो नहीं पता बट थोड़ा मैं सुनी, बड़े होने के बाद थोड़ा पता चला कि कुछ लोगों ने कहा मेरी मम्मी से कि क्या मतलब है उतनी दूर जाके, लड़की ही है ना, जाने दो, जो लिखा होगा होगा, यहीं कहीं ट्रीटमेंट कराओ। लेकिन नहीं, उस वक्त मेरी मम्मी ने हिम्मत रखा कि क्या हुआ, बेटी है तो क्या हुआ, इलाज तो कराएंगे, इसकी किस्मत में रहेगा तो बहुत आगे जाएगी। तो ऐसे करके मम्मी ने हिम्मत नहीं तोड़ा, उन्होंने अकेले ही मेरा इलाज कराया। मेरे मम्मी पापा अकेले ही थे, किसी का सपोर्ट नहीं था। मुंबई में मेरे बहुत से रिलेटिव्स हैं, तो मैं आना जाना वहां पे ट्रीटमेंट लेना, ट्रीटमेंट के बाद मैं ठीक हो गई, फिर फॉलो अप के लिए आना जाना। तो वहां आना जाना मुझे इतना ज्यादा पसंद आ गया, वहां का माहौल, की सपना बन गया कि यहीं पे कुछ करूंगी। तो जब मेरा 12th कंप्लीट हुआ, 10th के बाद ही मैं सोची थी कि जाऊं, लेकिन उस वक्त मम्मी ने अलाउ नहीं किया कि नहीं अभी 2 साल और रुक जाओ, इंटर कंप्लीट हो जाए उसके बाद। तो जैसे ही मेरा 12th कंप्लीट हुआ, मैंने फिर सोचा कि अब मुंबई जाऊं। तो यहाँ गोरखपुर में तो मैंने फॉर्म भर दिया था, सारी चीजें, 2-3 कॉलेजेस में फॉर्म भर दिया, एडमिशन के लिए भी लास्ट डेट तक एडमिशन कराया, लेकिन मन नहीं मान रहा था कि नहीं, मेरा सपना है, मुझे वहीं जाना है। तो लास्ट में मैंने कॉलेज देखा और एट लास्ट कॉलेज में बात किया, तो उन्होंने बोला कि अभी सीट है, तुम अगर 1 हफ्ते में आ जाओ तो मैं एडमिशन ले लेता हूँ। तुरंत मम्मी को कन्विंस किया कि नहीं, मुझे जाना है तो जाना है। तो उस वक्त मम्मी का डिसीजन खुद का था, उसने किसी से बात नहीं की, तो मैं तो निकल गई। लेकिन जब वहां एडमिशन हो गया, वहां पे भी अकेले रहना, कोई नहीं, किसी से कोई जान पहचान नहीं, इतने बड़े शहर में अकेले रहना, थोड़ा डर था मम्मी को कि लड़की है, इतनी दूर भेजना। मम्मी को एक एक हर एक माँ बाप को अपने बच्चों से जो लगाव होता है उस तरीके का था। जब मेरे रिलेटिव सुने कि मुंबई में इलाज हुआ, मुंबई में पढ़ने लगी, तो उनको ये क्वेश्चन मार्क था कि मुंबई भेज के पढ़ाने का क्या मतलब, गोरखपुर में कॉलेज नहीं मिला इसको। मुझसे भी लोग यही कहते थे, तुम मुंबई क्या करने के लिए आई, वहीं पढ़ना चाहिए था। अभी मैं उनको क्यों बताऊं क्या है, क्या मेरा पर्सनल रीजन है। तो इतने सारे क्रॉस क्वेश्चन से कभी कभी पेरेंट्स का भी माइंड डाइवर्ट हो जाता है कि इतना लोग पूछ रहे हैं तो शायद वो सही हो। एक पल के लिए मेरे पेरेंट्स का भी माइंड डाइवर्ट हुआ कि इतनी दूर रहना सही है क्या। लेकिन मेरा सपना था, मेरी हिम्मत थी, और उसी बीच मैंने टाटा हॉस्पिटल गई, वहां पे उगम में भी रजिस्ट्रेशन करा लिया, नहीं बताया घर पे। रजिस्ट्रेशन कंप्लीट हो गया सब, मैं वहां मेंबरशिप हो गई, तब बताया कि मैं उगम में हूँ, उगम का सारा जितना एक्टिविटीज है सारे एक्टिविटीज करने लगी। तब मम्मी ने बोला कि ठीक है, जो अब तुम्हें ठीक लगता है करो, तुमको फोर्स नहीं करेंगे। उसके बाद मैं आज यहाँ पे हूँ, लोग क्या कहते हैं उससे फर्क नहीं पड़ता, मैं क्या कर रही हूँ और मेरे पेरेंट्स मुझे कहाँ सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं ये फर्क है। लोगों का क्या है, वो तो हमेशा बोलते हैं, आज भी बोलते हैं कि बड़ी हो गई है, अब इसके आगे का फ्यूचर देखो। अभी भी लोग ये कहते हैं कब तक फॉलो अप के लिए मुंबई जाओगे, कितना टाइम तक जाते रहोगे, कल को दूसरे घर जाओगे तो क्या उनको बताओगे तुम, क्यों नहीं बताएंगे, ये मेरा बचपन से ही मेरे साथ है तो क्यों नहीं बताएंगे। ये चीज छुपा के लेके चलना समझदारी थोड़ी ना है।
दैट्स वंडरफुल, अमेजिंग। तो हम क्या करते हैं, हम कई बार क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ क्वेश्चनेयर भर के लेते हैं ना पेशेंट से, फैमिली से। तो कौन से क्वेश्चनेयर में ऐसा सवाल होता है कि ऐसे माहौल में आप रहते हो तो आपके मन में कैसा होता है और आपको कैसा लगता है और आपके मन में क्या चल रहा है। तो हम कभी कभी बातें बहुत सुपरफिशियल लेवल पे होती है एज एन इंटरवेंशन, और जो हमारे पेशेंट्स है या सर्वाइवर्स है वो बहुत अलग जंग लड़ रहे होते हैं। तो उसका अगर अंदाजा लेना है तो इस प्रकार के सेशंस आई थिंक बहुत ही ज्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है, क्योंकि आज ये लोग जो बता रहे हैं ये इनका अपना अनुभव कि वो सिर्फ बीमारी से नहीं लड़ रहे हैं, वो एक सामाजिक स्तर पे एक लड़ाई होती है, एक लड़की की लड़ाई, एक यंग लड़के की लड़ाई, के जो अपने दोस्तों में क्या बताए या नहीं बताए, बताने के बाद क्या होगा, या फिर उसकी गर्लफ्रेंड है तो उसको बताना चाहिए कि नहीं बताना चाहिए, एक लड़की है उसकी ट्रीटमेंट होनी चाहिए कि नहीं चाहिए। इस पर कितने सारे ट्रीटमेंट रिफ्यूजल के रेफरेंसेस साइको ऑन्कोलॉजी में आते हैं, और उसको उन पेरेंट्स को कन्विंस करना कितना डिफिकल्ट होता है, ये मैंने खुद एक्सपीरियंस किया है। तो ये जो सवाल है, मुझे लगता है ये सारे सवालों के जवाब कहीं ना कहीं अवेयरनेस वाले ये जो सेशंस है इसी से हमें मिलेंगे, क्योंकि लोग ये मैसेज ज्यादा लोगों तक पहुंचाएंगे। सो आप पेरेंट्स हैं, बच्चे ऐसा सोचते हैं कि भाई क्यों ये सारी रोक टोक, अभी तो ट्रीटमेंट खत्म हो गई, लेकिन आपके मन में क्या होता है जब बच्चे ये सोचते हैं?
नमस्कार सभी को। मेरे बेटे को 2013 से प्रॉब्लम शुरू हुआ था और 14 में उसका डायग्नोस हुआ था। तो जैसे ही पता चला तो हमने अपने आप को पहले मजबूत किया और सोचा कि अभी बहुत छोटा है, तो 13-14 साल का था, तो उसे ना बताते हुए ट्रीटमेंट के लिए जहाँ जहाँ भी जाना पड़ा हम जाते रहे। पर जैसा मैडम कह रहे हैं कि जो प्रॉब्लम्स नहीं बताने का या उससे जो वो धीरे धीरे हम बताते रहे, वो भी मन से मजबूत बहुत है और यही उसकी ताकत भी है। जी 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 हाँ, जी हाँ। नहीं, नहीं, फ्रीडम तो मैं देना चाहता हूँ, पर जब देखा कि ये जो प्रॉब्लम थी उसके कारण मैं थोड़ा सा रिस्ट्रिक्शन लेना शुरू किया था। बाकी हम तो चाहते हैं कि बच्चे जिस तरफ जाना चाहें उधर जाने ही दें उन्हें। यस।
और किसी को बोलना है? मम्मी जी आपको कुछ बोलना है? हाँ, जी।
Good morning to everybody here. I am very fortunate to attend here. Special thanks to Dr. Chitlkar sir. मेरी बेटी को जब डायग्नोस हुआ था 2005 में, उस टाइम पे मैं तो काफी पजल हो गया था, क्योंकि इस बीमारी के बारे में तो सुनता तो था, लेकिन हमको उतना नहीं था कि ये मेरे परिवार में भी आ जाएगा। बाद में मैं धीरे धीरे अपने आप को स्ट्रॉन्ग किया। ये तो एक बीमारी है, किसी का परिवार में भी आ सकता है, कोई भी बच्चे को भी हो सकता है। तो हेड ऑफ द फैमिली होकर के मैं अगर टूट जाऊंगा तो मेरी मिसेस है, मेरी बूढ़ी माँ है, मेरी छोटी बेटी है, इन लोगों को बताऊंगा तो ये क्या सोचेंगे। तो मैं सबसे पहले अपने आप को बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग किया और फिर मैं तुरंत अभी एक सर्विसमैन हूँ, उस टाइम मैं एयरफोर्स में काम करता था, तो मैं सीधा कमांड हॉस्पिटल में चला गया। जा करके मैं क्या बताऊँ, मुझे बोलने के लिए भी आंसू निकल के आ रहा है। उस दिन चितलकर साहब का कहीं जाने का था नॉर्थ इंडिया में, तो उन्होंने बहुत माने भागीदार कर रहे थे। जैसे हम लोग गया तो उन्होंने हमको बैठाया के पूरा कहानी सुना। 1 घंटा 45 मिनट उन्होंने ये क्या हुआ क्या नहीं हुआ डिटेल्स में लिखते गया और बोलते गया। मैंने बोलने के बाद ये आई एम फॉर्चुनेट दैट माय बेटी इज फॉर्चुनेट दैट 1 घंटा 45 मिनट सुनने के बाद उन्होंने उनका प्रोग्राम कैंसिल किया। ये मेरे लिए बहुत ही मतलब महत्व रखते हैं। तो उन्होंने बोला कि ठीक है, मेरा ये टेम्पोररी ड्यूटी आज मैं कैंसिल करता हूँ, और जो भी कुछ है उन्होंने बोला कि एक रिपोर्ट होने के बाद कल से ट्रीटमेंट होगी इसकी। इमीडिएटली उन्होंने ट्रीटमेंट चालू किया। उन्होंने ट्रीटमेंट चालू करने के बाद जो है तो मुझे ऐसा लगा कि ऐसा एक गार्जियन मिला, एक बड़े भाई के रूप में। उन्होंने आर्मी के कर्नल था और मैं एक जस्ट एक ओआर था, मतलब बहुत ही छोटा रैंक का था, लेकिन उन्होंने वो इंसान ऐसा है कि जो कभी डिफरेंशिएट नहीं किया किसी को। आज भी मैं उनके साथ बहुत ही अच्छे रिलेशन है, मेरे घर के जैसे रिलेशन हो गए उनके साथ। बहुत मिस करता हूँ उनको, मेरे घर में भी बहुत मिस करते हैं। तो 1.5 महीना ट्रीटमेंट के बाद उन्होंने बोला कि विश्वास, मैं तो यहाँ से ट्रांसफर होता हूँ, तो अभी बच्चे का स्थिति काफी ठीक ठाक है, लेकिन आपको एक अच्छा जगह में भेज रहा हूँ जो वहाँ बच्चे का ठीक ठाक हो सकता है। तो उन्होंने मुझे पहले भेज दिया कमांडर गौरव नरुला के पास, INS अश्विनी, क्योंकि मैं फौज रिलेटेड हूँ तो मेरे को उधर ही जाना पड़ेगा ट्रीटमेंट के फैसिलिटी लेने के लिए। टाटा जाएंगे, अपोलो जाएंगे, कहीं भी जाएंगे, बहुत पैसा खर्चा होगा। तो उन्होंने मुझे वहाँ भेजा। लेकिन वहां पे जाकर गौरव नरुला साहब भी इतना अच्छा डॉक्टर है बच्चे के लिए कि वो मैं एक्सप्लेन नहीं कर सकता हूँ। और वो ट्रीटमेंट चलने का टाइम पे ऐसा एक और भी आश्चर्य विषय है, आप लोगों को सुन के हैरान होंगे आप, कि डॉक्टर चितलकर सर और मैडम दोनों ने मेरे बच्चे को पुणे से उन्होंने मेरे बच्चों को अटेंड करने के लिए गया, देखने के लिए गया। दैट वाज रियली, आई रिमेम्बर इट, मैंने क्या बताऊं आपको। और ऑलमोस्ट ऑलमोस्ट उसी टाइम में मेरी बेटी का बर्थडे भी था, तो उन्होंने ऑलमोस्ट ऑल द बर्थडे इसका याद करते हैं। उस दिन उसको एक गिफ्ट भी दे के आया, और वो गिफ्ट आज भी वो संभाल के रखा। कल भी उसने आंटी को बोले है, आंटी मेरे पास वो गिफ्ट अभी भी है। तो समटाइम्स उस टाइम्स के बाद से कि इनके साथ हम लोगों इतना मतलब लगन हो गया कि आपको क्या बताओ। फिर उसका ट्रीटमेंट कंप्लीट हुआ। ट्रीटमेंट कंप्लीट होने के बाद उस टाइम मेरे एक गलती हो गया, मैं ये सोचा था कि ये बीमारी अब दोबारा लौट के नहीं आएगा। तो मैंने उस टाइम नौकरी छोड़ दिया, बाहर का प्राइवेट जॉब ज्वाइन किया। ज्वाइन के बाद कुछ दिन के बाद फिर मेरे को गवर्नमेंट जॉब मिला। मैं भी बहुत इसका पूरा आज़ादी दे दिया, मतलब तुम अभी कुछ भी करो, हमें कुछ में कहीं रेस्ट्रिक्शन लगाने का नहीं। खेलना है, कूदना है, कहीं घूमना है, कुछ खाना है, कुछ भी करो, जस्ट नॉर्मल चाइल्ड की तरह। मैं यही सोचता था कि बाकी दूसरा 5 बच्चे घूम रहा है, उसका जो फ्रीडम है इसका क्यों नहीं होगा। और बाकी जो ऐसा है, मान लीजिए आज एक बच्ची है, ये लोग, इसका गर्लफ्रेंड है, उसका बॉयफ्रेंड, क्यों नहीं उसका होगा, वो भी क्यों नहीं एंजॉय करेगा। दिस इज द ट्रेडिशन, ये हम भी करके आए। हमारी बॉयफ्रेंड था, हमारे गर्लफ्रेंड था, कि इन लोगों क्यों क्यों नहीं होगा। तो जब ऐसा होना है तो बेटर दे शुड एंजॉय द लाइफ। मैं कोई डिफरेंशिएट नहीं किया, कोई डिफरेंस नहीं किया, बल्कि मेरे ये ट्रीटमेंट के दौरान, फॉलोअप के दौरान, जब जब मैं हॉस्पिटल में गया, उस पर जितना बच्चा मिला, मेरे से जितना गार्जियन सवाल किया, आपके बच्चे का, बेटी का कहाँ ट्रीटमेंट हुआ, कौन ट्रीटमेंट किया, कैसे किया, मैं बहुत हौसला दिलाता था। ऐसा लग रहा था कि मैं एक काउंसलर बन गया। जैसे ही मेरे को जानता था, मैं जब हॉस्पिटल में जाता था, तो मेरे साथ बहुत लोग मैंने आके भीड़ जमाता था। तो मैं सबसे पहले मैं आपको डरना नहीं है, अपने आप को सख्त करो और अपने बच्चे को बताओ जो क्या हुआ, उसका अभी से मन में होना चाहिए कि हाँ, मेरा ऐसा हुआ था, मैं इस दौरान से जा रहा हूँ और मैं इसमें मुझे फाइट करना है और उसमें लड़ाई में जीतना है। अच्छा, ठीक है, बोलिए।
बातों को मैं थोड़ा समराइज कर दूं और आगे के सेशन की तरफ हम बढ़ते हैं। पहले तो सबसे जरूरी बात यह है कि सर ने जो कहा, कम्युनिकेशन, डॉक्टर पेशेंट या डॉक्टर विक्टर फैमिली का जो कम्युनिकेशन है वो कितना इम्पोर्टेंट है। वो जो पर्सनल टच है वो बहुत जरूरी है। हम कैंसर को सिर्फ एक शारीरिक बीमारी के तौर पर अगर देखेंगे और ट्रीट करेंगे तो हम बॉडी को ट्रीट कर रहे हैं, पर यहाँ एक इंसान, उसकी फैमिली और उसका सराउंडिंग सारा ही इन्वॉल्व हो जाता है। तो सिर्फ एक बॉडी यानी शरीर को ट्रीट करने का कोई मतलब नहीं है। तो इसलिए सारे ही एस्पेक्ट्स को ध्यान में रखना है। तो जो ट्रीटिंग डॉक्टर्स है या जो भी ट्रीटमेंट करने वाले थेरेपिस्ट है, उन्हें इस बैकग्राउंड को, फैमिली को, सारी चीजों को ध्यान देना पड़ेगा, वो सारे एस्पेक्ट्स को कंसिडर करना पड़ेगा, तभी होलिस्टिक ट्रीटमेंट हो पाएगा। और भी जरूरी मुद्दे सर ने कहे कि एक माँ यानी एक पेरेंट और बच्चे के बीच में जो संवाद होता है वो भी बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है, क्योंकि हम उस स्टेज से गुजरे हैं का मतलब क्या है कि सबके लाइफ में ये फेज आता है, यंग एज आता है। तो हम आज पेरेंट है तो सिर्फ पेरेंट के चश्मे से अगर देखेंगे और सोचेंगे तो नहीं चलेगा। हमें उनके नजरिए से भी सोचना होगा कि वो ऐसा क्यों महसूस कर रहे हैं, उनको ऐसा क्यों लग रहा है, तो शायद हम बच्चे की बात भी अच्छे से समझ पाएंगे। और जब डॉक्टर हमें कुछ एहतियात यानी कुछ रिस्ट्रिक्शंस बताते हैं तो वो कितने समय के लिए है, कब तक उसे फॉलो करना है, या सिर्फ डर डर के सब कुछ ठीक है फिर भी हम कहे कि नहीं ये मत करो वो मत करो, तो उससे क्या हो जाएगा। बच्चे के सिर्फ फ्रीडम का सवाल नहीं है, बच्चे की पर्सनालिटी ग्रोथ का सवाल है। बच्चे की आगे बढ़ने में आने वाली जो अपॉर्चुनिटीज है उसको कॉन्फिडेंस के लेवल पे हमें देखना होगा ना, कि कितने कॉन्फिडेंटली वो सारी अपॉर्चुनिटीज वो ले पाते हैं। उसके लिए उन्हें हमें तैयार करना है। तो एसीटी क्लिनिक है ही किस लिए, हम सर्वाइवरशिप क्लिनिक की बात कर रहे हैं। तो एक बच्चे के पूरे लाइफ स्पैन में अगर कोई भी डिफिकल्टीज आती है, सिर्फ शारीरिक नहीं, मानसिक या फिर आगे जो भी पढ़ाई लिखाई हो, सब में अगर उनका हर तरीके से डेवलपमेंट करना है तो इन सारी चीजों पे हमें ध्यान देना है। तो इसलिए इन चीजों पे हम गौर करते हुए आगे बढ़ते हैं। और आगे का सवाल आप लोगों से है कि क्या आप लोग, मैंने कहा मम्मी पापा को कि आप बच्चों की तरफ से सोचिए, क्या आप कभी अपने मम्मी पापा की तरफ से सोचते हैं? आपको लगता है कि वो इतने क्यों डरते हैं, उनके मन में इतने प्रश्न क्यों आते हैं, या वो इतने छोटी छोटी बात पे अगर कुछ हो गया बोले तो एकदम अरे देखो पहले डॉक्टर को कॉल करो, ऐसे एंजाइटी उनको क्यों होती? क्या आपने ये कभी सोचा? किसी को इसका जवाब देना है?
मेरा मानना है कि जब हम पेरेंट्स बनेंगे तभी समझ पाएंगे, अभी ऐसे कैसे बता सकते हैं।
ओके ठीक है, अभी यहाँ एक गेम करते हैं। सपोज आप एक्टर हैं और आपको एक पेरेंट का रोल करना है, तब आप क्या करोगे? आप उस पेरेंट के बारे में सोचकर उस पेरेंट को क्या महसूस होगा वो महसूस करेंगे, करेक्ट? तो सोचिए कि आपके मम्मी पापा परेशान हैं, तो वो क्यों परेशान है आपके लिए ज्यादा? वो क्या सोचते हैं?
क्योंकि वो प्यार करते हैं हमसे।
करेक्ट, बिल्कुल प्यार करते हैं और आपको शायद क्या करना चाहते हैं? प्रोटेक्ट करना चाहते हैं। तो इसलिए जब मम्मी पापा, क्योंकि ये ज्यादातर एसीटी क्लिनिक में तकरार होती है बच्चों की कि हमें फ्रीडम नहीं मिलता है, हम पर बहुत रोक टोक है। तो एक तो इसका रास्ता दोनों से बात करके निकाला जा सकता है, लेकिन हमें एक दूसरे का स्टैंड भी समझना जरूरी है, एक दूसरे की भूमिका समझना भी जरूरी है। तो बच्चों में जो चिड़चिड़ापन होता है वो शायद कम हो सकता है ना? चिड़चिड़ापन इस बात पे बहुत होता है, और ना बोल रहे तो मैं तो करके ही दिखाऊंगा। रिस्क टेकिंग बिहेवियर जो बहुत कॉमनली देखा जाता है ना, रिस्क लेते हैं कि मुझे प्रूव करना है मेरे दोस्तों के साथ मैं बराबरी में हूँ। ऐसा आप में से कोई करता है? प्रूफ करने की कोशिश कि मुझे तो स्मोक करके दिखाना है, मुझे तो दारू पी के दिखाना है कि मैं भी कर सकता हूँ। ऐसा होता है एनीबॉडी? कि उस पर भी लगता है कि रोक लग गई है अभी और बुरा लग रहा है क्या?
मैम अगर जनरली देखा जाए तो सिर्फ मैं कैंसर पेशेंट्स के लिए नहीं बोल रही, नॉर्मली भी अगर हम देखें तो मतलब किसी को भी स्मोकिंग और अल्कोहल वो किसी के बॉडी के लिए ही अच्छा नहीं होता। और साथ में अगर हम देखें कि ट्रीटमेंट के दौरान ऐसा बोला जाता है कि बाहर का खाना आप मत खाओ, जंक फूड मत खाओ, और कुछ चीजों में रोक टोक होती है तो वो तो आपके हेल्थ के लिए अच्छा होता है, तो उसमें चिड़चिड़ाहट नहीं आनी चाहिए। एंड अगर हम मतलब सिर्फ मतलब सर्वाइवर या फिर कैंसर पेशेंट की तरफ नहीं, अगर नॉर्मल लोगों की तरफ जिनको कोई बीमारी नहीं है उनका भी सोचे तो उनको भी वो नहीं करना चाहिए। एक्चुअली में वो सबके लिए सेम ही है, मुझे ऐसा लगता है।
बिल्कुल सही सही है, मैं भी आपकी बात से सहमत हूँ। और अगर किसी को ऐसा लगता है या ये कहाँ से बोलिए?
गुड मॉर्निंग मैम,
हाँ
कैन यू हियर?
बैठ के बोलिए। हाँ नीचे।
मेरा जो आपने बोला कि एक वो लेना कि मुझे एक ठान करना है तो करना ही है। सो मैंने एजुकेशन पर्पस पे एक चैलेंज लिया था अपने पेरेंट्स से कि नहीं, मुझे एज अ मेडिकल हेल्थ केयर प्रोफेशनल बनना है तो बनना है। एंड ये मैं हमारे फैमिली में मेरे 2 भाई बहन हैं, उनके अलावा मेरा जो पूरा घर का एजुकेशन बैकग्राउंड है वो आर्ट्स से, सिर्फ मैं ही एक पर्सन हूँ जो मेडिकल हेल्थ केयर पर्सन हूँ। एंड मैंने ये चैलेंज लिया था कि मैं अपने आप को, जो मेरा बेसिक एजुकेशन है घर वालों का, उससे हट के कुछ करना। सो currently I am a medical lab technologist, Department of Pathology in All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. So सिर्फ एल्कोहलिक नहीं, आप अगर एक अच्छा एक प्रॉपर गोल लेके चले तो वो भी आपका एक पॉजिटिव वे ही शो करता है आपके पेरेंट्स को।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, तो मतलब कुछ डिटर्मिनेशन होना चाहिए, मन में निश्चय करना चाहिए, आप ऐसा बोल रहे हैं तभी। मतलब हमारे डॉक्टर्स भी और हमारे पेरेंट्स भी ये चाहते हैं कि इतनी जंग लड़ने के बाद आप अपने लाइफ के लिए अगर कोई गोल सेट करे, लाइफ में अपने पैर पे खड़े हो जाए, तो लगता है कि ट्रीटमेंट भी सक्सेसफुल हो गई और पेरेंट्स को लगेगा कि जो आपने मेहनत की, उन्होंने मेहनत की, उसका भी कोई नतीजा निकल के आया है अच्छा। और नॉर्मल लाइफ जीने के लिए ये सारी चीजें जरूरी है जो आप लोगों में है। क्या क्या है? कॉन्फिडेंस है, क्योंकि आप यहाँ बैठे हैं, इतने बेदरकार होके अपने दिल की बातें बोल रहे, बेदरकार अच्छे वे में बोल रही हूँ, बिना डरे। अभी इस मौके पे वो चीज कहना, इतने लोगों के सामने ये पर्सनल बातें शेयर करना, इसके लिए बहुत बड़ा जिगर चाहिए जो आपके पास है। तो एक दिशा, एक डायरेक्शन अपने आप को देना जरूरी है, जो आप एक दूसरे की लड़ाई देख के वो डायरेक्शन भी आपको मिल रहा है कि क्योंकि इतने सारे विक्टर्स यहाँ पर है जो कुछ लाइफ में बन चुके हैं या बन रहे हैं, बनने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, तो वो एक मोटिवेशन भी है। यानी हमारे आसपास जो हो रहा है उससे अच्छी चीजें अगर हम ले, हमारे डॉक्टर से, हमारे पेरेंट्स से और हमारे दोस्तों से, तो शायद लाइफ और आगे बहुत अच्छे से चल सकती है। अभी इनमें ना सिर्फ ये कॉन्फिडेंस ही नहीं है, इनमें बहुत टैलेंट भी है, और वो टैलेंट हम आगे देखेंगे। यश जो है, यश ग्रेजुएशन कर रहे हैं म्यूजिक में, और उसका एक तुरंत हमें प्रूफ भी चाहिए कि कैसे चल रहा है आपकी पढ़ाई। देखिए आप कैसे गाते हैं, हमें देखना है। चलिए। मैं आप यस प्लीज, मैं आपके लिए माइक पकड़ती हूँ, आप गाइए। माइक है ना?
समा कल हो न हो, हर घड़ी बदल रही है धूप जिंदगी, छाव है कहीं कहीं है धूप जिंदगी, हर पल यहाँ जी भर जियो, जो है समा कल हो न हो।
थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
वाह यश, माहौल बना दिया, माहौल बना दिया। वंडरफुल, अमेजिंग, म्यूजिकल है ना? हाँ यस, देखिए पेरेंट ने ऐसे डंके की चोट पे बोल दिया कि दिस इज द आउटकम ऑफ फ्रीडम। तो फ्रीडम बहुत जरूरी है, जो आप करना चाहते हैं सही मायने में। यस, हमने ओहो वेरी गुड, कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस। और म्यूजिकल फैमिली है, मतलब आप तो, है ना?
Another Lata from Indore.
यस यस। और आप रेडी हो? प्लीज आ जाइए। सो म्यूजिक हो गया है, अभी एक डांस की झलक देखते हैं। पूरा स्टेज आपका है, कहीं भी जाओ, बीच में भी, रो में भी जा सकते हो, कहीं भी जाओ फ्रीली। चलो कर लेते हैं। जरूरी है फिर? थोड़ा वेट कीजिए, थोड़ा सा। ओके। वेल डन, वेरी नाइस। सो आप रितिका को इंस्टा पे फॉलो कर सकते हैं, उसके और भी वीडियोस देख सकते हैं। सो एक्टिव ऑन इंस्टा। तो आई एम श्योर ये सारे बच्चे जो है ये बहुत ज़्यादा सोशल मीडिया पे एक्टिव है, इसलिए ज़रूरी नहीं है कि जितना हम बोलते हैं उतना ही वो समझते हैं। वो कभी कभी बहुत ज़्यादा आगे जाकर इंफॉर्मेशन लेते हैं उसके बारे में, जो भी उनके। आप लोग आ जाओ प्लीज, इधर आ जा, बैठिए। और बहुत ज़्यादा कम्युनिकेट शायद इसलिए वो करना चाहते हैं क्योंकि जानकारी हम नहीं देते फिर भी उनके पास होती है। सो इट्स बेटर टू डेयर टू टॉक, है ना? कभी कभी हमारे अंदर भी वो डेयरिंग होनी चाहिए, बिकॉज इट्स समटाइम्स वेरी वेरी अनकंफर्टेबल। उनसे बात करना हमारे कंफर्ट जोन से बाहर की बात हो सकती है, इसलिए हमें वो करने की जरूरत है। सो रितिका के बारे में ये कहूंगी कि जैसे उन्होंने अभी बैकग्राउंड बताया कि जहां वो रहती है वहां सोच क्या है लड़कियों के बारे में, और उस माहौल से वो बाहर निकलकर आज ये लड़की फ्रीली इतना एक्सप्रेस कर सकती है, डांस कर सकती है, बोल्डली बातें बोल सकती है। ये कहीं ना कहीं उनके पेरेंट्स ने जो उन्हें फ्रीडम दिया है, उन पर भरोसा किया है, उसका नतीजा है। और उसका उदाहरण भी मैं बताऊंगी। इनकी जो मम्मी है ये टाटा हॉस्पिटल में बराबर फॉलोअप के लिए आती थी, और वो इतना इंटेलिजेंटली वो जो अपॉइंटमेंट है वो उगम की एनिवर्सरी कब है वो कंफर्म करके वो अपना अपॉइंटमेंट फिक्स करती थी और प्रोग्राम में आती थी, क्योंकि उगम के प्रोग्राम में हर बार बोल्ड विषय पे चर्चाएं होती है। बोल्ड विषय पे एक सेशन ऐसा होता है कि जहाँ चर्चा होती है। तो इनकी मम्मी हमें हमेशा बोलती है कि मैम आप ये सब बातें बम्बई में करते हो, बम्बई में लोग तो वैसे ही सुलझे हुए हैं, लोगों को सब पता है। ये सारी बातें तो हमारे यहाँ पे होनी चाहिए, आप वहां पे आके ये सब बातें करो। तो लोग चाहते हैं कि परिवर्तन आ जाए, बदलाव आ जाए, ताकि जो हमारे विक्टर्स है वो और भी ज्यादा निखर के सामने आए और अपनी लाइफ की जर्नी को और भी सहज तरीके से करें। सो हमारा टाइम ऑलमोस्ट अप हो गया है।
हाँ।
कोई एक चीज आपको, हाँ बोलिए
जी,
दीपक, आपको बोलना है।
मैम मुझे सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट बात बोलनी है। मैं बहुत दिनों से सोच रहा था। बचपन में मैंने देखा था, सुना भी था कि डॉक्टर भगवान होते हैं, हॉस्पिटल मंदिर होता है। कभी महसूस नहीं किया मैंने, लेकिन जब मेरा पाला पड़ा इन बीमारियों से तो मुझे एहसास हुआ कि सच में डॉक्टर भगवान होते हैं। तो मैं आज इन्हीं डॉक्टर्स के लिए, जिन्होंने मुझे ठीक किया, जो हमारे लिए सब कुछ करते हैं। मैं जब हॉस्पिटल आया था अरविंदो, तो मुझे विकास सर मिले, मुझे राजेश सर मिले, पृथा मैम मिली, मुझे शशांक सर मिले, और सबसे बढ़कर जो है सर चितलकर सर हमेशा मुस्कुराते रहते हैं और सामने वाले को भी हमेशा हंसाते रहते हैं, जिससे इतनी ज्यादा पावर मिलती है ना, कि जो प्यार की जो शक्ति होती है और जो हमारा जो एक लक्ष्य होता है और जो खुशी जो होती है, ये तीनों अगर मिल जाएं तो इंसान जीवन में बड़ी से बड़ी बीमारियों को भी हरा सकता है। तो कहीं ना कहीं मुझे सच में हमेशा लगता था कि यार डॉक्टर्स इतने बुरे माहौल में काम करते हैं, इतने इन्फेक्शन में काम करते हैं, लेकिन फिर भी पेशेंट्स के लिए हमेशा वो उपलब्ध रहते हैं। कभी भी बुला लो, कैसी भी सिचुएशन हो, हमेशा आते ही मोटिवेट करेंगे, हंसेंगे। तो ऐसा लगता था कि यार जब ये लोग इतनी मुश्किल से काम कर रहे हैं, कर सकते हैं, तो हम लोग क्यों नहीं कर सकते। तो मुझे कुछ 4-5 लाइनें हैं जो गानी है। मैं चाहता हूं कि चितलकर सर, पृथा मैम अगर यहाँ हैं, सर राजेश सर, विकास सर, प्लीज सर स्टेज पर आए। मुझे आप लोगों के लिए 4-5 लाइन में गाना चाहता हूँ सर। ये गाना
नहीं तो क्लास लगेगी।
ये सभी डॉक्टर्स के लिए है, और यहाँ पे जो हमारे साथ हैं सर मैम, ये इनके लिए है कि हमारे लिए क्या क्या करते हैं। तो मैं डेडिकेट करता हूँ ये छोटा सा गाना इन लोगों के लिए। तलवारों पे सरवार दिए, अंगारों में जिस्म जलाया है, तब जाके कहीं हमने सर पे ये केसरी रंग सजाया है। ऐ मेरी ज़मीं अफसोस नहीं जो तेरे लिए सौ दर्द सहे, महफूज रहे तेरी आन सदा, चाहे जान मेरी ये रहे न रहे। ऐ मेरी ज़मीं महबूब मेरी, मेरी नस नस में तेरा इश्क बहे, फीका न पड़े कभी रंग तेरा, जिस्मों से निकल के खून कहे। तेरी मिट्टी में मिल जावा, गुल बन के मैं खिल जावा, इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू। तेरी नदियों में बह जावा, तेरे खेतों में लहरावा, इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू। केसरी केसरी। थैंक यू
सर, इट्स वंडरफुल, अमेजिंग। अभी आपको मैं एक बात कहना चाहूंगी। आप यहाँ पर हैं, दिलीप यहाँ पे हैं, यश यहाँ पे हैं, आप 3 लोग यहाँ से हैं। सर का जो जज्बा है इस ग्रुप के साथ काम करने का, और वो चाहते हैं कि यहाँ पर एक ऐसा सपोर्ट ग्रुप बने, तो क्या आप तीनों मिलकर ये लीड लेंगे और कुछ छोटे छोटे प्रोग्राम्स यहाँ पर करेंगे?
ऑफ कोर्स मैम।
यस। तो आज यहाँ पर आप लोग मिलकर ये सारी चीजें एक दूसरे के साथ डिस्कस कीजिए, क्योंकि मैं देख रही हूँ कि सर ये चीज करने के लिए कब से बेचैन है। वो चाहते कि यहाँ पर एक ऐसा ग्रुप बने जो यहाँ के लोगों को एम्पावर करे और एक दूसरे को देख के, ये छूत की बीमारी है, मोटिवेशन एक छूत की बीमारी है और वो अच्छी छूत की बीमारी है। इसलिए हमें ये बीमारी फैलानी है ताकि हम एक दूसरे से मोटिवेट होते रहे, है ना। तो ये आपका जिम्मेदारी है, क्योंकि आप अगर ये इस बात का रिस्पेक्ट करते हैं तो ये आपकी जिम्मेदारी भी बनती है कि आप इसके लिए कुछ करें। ओके, सो अभी अभी आखिर में सिर्फ प्रीति कुछ लाइनें बोलने वाली है और इसके बाद में हम इस सेशन का समारोह करने वाले हैं। यस, आपको कैसे थोड़ा स्टेज चाहिए?
हाँ, वो लाइन बोलने से पहले सिर्फ एक लाइन बोलना चाहूंगी जो दीपक ने बोला था कि जो सिंपैथी मिलती है वो नहीं चाहिए, जो एम्पैथी चाहिए और एम्पैथी के साथ जो चीजें करना चाहते हैं कर रहे हैं और उससे आगे बढ़ना चाहते हैं, उसके लिए ये जो सपोर्ट चाहिए। और सपोर्ट भी हम एक दूसरे के लिए ही बनेंगे, जैसे हम सब एक साथ है। और उसी को लेकर मैं अभी की एक लाइन बोलना चाहूंगी, क्योंकि बहुत लोग हैं जो जिनके मन में ये सवाल आ जाता है, जो पूछ लेते हैं, जो ये है।
दीदी मेरा ये सवाल है कि क्या एक कैंसर सर्वाइवर एक खुशहाल और नॉर्मल लाइफ जी पाते हैं?
जी पाते हैं नहीं, जी रहे हैं। और कई सारे सर्वाइवर्स इस वक्त हमारे साथ यहाँ मौजूद है। क्या तुम्हें पता है इस वक्त धरती पर कितने लोग हैं? इस वक्त धरती पर 7.9 बिलियन लोग सांस ले रहे हैं और उससे कई गुना ज्यादा पेड़ पौधे, पंछी, जानवर, छोटे छोटे सूक्ष्म जीव, कीटक इस वक्त धरती पर जीवित है और सांस ले रहे हैं। हम सब एक दूसरे से जुड़े हैं, हम सब एक दूसरे का हिस्सा है, हम अकेले नहीं हैं, हम सब साथ हैं। और इसी आशा को, इसी विश्वास को हम पीते रहेंगे, सांस लेते रहेंगे, जीते रहेंगे। जिनके हौसले हैं बुलंद, हम है उगम, हम है उगम, हम है उगम। 3 cheers for TYAcon team. Hip hip hooray, hip hip hooray, hip hip hooray. Thank you sir, thank you ma'am.
तो ये जो डायलॉग था, ये इस साल उगम की एनिवर्सरी में किया हुआ हमारा स्किट था, उसका आखिरी मोनोलॉग था और जो यहाँ के हमारे सिचुएशन के लिए सूटेबल था, इसलिए प्रीति यहाँ करना चाहती थी। तो आप सभी पार्टिसिपेंट्स का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, क्योंकि ये सेशन जो है आपने बहुत ही अच्छा और लाइवली बना दिया। आपके एक्सपीरियंस से हम लोगों ने भी बहुत कुछ सीखा और जाना। थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू एवरीवन, थैंक यू।
सविता जी मेरा भी टीचर है वैसे। मैं वैसे कहने के लिए तो क्लिनिकल साइकोलॉजिस्ट का डिग्री हासिल किया है और पीएचडी युवाओं की साइकोलॉजी पे किया है, लेकिन जो मुद्दा आपने बताया मुझे इतनी बड़ी सीख मिली उसमें से कि मेरा हर काउंसलिंग के पीछे इनका याद जरूर रहेगा। जब तक ये मजबूत नहीं बने तो आगे अपने बच्चों को मजबूत कैसे करेंगे? एंड वी आर सच अ हरी टू ब्रेक द बैड न्यूज इन द क्लिनिकल सेटिंग दैट दिस इज सम ग्रेट आई ओपनर। एंड मेरा डिग्री पे आपका हस्तक्षेप होगा। You are the one who has taught me this. Very, very nice. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
I want to say only one thing. Thank you, Gum. Yes. You have fulfilled my dreams. Ma'am, I just want to say a few words. I want to give a vote of thanks to Ogam and TYAcon, especially Chitalkar sir, Savita ma'am, Kurkure ma'am. It was in 2018 when I attended first TYAcon of mine, and there I had already given first attempt of my NEET examination and I had prepared कि अब तो आयुर्वेद मिलेगा और वही करना है. But then after seeing Chitalkar sir, Ritu ma'am, everyone, I thought कि नहीं और अटेम्प्ट देते हैं, बिकॉज मैंने सपना तो देखा था मेडिकल ऑन्कोलॉजी या फिर ऑन्कोलॉजी टीम में जाने का. आयुर्वेद won't give me that opportunity.
And from that time it took me 3 attempts. बट वो एक डेडिकेशन आ गया कि सर आर्मी में रह के फिर उसके बाद उन्होंने इतना सब कुछ किया है. I also had a dream of entering army, but then due to this and all, so at that time I thought, and from that time जो डेडिकेशन है वो हटा ही नहीं. और उस चीज को हासिल करने में उगम, जैसे अभी आप लोग इतना सब कुछ सेशन ऑर्गेनाइज करके मेन जो कंक्लूजन ये निकाल रहे हैं कि वी शुड हैव अ सर्वाइवरशिप प्लेटफॉर्म. सर्वाइवर्स हैव मेनी issues and many views on everything, but if there is a platform they'll express it. So ugam बनाया कुरकुरे मैम ने, आप लोगों ने सबने, so वो सब चीज से बहुत फायदा होता है मैम. And I would suggest every state oncology team to develop such thing in their city, their state. Thank you ma'am. Thanks a lot to everyone.
Artist of your own life. Don't hand the paintbrush to anyone else. And with this presentation, बिल्कुल दिख रहा है कि आप लोग बिल्कुल ready नहीं हो to hand over your paintbrush to anyone. And I'm sure very soon you will create a society of your own where you can have all the freedom to express, to do as you want. So moving on to next, I would like to invite Dr. Captain Ritu Biani, dental surgeon, adventurer, and motivational speaker, breast cancer warrior, for a surprise video.
Sandeep, I think before I take you all on the highways, I would like Sandeep to first give his presentation. Sandeep, आपने कल संदीप को सुना है और उसका जो second half of his life story will be now.
शुक्रिया मैम, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. एक बार फिर से आप सारे लोग के बीच में आने का अवसर मिला, तो धन्यवाद. हम चाहते हैं कि डीजी स्वास्थ्य की सारी टीम स्टेज पर आ जाए जल्दी से. 10 सेकंड. सो आज का लंच बहुत बेहतरीन होने वाला है. जो भी कुछ चीजें आप लोग जा रहे हैं स्क्रीन पर देखने के लिए, वो अपने आप में बहुत बड़ी बात है. अभी सुबह के समय पर हम लोग एक सर को सुन रहे थे, मेघालय से सर आए हुए थे, राइट. तो सर बता रहे थे कि 8 घंटे लग जाते हैं पेशेंट्स को हॉस्पिटल तक आने में, और जिस टाइम पर जो केसेस बहुत ज्यादा बिगड़ जाता है बहुत बार. तो आज का दिन हम सारे लोग के लिए बहुत बड़ा दिन है. तो कल जो बात छुट्टी थी तो डिजी स्वास्थ्य की, यानी 2020 के बाद की जर्नी, तो वो हम लोग बहुत ही छोटे समय में देखेंगे, क्योंकि पीपीटी दिखाऊंगा तो लंबा समय चला जाएगा. तो आज कल रात को ही हमारा इंट्रोडक्टरी फिल्म जो है रेडी होकर के आई है, और एक सर है वो स्पेशली जो है यूपी आए हुए थे इसका शूटिंग के लिए. विदित उनका नाम है, विदित जी हैं. तो उस फिल्म का स्क्रीनिंग है आज. तो आप लोग के सामने फर्स्ट टाइम जो है डिजी स्वास्थ्य का वीडियो जा रहा है प्रेजेंट होने. तो हम चाहते हैं कि उस वीडियो को चलाया जाए, और चलाने से पहले हम चाहते हैं कि चितालकर सर स्टेज पर आ जाएं, और कुरकुरे मैम आ जाएं प्लीज, और सविता मैम आप भी आ जाइए स्टेज पर, रितु मैम. और हम चाहते हैं कि हम सारे लोग के लिए एक बार जोरदार तालियां प्लीज. और साथ में ही हमारे साथ उपस्थित हैं सिन्हा सर हैं फाइजर से. हम चाहते हैं सर आप भी आ जाए स्टेज पर प्लीज. तो ये सब गणमान्य लोग जो स्टेज पर है, आज जान लीजिए हमारे लिए बहुत 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 बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी है ये कि यहाँ पर आप लोग के सामने हम जा रहे हैं डीजे स्वास्थ्य का तो फिल्म दिखाने के लिए। तो आप लोग अपनी लाइव में ऐसा कुछ स्क्रीनिंग वाला मोमेंट देखा भी नहीं था और ना ही किया था, तो ये फर्स्ट टाइम है। आई डोंट नो मतलब किस तरह से जा रही चीजें, बट बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप सारे लोग को। और हम चाहते हैं कि वीडियो को शुरू किया जाए। 1 मिनट हम भी आएंगे फोटो में।
मतलब इस तरह से भी बोल सकते हैं जैसे वो गांव-गांव बिजली के तार दौड़ाएंगे, जवन का वो किया नहीं करके दिखाएंगे। वो एक गाना है, वो उसका मुझे याद आ रहा है कि नेताजी थे, वो बोलते थे कि गांव में गली-गली में तार पहुंचाएंगे बिजली का और बिजली आएगी। आज के 10 साल पहले बिजली नहीं रहती थी गाँव में, और जो कोई नहीं किया है वो करके दिखाएंगे, ऐसा चीज।
का सीन, ये हमारा सेंटर।
मेन लक्षण है वो ये है कि हम कैसे प्राइमरी हेल्थ केयर को सुलभ और उसको कैसे किफ़ायती बनाएं। इसके लिए डिजिस्वास्थ्य क्या करता है कि डॉक्टर्स को, जो कि बड़े शहरों से है, कनेक्ट करता है गांव में बैठे लोगों को। अब इससे क्या होता है कि जब तक जो डिजीज़ है वो लेटर स्टेज पे पहुंच जाता है, तब जाके पेशेंट्स हॉस्पिटल जाते हैं। पर हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि गांव में ये जो बीमारियां हैं पहले ही स्टेज पे डिटेक्ट हो जाए। तो इससे क्या होता है कि जो ट्रीटमेंट में उनको पैसा देना पड़ता है वो कम हो जाएगा। उनको दूर दूर के शहर के हॉस्पिटल में जाके ट्रीटमेंट कराने की ज़रूरत नहीं है।
लोगों को भरोसा नहीं होता था। लोग का क्या है कि जब तक हमें इंजेक्शन नहीं लगेगा, सुई नहीं लगेगा, आला नहीं डॉक्टर लगाएंगे, तब तक इलाज जो है संभव नहीं है या हम ठीक नहीं होंगे। तो वो उस टाइम पे जो है दूर से रह कर के डॉक्टर किस तरह से इलाज करेंगे, वो एक बात थी। तो हम लोग उसके लिए लोगों को जो है जानकारी दिए और लोगों को जागरूक किए इसको लेकर के कि आपका जो बेसिक जो जांच होता है, वाइटल्स जो चेक होता है, जैसे हाइट, वेट, टेम्परेचर, शुगर, ब्लड प्रेशर, ये सारी जांच जो है हमारी टीम जो है वो करती है। और करके उसका जो वाइटल्स का जो रिपोर्ट होता है वो डॉक्टर को शेयर करते हैं। और फिर जो है डॉक्टर से ऑनलाइन कंसल्टेशन होता है। डॉक्टर जो प्रिस्क्रिप्शन देते हैं और पेशेंट को जो प्रिंट करके दिया जाता है। अब सेंटर लाने के बाद में फिर हम लोग जो गांव पे जाना चालू किए।
पर हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि हम कैसे डिजिस्वास्थ्य जो है गवर्नमेंट के साथ काम करते हुए और अपने कम्युनिटी के साथ काम करते हुए हम कैसे जो ये बर्डन है वो कम कर सके हमारे हेल्थ केयर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पे, हेल्थ केयर का सिस्टम जो है उस पर। अगर हर जगह पे छोटे छोटे ऐसे प्राइमरी हेल्थ केयर सेंटर होंगे, डिजिस्वास्थ्य का जैसे टेलीमेडिसिन सेंटर है, तो हम जो सिर्फ क्रॉनिक सीरियस केसेस हैं उनको हम आगे तक भेज सकते हैं टर्शरी केयर में, सेकेंडरी केयर में। आप नॉर्मल खांसी, फीवर के लिए, हर उस चीज़ के लिए आप हॉस्पिटल जाने की जरूरत नहीं है आपको।
कोई भी समस्या है जैसे कि कमर दर्द, घुटने का दर्द, गठिया, कैंसर।
एक स्टडी भी आई थी 2018 में लैंसेट की, जिसमें उन्होंने बताया था कि इंडिया सबसे नीचे रैंक किया है और पैरामीटर ये था कि लोग लैक ऑफ एक्सेसिबिलिटी से नहीं, लैक ऑफ क्वालिटी केयर से ज़्यादा मर रहे हैं। अभी इंडिया में 18 लाख रजिस्टर्ड मेडिकल प्रैक्टिशनर्स की कमी है। अब डिजिस्वास्थ्य के थ्रू हम वो, ऐसा नहीं है कि हम डॉक्टर्स का नंबर बढ़ा रहे हैं, बट एटलीस्ट जो डॉक्टर्स करेंटली है और क्वालिफाइड है, प्रैक्टिस कर रहे हैं, उनको हम कनेक्ट करा सकते हैं गाँव के लोगों से।
जो गांव के लोग होते हैं बहुत गरीब होते हैं और उन लोग मेडिसिन नहीं खरीद पाते हैं, तो हम लोगों ने सोचा है जो लोकल के जो एनजीओ हैं वो लोग जो मेडिसिन मुहैया कराते हैं उन लोगों के साथ कोलैबोरेशन करेंगे और उनके साथ कोलैबोरेशन करके मेडिसिन भी हम लोगों को देने का प्रयास करेंगे।
मेरी ट्रीटमेंट
में कैंसर डायग्नोस होने के लिए 6 महीने से ज़्यादा लगा था। इस दौरान मैंने अपने बॉडी के कुछ पार्ट्स भी खोए, तो मैं नहीं चाहूँगा कि जिस हिसाब से मेरे को प्रॉब्लम हुआ है दूसरे इंसान को किसी और बीमारी की वजह से कुछ प्रॉब्लम हो जाए।
हम सोच रहे हैं कि जो बच्चों का भी ट्रीटमेंट चल रहा है, उनके मम्मी पापा, उनकी फैमिली वालों, उनको इतना तकलीफ ना हो, उनके ख्याल रखने के लिए हम ऐसा बनना चाह रहे हैं।
वही हमको अभी दिक्कत कीमो में हमको दिक्कत होता था, तो यहाँ से ऑनलाइन बात होता था। हम लोग दवा यहाँ से कई बार ले चुके हैं। जैसे उल्टी होता है, घबराहट होता है, तो कई बार ऑनलाइन हम डॉक्टर को दिखाए हैं यहाँ से। कितने कैंसर पेशेंट सुनते ही लोग कहते हैं अब ये नहीं ठीक होंगे। सभी लोग, हम भी सुन के ऐसा लगा था कि अब हम नहीं ठीक होंगे। तो हम चाहते हैं कि लोग इससे लड़ने की क्षमता रखें, और लोगों से ये भी कहना चाहते हैं कि कैंसर से डरे ना, लड़े और ठीक हों।
शुक्रिया, बहुत बहुत
बात
धन्यवाद।
है 2007 की, जब मुझको दाहिने हाथ में तो दर्द चालू हुआ और दर्द के साथ में सूजन हुआ और वो बहुत ज़्यादा दर्द होता था। गोरखपुर में बायोप्सी होता है और डॉक्टर बोलते हैं कि अभी बोन कैंसर हो गया है और हाथ निकालना पड़ेगा यहाँ से। और उसके बाद भी जो है ज़िंदगी बचेगी कि नहीं, उसके बारे में कोई डॉक्टर जो है बता नहीं रहे थे। और पापा जी जो है रोने लगे उस टाइम पे, और अगले ही दिन हम लोग मुंबई जाते हैं। उसी टाइम पे जो है सोच बनी थी कि आगे चल कर के जो है सोशल फील्ड में काम करना है और दूसरे लोग के लिए, हेल्थ के लिए काम करना है।
शुक्रिया, बहुत 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 धन्यवाद आप सारे लोग को। तो ये 2 साल की दास्तान थी जो अभी 7 मिनट में आप लोग के सामने दिखाई गई है। और हम चाहते हैं कि अगर आप लोग के पास में कोई भी सवाल है, क्वेश्चन है, सजेशंस है, फीडबैक है, तो जरूर हमारे साथ में शेयर करें और बताएं और सवाल रख सकते हैं। या सवाल से पहले कि ये जो फिल्म देखे हैं वो कैसा लगा आप लोग को? शुक्रिया, थैंक यू सो वेरी मच, थैंक यू। या मैम, आप, हम चाहते हैं कि आप अपनी गाड़ी से आए उस रास्ते पर। या यस सर।
आई हैव अ क्वेश्चन, लाइक पेरिफेरल साइट पे, विलेज में, गांव में, जहाँ से आप लोग पेशेंट का कंसल्ट कराते हैं, तो यू कैरी योर इक्विपमेंट विथ यू एंड यू हायर अ रूम, या यू हैव फिक्स्ड एरियाज वेयर पेशेंट गोज?
यस सर। तो सर इसका जो सेटअप होता है सर, सबसे पहले हम लोग देखते हैं कि सबसे ज्यादा किस जगह पर इसकी इतनी नीड है। उसके बाद में हमारी टीम उधर जाती है और गांव-गांव में जाकर के लोगों से बात करती है, घर-घर बात करती है। तो नीड असेसमेंट वाली जो बात होती है वो सब देख करके फिर एक सेंटर पॉइंट पे हम लोग एक सेंटर डालते हैं अपना, डिजी स्वास्थ्य टेलीमेडिसिन सेंटर। और वहां पर जो है पूरा इक्विपमेंट्स होता है, मेडिकल इक्विपमेंट्स होते हैं, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक डिवाइसेस होते हैं, लैपटॉप स्क्रीन, ये सब चीजें होता है। और प्लस जो है टीम होती है। तो टीम जो हमारे पास में होती है उनको हम लोग जनरली जो हमारे पास लोग हैं ग्रेजुएट लोग हैं, वो किसी भी फॉर्म में है, या तो उनको हम लोग शुरू का 3 महीने जो है इंटर्नशिप दिलाते हैं, ट्रेनिंग दिलाते हैं। और उसके बाद में वो सीख जाते हैं वाइटल्स चेक करना और एज वेल एज किस तरह से पेशेंट से बात करना है, वो सारी चीजें। तो अब जो किट बनाया जाता है मेडिकल डिवाइसेस का, उसको लेकर के लोग गांव-गांव में जाते हैं। गाड़ी जैसे आपने देखा है, तो हम लोग को लास्ट दिवाली में महिंद्रा बोलेरो जो है स्पॉन्सर मिला एक सीएसआर के थ्रू। तो वो गाड़ी से जो है टीम गांव-गांव में जाती है, गांव में कैंप लगाते हैं। कैंप लगाने के साथ में अवेयरनेस मतलब अलग-अलग डिसीज को लेकर के देते हैं, और वाइटल साइन उनका चेक होता है गांव में ही, और उधर से ही डॉक्टर से कंसल्टेशन दिलाते हैं। या मैम
कोई कनेक्टिविटी?
यस मैम।
और कनेक्टिविटी इश्यूज लाइक
तो सर हम लोग ये चीज भी देखते हैं कि वहां पर कौन सा सिम कार्ड चल रहा है, कौन सा नेटवर्क है, तो वो चीजें देख करके उस तरह से आगे बढ़ते हैं। तो खास करके लगभग 90% जो जगह होता है जियो का नेट वहां पर होता है, अदरवाइज एयरटेल आइडिया और सब, तो वो सब बैकअप हमारे पास में होता है। या फिर जब हम लोग जाते हैं तो देखते हैं कि गांव में एक जगह कौन सा है जिस जगह पर अच्छा नेट आता है।
इसमें आई थिंक सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट इशू ये होता है कि अगर पेरिफेरल साइड पे आपने कुछ प्रॉब्लम आइडेंटिफाई करी, जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल किसी के मुंह में गांठ है या छाला है जो कैंसर का छाला हो सकता है, तो फिर नेक्स्ट स्टेप क्या होता है? हाउ डू यू हेल्प द पेशेंट देन? और अगर कहाँ पे भेजेंगे उसको, XYZ हॉस्पिटल में, ABC हॉस्पिटल में? Who decides that and how do you decide that?
या सो सर इतने समय हमारे पास में टोटल 126 डॉक्टर ऑन बोर्ड हैं, और जो भी डिसीज से संबंधित होते हैं ऐसे डॉक्टर से हम लोग उनको एक्सपर्ट ओपिनियन दिलाते हैं, और उसके बाद में उनको रिफर करते हैं। तो जो यूपी के पेशेंट्स होते हैं ज्यादातर वो लोग लखनऊ में जाते हैं, और बनारस में टाटा का सेंटर है उधर जाते हैं, और जिनकी खुद की इच्छा है नहीं हमको मुंबई जाना है, तो हम लोग फिर उनको मुंबई भेजते हैं। मुंबई में जो लोकल एनजीओस है उनके साथ जोड़ते हैं, सोशल वर्क डिपार्टमेंट के साथ जोड़ते हैं, और साथ में जो है जो सरकार की स्कीम्स है, हॉस्पिटल का सपोर्ट सिस्टम है, वो सब चीजों की जानकारी देते हैं, और साथ में मेक श्योर करते हैं कि उनका ओपीडी हो, उनका ट्रीटमेंट हो, और उनका फॉलोअप जो है टाइम टू टाइम हमारी टीम करती रहती है। या जी मैम। सो मैम वो मीन्स हिंदी में ये बात बोलता है कि हम डिजि स्वास्थ्य की तरफ से आए हुए हैं। अगर आपको किसी भी प्रकार की समस्या है, परेशानी है, दिक्कत है, तो आप लोग इस जगह पर आ जाइए। आपके गांव में कैंप लगा रहे हैं, और आपका फ्री में मतलब निःशुल्क जांच हो जाएगा, और साथ में डॉक्टर से आपको कंसल्टेशन दिलाया जाएगा। तो डॉक्टर्स कहाँ के हैं वो भी चीजें वहां पर मेंशन है, जिस तरह से तो जेजे हॉस्पिटल, हिंदुजा हॉस्पिटल, और अपोलो हॉस्पिटल्स हो गए, नायर हॉस्पिटल, केईएम हॉस्पिटल, टाटा हॉस्पिटल, एम्स हॉस्पिटल दिल्ली, सफदरजंग हॉस्पिटल दिल्ली। तो इस तरह से जो है हॉस्पिटल्स के डॉक्टर्स का एक अच्छा नेटवर्क बना हुआ है, और इंक्लूडिंग चितालगढ़ सर्वे जो लोग मतलब ऑनको के जो पेशेंट्स होते हैं, सर भी उनको जो है एक्सपर्ट ओपिनियन देते हैं बराबर। या सो मैम अभी जो लेटेस्ट डेटा है अराउंड 350 गांव में हम लोग जाकर के कैंप लगाए हुए हैं, और टोटल 10,500 लोग को ऑनलाइन कंसल्टेशन दिलाए हैं, जिसमें से 65 to 70% क्योर रेट है। या थैंक यू। सो या और ज्यादा समय ना लेकर के अगर आप में से किसी का कोई सवाल होगा या विचार होगा, तो मैं अभी बिल्कुल शाम तक हूँ। आप लोग 1-to-1 में भी मिल करके क्वेश्चन कर सकते हैं। सो थैंक यू सो वेरी मच। एक बार फिर से बहुत 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 धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Mr. Sandeep. Now, with this, we move on to our next session, which is on access and appropriate care. And the chairperson for this is Dr. Vikas Asati, Associate Professor of Medical Oncology, SAIMS, Indore. So may we have you, sir?
So, good afternoon, everyone. For the next session, we have Dr. Pooja Reddy from our own institute. She is a professor and head at pharmacology department at SIMS Indore. And the topic that has been allotted to her is the pharmacology unique to TYA cancer patient. So basically pharmacology and pharmacogenetics. So we welcome you, ma'am.
नहीं नहीं ठीक ठीक है ठीक ठीक है no 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 I'm comfortable. Very good afternoon everyone. I got so carried away and emotional with the things. It got so touchy and the whole life of mine came as a flashback in front of me, as I myself has been a polio patient and my mother has been a cancer survivor. So the entire life came as a flashback and I almost forgot what my topic was today. So again, I got a bit spiritually elevated, I think, but I'll have to come to my topic. Otherwise, Chitalkar sir will tell, I didn't call you here to get yourself spiritually elevated. You have some work to do. So at the outset, I would, thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir, once again. At the outset, I would like to record my gratitude to Chitalkar sir and TYAcon team for giving me this opportunity as a pharmacologist to talk in front of all the stalwarts of oncology. Coming to the topic today is the applied aspects of pharmacogenetics in oncology. So as we all know, what is pharmacogenetics is, it is defined as the study of genetic basis for inter-individual variation in the drug response. So my two patients of same marital status, maybe say 30-35-year-old female, married, having 2 kids, 3 kids or 1 kid, with almost normal general condition of the body. One of my patient is responding to the same anti-cancer drug, whereas the other one is not responding. On the contrary, having some side effects. And then as oncologist, I'm getting confused. Why such variations? So here the answer in the hypothesis is maybe pharmacogenetics. These two terms, pharmacogenetics and pharmacogenomics, they are often used interchangeably. But there is a slight difference. Pharmacogenetics generally refers to the monogenetic variant that affect drug response, whereas pharmacogenomics, it refers to the entire spectrum of the gene. So if we are studying just single gene, it is pharmacogenetics. And if we are studying the entire genome of the person, it is pharmacogenomics that define the drug efficacy and the safety. So if my cancer is related to multiple genes, if I'm studying a single gene, it's genetics, and effect of all the genes can be called as pharmacogenomics. So all the patients here with the same diagnosis, but some of the patients are having benefit plus toxicity. The one group of patients are not showing any benefit, neither they are having any toxicity. One group is having no benefit, only toxicity, whereas the other one is having benefit and no toxicity. Why this variation? So the goal of pharmacogenomics are to optimize the drug therapy and limit the drug toxicity based on an individual's genetic profile. This is all the history of Human Genome Project. As we all know, this project is still under infancy and we are using it for very few diseases. And
The pharmacogenetics, I would call it as more relevant for oncology. Why is, if there is some variation, if the medicine is not active, अगर कोई दवाई किसी disease के लिए effective नहीं है, probably the disease is not bothering. Like for diabetes, अगर कुछ new diagnose हुआ है, I'll change the drug. If the patient is not responding, trial and error से काम चल सकता है. But when it comes to oncology, we want to be very specific because, as we all know, it can be life-threatening. The genetic variations can be associated with pharmacokinetics and pharmacodynamics. So I don't want you all to bore with the core pharmacology concepts of second year of MBBS, dealing with all what the pharmacokinetics and pharmacodynamics is. Just the brief heading is the metabolism and the drug transporter. It is related to pharmacokinetics, whereas the receptor and what the drug does to the body is the pharmacodynamics. यहाँ पे जो सबसे important है, it is the metabolizing enzyme. Phase 1 enzymes in which we have cytochrome P450 group. In phase 2 we have N-acetyl transferase and thiopurine S-methyl transferase. Of course, there are many more examples, but I would like to stick to examples which are related to oncology. CYP3A45. This is involved in metabolism of many of the oncology drugs, such as cyclophosphamide, docetaxel, etoposide, ifosfamide, and many more. CYP2D6 is involved in up to 1/4 of all the drugs which are used clinically. अब इसमें हमारे पास 4 different phenotypes of patients हो सकते हैं. Some of them can be poor metabolizer, the intermediate metabolizer, extensive metabolizer, and ultra rapid. अब जो person ultra rapid metabolizer है, उसमें medicine बहुत rapidly break down होगा. The person may not get enough medication at normal doses. Whereas the other person who is normal metabolizer, इसमें breaks down medications normally, has normal amounts of medication at normal doses. हम लोग maximum दवाइयाँ इस dose in person के लिए बनाते हैं. But how many % of our patients fall in this category of normal metabolizer is the question that we should all think. Then we have intermediate metabolizer and poor metabolizer. Poor metabolizer may experience many side effects at normal doses also. For example, we have tamoxifen. Tamoxifen is metabolized with the enzymes CYP2D6 and CYP3A45. इसके active metabolites, endoxifen, which will be more potent. What will happen to poor metabolizer? अगर हमने ये दवाई poor metabolizer को दिया तो क्या होगा? There will be no effect of the drug, and on the contrary, there can be recurrent of breast cancer and worse relapse-free survival. Clinical implications: women with variants in these genes may have altered metabolism of tamoxifen. One allele, CYP2D6 allele 2A, is an extensive metabolizer allele which has been associated with increased efficacy. ये एक वेबसाइट का लिंक है, PharmGKB, जिसमें अगर आप जाएंगे तो it can be very helpful for all the oncologists. अगर हम किसी पेशेंट का जेनेटिक टेस्टिंग कराते हैं, आपको बिल्कुल अपना दिमाग भी ना लगाएं, डायरेक्ट इस साइट पे जाके अगर आप डालें, वहां पे दिया हुआ है कि अगर इतना % रिपोर्ट आ रहा है तो which drug is more suitable for such type of patient. ये एक चिप था, it was developed by Roche, Ampli chip CYP450 test. It was used for analyzing 27 types of CYP2D6 and 3 variants of CYP-C19. But I doubt ये इंडिया में अभी भी available नहीं है. It is available in other countries. So we hope that soon such kind of tests and chips should be available in India as well. This is another example of a drug as a thiopurine. अगर इसमें हमने वो मेटाबोलाइट ज्यादा है, अगर xanthine oxidase enzyme है, it will get cleared from the body. अगर TPMT metabolize करेगा, it again gets cleared from the body. And if we have these enzymes active, then only it will have the clinical benefit and the immunosuppression. Clinical implications: consider an alternate agent or extreme dose reduction of mercaptopurine for patients who are TPMT poor metabolizers. Another example is normal cell. HER2 receptor present is a normal cell and in HER2 positive cell. Again, Herceptin should only be used in patients, of course, you all know better than me, with metastatic or early breast cancer whose tumors have either HER2 overexpression or HER2 gene amplification. Again, this has been taken from Farm GKB, this website, and this was label used for trastuzumab. तो अगर आप उस वेबसाइट पे देखेंगे तो कुछ ड्रग्स का लेबल भी है, और लेबल पे ये होता है जो कि बहुत लोग नहीं पढ़ते हैं, बहुत डॉक्टर्स भी इग्नोर कर जाते हैं. लेबल पे भी ये सारे डिटेल्स उसमें उसके साथ अवेलेबल होते हैं और होने चाहिए. Some companies may or may not be putting them. What are the applications of pharmacogenetics? ये इतना pharmacogenetics का अभी हम लोग क्या कहाँ अप्लाई कर सकते हैं टू पर्सनलाइज द मेडिसिन. ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन हमारा फंडा है one size fits all, and you may land up with success, or you may land up with adverse effects, you may land up with no effect at all. If the genetic testing is being done, the medicine can be personalized, which can help in reduction of toxicity and increase in efficacy. It can lead to drug discovery and development. Yes, of course, pharmacoeconomics is one major concern with pharmacogenetic testing. सब यही सोचते हैं कि बहुत महंगा टेस्ट होता है. Of course, ये बहुत costly test है, but we are hoping that the test become available and be a bit less costly, economical, so that the patients can afford and doctors, they start suggesting. And hence, herefore, in Aurobindo Medical College, we will be soon starting with the pharmacogenetic testing. Initially, we'll start it with research purpose. Later on, we can put it in our routine. Less treatment failure and less adverse drug reaction will be seen. Now, coming to the topic of cancers of adolescents and young adults. जो भी common cancers हैं, brain tumors हैं, leukemias हैं. So, I would like to take one common example of commonly used drug in leukemia, that is L-asparginase. Aspargin, as you all know, is a protein which is required by the cell for its development, synthesis, and cell growth. Asparginase is one enzyme which breaks aspargine into aspartic acid and ammonia. L-asparginase synthase, अगर normal cell में है present, तो the aspargine can be produced, whereas in cancer cells it cannot. The problems that most of the oncologists are facing with the use of this L-asparginase drug are the toxicities. It is having many toxicities: hypersensitivity, hepatotoxicity, thrombosis, pancreatitis, hypertriglyceridemia, etc. Again, you people are better knowledgeable in this aspect than me. What I want to bring your focus on this is one research paper I searched for, in which we are having, this is pegylated asparginase, and we have all the toxicities. If we look at the risk factors, most of the toxicities, for example, the first one, hypersensitivity, it is linked to HLA, some kind of polymorphism. If you see hyperbilirubinemia, it is hyperbilirubinemia, it is linked to CC genotype of some kind of polymorphism. Pancreatitis, hypertriglyceridemia, and rest all. So what I mean to say is, जो भी side effect आप लोग commonly देख रहे हैं, हो सकता है वो किसी type का genetic polymorphism के वजह से हो रहा हो. Because we cannot find any other hypothesis as of now, neither do we have the genetic report of the person. So if you have the genetic report, probably we'll be in better position to judge whether the person will have that side effect, the severe side effect, or not. Now coming to some part of pharmacokinetics, because of course all this is a very vast topic and I would like to summarize it in the allotted time. So coming to the pharmacokinetics of the anti-cancer drugs, on drug administration, if the drug is orally taken, it has to go through absorption. If it is given by intravenous route, it will be directly distributed, metabolized, and eliminated. Now, absorption. Absorption is, अगर orally tablet लिया है, so of course it will go into the stomach. It will be affected by the pH of the stomach. अगर weekly basic drug है, it will not be absorbed. अगर weekly acidic drug है, it will be absorbed. Then if the drug is taken, for example, tyrosine kinase inhibitors, if it is taken with some drug which is supposed to reduce acidity, some proton pump inhibitor, H2 blockers, it will affect the absorption of the drug. And so this is the example, and the graph also shows the concentration of our tyrosine kinase inhibitor with the PPI, that is proton pump inhibitor. डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन में प्लाज्मा प्रोटीन बाइंडिंग का एक बहुत बड़ा कंट्रीब्यूशन है, स्पेशली इन एंटी कैंसर ड्रग्स, बिकॉज most of the drugs are plasma protein bound, and if we are giving more than 1 or 2 drugs, there can be drug displacement reactions and there can be drug interactions. तो ये सब बहुत ज्यादा कॉन्शियसली हमको एफर्ट लेना है. मेटाबॉलिज्म में, as we have already discussed, many enzymes which are supposed to metabolize the anti-cancer drugs, then there can, if the person is taking some antibiotic or antiviral, there can be enzyme inhibition. The person is on another drug which can induce the enzyme, which may again lead to drug interactions. There are some examples of drug interactions related to elimination of the drug. For example, erlotinib, accumulation of cisplatin in renal tubular cells was thought to be inhibited if the erlotinib is given along with it. Similarly, a drug interaction between imatinib and methotrexate has been postulated. However, the positive effects of renal drug transporter changes on the pharmacokinetics of kinase inhibitors and on the toxicity profile of co-administered requires further elucidation. So, of course, I won't go too much into the pharmacological concepts, but what we mean to conclude is, if we go for pharmacogenetic testing, as of now, we have the barriers of availability and the costing of pharmacogenetic testing. But if we go in the detail, we'll be in better position to reduce the side effect, to reduce the overall cost, and to increase the efficacy of the patient. So that was all from my side as a pharmacologist. Thank you very much.
So thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful presentation. And for the next session, yeah, so for the next section, we have Dr. Colonel Amol Patel, sir, and I think everyone knows him very well. And he is an authority in, at least in, gallbladder cancer. And for today's presentation, the topic is real world resolution for improving access to the care. I welcome you, sir. And he will be also available for question answer session in the after this presentation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, thank you, Colonel Chitalkar sir, for inviting me for this Indore TYAcon conference. As I have always been compared with Colonel Chitalkar, we have kind of a chemistry with each other, but I am extremely sorry that I couldn't come physically out there in Indore, the cleanest city of India. So my topic today of the talk is the real world resolution of improving access to care in India. Why I am saying resolution? Because there are multiple things happened over last 6 months, particularly studies from Tata Memorial Hospital, wherein the access to medicine can be improved in India phenomenally with the results the way they came in. And I have been working for improving the access to care, as you all know, for now a couple of years, or in fact for last 5 years, we are coming with the various ideas how to overcome the hurdles in improving the access. But when we say as access to care, there are multiple parameters of it. So there are logistic issues, cost issues, and newer drugs. So let's take one by one. When I say logistic issues, I personally belong to a rural environment, a small village in northern Maharashtra. Till date, whenever I get the call from local patients, either relative or acquaintance or maybe somebody else, the first thing which comes in mind, where to refer them, where to send them. The nearest any kind of oncology service is either Dhule, either that Nasik, or maybe Surat. You can imagine the plight of the patient, where to go, which doctor to consult. After that, if the treatment started, where all you're going to go and see that. So this kind of environment is always there for the patient and their relatives, and somehow the ecosystem in our country has not yet been created. But if you really see the way the such kind of issues were tackled in the past by the Tata Memorial Hospital in Mumbai, they have constructed a building for the caretakers who can stay there and pursue the long-term cancer treatment. Similar to this, there are issues with the radiation therapy. So this topic is more of a national level, policy level kind of a talk, wherein as a doctor, how can we contribute is all about guiding the patient, making some arrangements for them, and how can we make the cost-effective treatment. We always look into that matter. There are many issues like diagnostic delays, treatment waiting time, then palliative care services. When there is in a patient where in the there are no much of options, but these days, in fact, the palliative care services are advised from the beginning of the start of the treatment itself. Such kind of a palliative care services are available, but they are not into mainstream line. In fact, the government of Maharashtra, they have their own palliative care policy. For matter, every district places, they have made availability of the opioids like morphine. It is available at the district level hospitals. So how can we improve this access to treatment? How the government, the NGOs, and the other agencies can come together and address this matter on a priority and get the best thing and make our patient pain-free. Similarly, it always a question how you manage these patients, like whether end of care issues, if the hospital based or home based, there are a lot of areas where we can improve upon. The biggest challenge, which I feel, it is the cost. We have built up in the past Taj Mahal, or you have the bigger statues than the figure which I have shown in the slide. We all know how much the money or the human resources have been utilized. But when you see the cost aspect behind it, it is phenomenal. And when this comes to treatment of the patient, with the cancer diagnosis, with the way the newer targeted therapies, immunotherapies, and bioengineered molecules are coming up, they are not less than such kind of a huge pyramids. So the cost factor is really a big challenge, and it is not that it is the only the problem of our own environment. No, it is everywhere. This cost issues, bankruptcy is everywhere in the world, especially though low and middle income countries. But see what happens in America. Even in US, the cancer treatment leads to bankruptcy in almost 42% of the patients in 2 to 3 years of their cancer diagnosis. This is a very nice article published in Clinical Research, wherein what they have analyzed is all the insurance, and they said whether it is a death or a debt. So these are alarming, and such kind of figures are also there in our country. And from India also there was a large database analysis wherein in that also we whatever this Anshika Dhankar published it about the healthcare expenditure. The out-of-pocket expenditure is around 50 to 60% of our patients. In that, patients they borrow money from their friends, they sell off their properties to fund the cancer treatment. See, this is the lung cancer slide. You know, there are many options are available. Some of them are not available in India, but they are hugely expensive. So financial toxicity is a bigger aspect. Every aspect of such kind of access to care is important, but this is one of the very challenging subject these days. So we come with some of the examples. How can we negotiate, or how can we reduce such kind of financial toxicity related problems in our country? The first thing, this is the low dose abiraterone, that 250 milligram with meals versus the way the standard dose is there, 1000 milligram empty stomach. So we did the survey-based analysis, and we could figure out that 90% of our medical oncologists in the country, they were agreeing to use 250 milligram of abiraterone post meals in our setup when there are economical issues are there. Today only I got to know that the abiraterone prices are now getting again escalated, and the some of the branded companies, it's again around 10,000 per month expenditure in the market. That the cost might be higher on that. If you can bring this cost to 1/4 without reducing the more of the outcomes in terms of PFS and OS, where is the problem for not using it? And exactly that was we published this in JCO Global Oncology. Second of our work came with this Oncotype DX. Some of the investigations, they are hugely expensive, like Oncotype DX. It is used for predicting the benefit with the chemotherapy or not in early breast cancer, so that patient can get rid of the long-term side effects of the chemotherapy. The cost of Oncotype DX in United States is based on what are the chemotherapy expenditure can be obviated by this utility of this test. But in India, if you see that in early breast cancer, hormone positive, if you just give 4 cycles of DC, this basically docetaxel and cyclophosphamide, the cost is less than I believe 40,000, and maybe less than in other further less than the other centers. If that is so, are we really getting benefited? And the idea behind writing this about the Oncotype DX, it came to me when I was working at AIMS, and one of the patient from government funded agency came to me. She argued with that it should be done. It is advised by somebody else. It's okay, you do it. And after doing that test, like spending those days 2.2 lakh rupees, and then she came to me and said, "Nahi, mujhe abhi to chemo lena hai." Oh my God. So the whole concept of doing the Oncotype DX, it's been spoiled. How can we move further? So that is exactly we said, we wrote in this article about how to see any investigation, particularly if it is available, but it is beyond the I would not say cost-effective analysis would do for such kind of a test, but is beyond the imagination of any country wherein you are just spending a small test, which is 5 times more costly than the simple algorithms, what we say, or the simple chemotherapies in such situation. Similar to this, we also come with this fulvestrant dosing. We all know that the company spent a lot of time in figuring out the dosing of the fulvestrant trials. But when it comes to the final analysis, it was all statistical analysis. Mind it, the trial which was done for the dosing for the fulvestrant, it was based on concept of statistical analysis, the way they have figured out the last final dose of 500. And when the comparator arm, you see the loading dose was omitted of 500. Otherwise, before that, we were using 500 and then 250 milligram, 14 days, 28 days, and then monthly. But when the trial was done, the loading dose was omitted out, and there was only 1 month of difference in PFS. And in fact, those were the primary objectives. And when finally they said it is on long-term, overall survival is going to 4 months, but that was statistical assumption. When it comes on ground, if you are giving the fulvestrant and if the half doses can be used, why it shouldn't be used? Again, the same thing, working at All India Institute, the same argument I put to myself. A rickshaw driver, owner who earns around 25 to 30,000, and he says, I have to run my family. How can I go about such treatment? I also want to give something to my wife. So in such situation, we also come with this write-up in JCO Global Oncology. Beyond this, our group also come on the immunotherapy dosing. If the Canada can accept the standard 2 milligram per kg every 3 weeks vis-a-vis comparison to 200 milligram every 3 weeks, why we can't adopt such kind of a policy in our country? Where is the problem? You can share the vials, and this is not one way that somebody has come. This everything has come from the phase 1 and phase 2 studies, in the pharmacokinetic studies, wherein you have adequate enough evidence that the molecular dosing is whatever the dosing of the immunomodulators drugs, it is as per the convenience of the trialist. The less time was spent on defining the doses. If that is the case, and if only 1% of your patient population is getting such kind of a wonderful drugs, then we are not doing justice to access to care in our country. That's what I feel. Again, we come with the similar editorial in Annals of Oncology for recommendation of the immunotherapy doses in India. What we have proposed, and all of a sudden there is the same proposition was proved by, the concept was proved by a very good friend of mine, that is Dr. Vijay Patil from TMH India. Hardly you see such kind of a graphs in oral head and neck cancer. They use oral metronomic therapy with nivolumab 20 milligram every 3 weeks, and see how the Kaplan-Meier for the overall survival are, showing the benefit. Hardly you see such kind of a curve, and it's a phenomenal work. This is kind of a trial we need, and that's why when I started my talk, then that time only I told that there's something it's come up so well in last 6 months that now the access is going to improve for our patients, hugely. The dosing is 240 milligram every 2 weeks. Here we are using 20 milligram every 3 weeks. You can see the difference. Similar to this, we also did a trial of dose finding of pegylated G-CSF in dose-dense breast cancer treatment protocol. In Japan, the dose use of pegylated G-CSF and what was approved on the basis of dose finding studies was 3.6 milligram. We don't have such kind of trials, and that is how we planned such kind of a study. In that, the phase 1 part, we thought there are a lot of patients, they have logistic issues of travel and getting the injection and come back again. So we studied for immediately after chemotherapy, 3 hours and 6 hour duration, and 24 hour duration. 1 hour, 6 hours, and 24 hours. With that, we realized that 24-hour is suitable and the way it has been practiced, but there are lacunae in the literature. But I still feel out of this 3 patients in 6 hours and 1 hour group, 2 patients, they did well. Only 1 patient in each group had grade 4 neutropenia. So that's how we expanded the 24-hour group. But there is still potential to explore this strategy. In a phase 2 study, we have enrolled 36 patients. And this was done during the COVID pandemic. There are a lot of issues. These are the characteristics of the patient. And with this, we come up with the results that it is a feasible, and we also won the national prize for this our study this year. There are many ways to mitigate the financial aspect and the toxicities. There is echo, diagnosis, scan, treatment, logistic, resources. There are many areas where we can really make our patients' budget lower and save some money for his enjoyment. There are such kind of publications are there to guide the people in Western world how to mitigate the financial toxicities. Another topic which is very important to understand is the newer drugs. The biggest roadblock to access newer medication is absence of newer clinical trials, the trials which are exploring the new medicines. Those new medicines are also available in our country through compassionate access, but very few of the patients they could get it. So we are talking with the various Indian journals about how we can make this thing affordable to our patient, how to make the pathways simpler so that many patients get the benefit of this access to medicine, to newer medicine, in fact, through the trials or maybe phase 4 studies. The biggest issue, I don't know where are the lacunas are still there. We need to work together at the policy level, at the decision making level, at the ministries level, institutional, the ethical committee board members. There are many people who should come together and look at this aspect when we say that we can make the COVID vaccine and we can enroll it and benefit of our so many patients. Similarly, here we can also remove those roadblocks and get such kind of a trials to our patient. A very sad part is that in the alectinib trial, in the JLX trial, we had not a single patient of ALK positive metastatic lung cancer from India. This is unacceptable to economic major and the world's largest populated country, wherein we have everything at this moment in our hand. So such kind of roadblocks need to be addressed on priority. I made a small contribution to this is through creating the Twitter handle, so that some of the doctors or patient, if they want to look for it, there is some ready-made reference are there and how to apply for this kind of compassionate access medicines. So there are many patients or the other people who are listening to this conference. So I will just say that, and I'll always say that the prevention is the simple remedy or the magic band against this emperor of maladies. And live a good life, quit smoking, limit your alcohol intake, keep yourself fit, physical exercises are required, and a small act of kindness to preserve our nature. Thank you. So we need to unite as a society for improving access to care. It's not about only the job of the doctors or caretakers or the national level, the state level governments or the central government agencies. We need to come together to address this issue right from if somebody diagnosed at a small village, whether he's diagnosed in a village or in a metro city, how he can go, how can he visit the hospital, where should he go, where are the modalities of the treatment, what are the kind of the treatment, what are the benefits of it, where during the treatment what the access to care is the problem, access to palliative care, end of life, everything can be addressed, and there is a lot of scope for improving our own healthcare and improving the life of our patients. I think. Thank you so much. Once again, thank you, Chitalkar sir, for having me today here. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much, sir. So I think we have sir live with us. So can we have few questions?
So Amol, this is Hemant Malhotra. Can you hear me?
Hi, hello, sir.
So
I missed the opportunity to hug you today.
we missed your physical presence also.
Yeah.
So, I think I've asked this to you before also. If low dose treatment for expensive molecules is theoretically a very exciting prospect. But unfortunately, in our field, we never have 100% responses, even with full prescribed studied dose and also with low doses. So if you have a patient who's not responding to low dose, then how can you be sure that the lack of response is because of the low dose or because we are not giving the full prescribed dose?
So, sir, I would like to reframe this question because it's important. Now, after the study by the Vijay Patil, in fact, I'm sitting in his office right now. So the nivolumab 20 milligram every 3 weekly, along with the oral metronomic therapy versus oral metronomic therapy, the graphs are so phenomenal. I have shown that the OS rate difference at 1 year is
Link is gone.
So Amol, we've lost your video. We lost your audio. Can you just repeat your last statement?
Am I audible?
Yes, now it's okay.
So Vijay Patil's phase 3 trial of oral metronomic therapy with nivolumab, that is 20 milligram every 3 weekly versus oral metronomic therapy in head and neck cancer. The overall survival rate are so phenomenal that we don't see such kind of a thing in other tumors. So my contention here is why this conviction is not coming, because the phase 1 data synthesis to carry forward the doses in the phase 2 or the phase 3 is biased for immuno-oncology drug. It is not the standard concept of the chemotherapy the way they have done. It is absolutely lacuna in the literature. The companies have not spent enough time to bring in the definitive dose. We have a literature available in the public domain from Russia, where they have used 40 milligram nivolumab in Hodgkin's lymphoma. But in practice, what happens is if we have only 20% margin, like in head and neck cancer, the response rate when you use as a single agent, then as it is, the benefit are not more as such, then it is a wrong impression goes on the clinician that with 1 or 2 patients when they are using it, or maybe in the second line, third line, or a fourth line, that goes that we have used low dose, but it has not used. But that concept is not there. Now we have enough evidence with this phase 3 data that this concept is viable, it is working. Now, there will not be such trial, because your question will only be answered by a trial wherein we use conventional dose, the way the company has tell, and it is the accepted by the FDAs, but versus the low dose. For doing such kind of a trial, there's a huge amount needs to be invested, and I don't think so in a coming future it is going to be reality. By that time, in a financial situation where the crisis is expected, or there is issues with kind of a bankruptcy, so that we can discuss with the patient. And in our annals paper, we mentioned this, the question which where the people ask you, there may be some litigation about it. But when you're doing in a with a patient perspective, his out of expenditure perspective, I think this is absolutely viable. And my conviction after Vijay Patel's study has grown strong. Initially it was 100%, now it is 1000%, that it is a viable concept. And in coming times, I will also come with my study on RCCs. We have milligram per kg dosing schedule uniformly accepted in armed forces, but now after this study, we are going ahead with the study in the renal cell carcinoma also, wherein the proof of principle of immunotherapy, it is much more than the other tumors.
Completely agree. And you would know that I'm a very strong advocate of reducing costs for treatment in our country. But to kind of overcome the legal hurdles, are we ready with some multicentric data? Because single institution data is always a little question mark. Then, then maybe one of our guidelines, one of our leading societies can at least mention this in the consensus statement, that in case of economic compromise, it is okay to use low dose. Then you have some little bit of legal umbrella at least. And you young guys who are going to be taking over the national societies in the near future, and you are the future of oncology in our country, maybe you need to take the lead on this. Over.
So certainly, sir, I fully agree with you, and you have always supported me. And in fact, you remember my first publication in oncology is with you, and you supported me on that, sequencing of CDK4 inhibitors. I hope you remember that, sir. And it was your help that I could take that work forward. And that time only we predict that this sequence is an area of challenge in our country. And if you use the CDK4 inhibitor, especially that time the rockstar was palbociclib, and we showed that it can be done. And after that, now we are coming to know that there is no OS benefit. That means palbociclib can be used in the later line, and the economic savings was huge. So such kind of yes, sir. And I must send you the protocol to multiple with your, I hope the other people are listening to us. In fact, if you're okay, sir, I will send you the protocol, and we must take this work as a multi-institutional. I firmly believe that. And with this pegylated GCSF also, I am going to send you very soon, sir, the phase 3.
Sir, since PARP inhibitors are very costly and they have given survival advantage, so do you have any experience of using them in reduced dose? Sometimes because of financial toxicity, we do give in half doses, and patients are doing well.
So the ribociclib is the company is doing a trial in adjunct setting, the 600 versus 400 milligram. So I think there is some rationale for that. Even 400 milligram dose would be adequate, and many times in clinic, as per the protocol advised by the manufacturers also, how to reduce those. And so even if the patient is going ahead with the 750 ANC, sometimes people reduce, but sometimes go ahead with the 2 tablets. So such kind of measures can be done, but in public domain, till date, we don't have such kind of data. But yes, people are happy with two tablets also. And there are, in spite of dose reduction also, therapeutic compromise is not yet seems to be. And if the company had such kind of a data, they wouldn't have dared to do such kind of a randomization 600 versus 400. So that's my take. In coming time, even 400 would become a standard, but that is yet to be proved.
Yeah, so I think everyone has some personal experience that some patient, ALK positive patients who are taking just one tablet of serotonin for years, but still like such big data we might not be having.
Yeah.
So I will ask the last question to you, sir. Like you also discussed about the oncotype type DX. So like now we have more and more patient being diagnosed in early stage, and oncotype DX is required. But due to financial cost, we hardly do. And in last 5 years, I have done only for 2 patients. So like, what is the solution, and what the practical solution is to giving maybe 4 cycles of chemotherapy and continue with hormone therapy? What is your take, sir?
So the first solution is the Predict Online Plus. Adjunct is already been stopped. So we have the clinical algorithm, though all these things are not validated in our patient population except Can Assist. So many of the physicians, they are using Can Assist, and I believe the test which is developed in India, we should use that in case it is required. I am using it. So for my first preference is Can Assist. In fact, I told the Can Assist people also that this is not the way that you should be making the price. You should further bring it down to 30,000. That's how the 4th cycle of the DC can be justified. Otherwise, first thing which I do in my clinic is I ask the patient what is her perception about the chemotherapy. If she says, I have to take it, I will take it. I believe in chemotherapy. I don't believe in all these reports and all these things. Certainly, these are the practical, pragmatic issues. This is the way the physician should tackle this problem. And for every problem, there will not be the guideline, will be there. So if such kind of issues are there, certainly you can go ahead with the 4-cycle DC. Because the way there's no point in ordering a test for 3.2 lakh rupees, and after some time the patient comes and says that I want to take the chemotherapy again. So the conviction of the patient is important. Can Assist is we have an alternative that should be utilized. That's my point.
I second Amol on that. I'm also a prescriber and user of Can Assist.
So thank you so much, sir. And thank you for joining live. And I think in the next meeting, we will be fortunate enough to have you in person.
Yes. In fact, I had so many, dreams and kind of coming to Indore, right from walkathon, marathon. I planned so much, but somehow I couldn't join. I'm extremely sorry. But soon next year, certainly I will block the dates from right now.
So thank you, Amol. And you may like to wait and because the subsequent session is about access to care, and Prabhat Sinha is actually going to lead the advocacy part. So I would like you to be there to participate in that also. Thank you so much.
Right.
So thank you. Now we will move to the next session. So for the next session, we have Dr. Rajiv Gupta, and like his main focus is mainly on genetics and the stem cell. I welcome you, sir.
Thank you very much. The previous 2 speakers have actually set a very, very strong base for what I'm going to say. Thank you, Dr. Reddy, and thank you, Dr. Amol. Before I start anything, it's been proven, and one of the reports that Dr. Amol was mentioning, the non-medical cost of treating cancer is as high as 40 to 60% on a case-to-case basis, depending on what it is. Right. So one of the things that I'm doing personally, I'm investor in the genetics and stem cells area. I also involved with few companies on that. Is we are taking treatment of cancers to tier 2 and tier 3 towns already. For example, very near to you, Gwalior, we are helping Dr. Ashok in doing some kind of a work there. We have done it at Vijayawada, Kakinada, Nasik. We are going to get it into Agra, Raebareli, and few other cities. Idea is to go to about 50 locations pan India over the next couple of years. And the whole idea here is to reduce the cost of treatment and take it to this thing so that the non-medical cost at least comes down. The medical cost, of course, there has been enough discussion and things are happening, and it takes time to get the medical cost down because it takes approvals of all kinds. But the non-medical cost is a big thing that we do. Second thing, I think we have to go to the previous one. Right. Another thing that I'm doing, I have mentioned to Dr. Chitalkar some time ago, is we are in the process of building a fund of about 100 crores over the next 3 years. And though the focus for that is going to be predominantly on hematopoietic oncology and not oncology per se, because our focus is more on the hemato-oncology side, our idea is to ensure that HSCT as a process is pushed up. More importantly, enriched and depleted options, because typically in India, as against the Western world, HSCT per se means to some extent of enrichment or depletion should be there, but in India, we don't do enrichment depletion usage to a large extent because of cost issues, right? A typical enrichment depletion cost at Medanta is as high as 17 to 20 lakhs. We have already brought it down to about 9 lakhs using Clinimax, and in a few days, we are going to announce a new fundamental wherein we can give you enrichment and depletion up to 3x the time down to 1.5 lakhs. So imagine doing enrichment of CD34 enhanced or T-cell whole T-cell depletion at only 1.5-3 lakhs. In a lot of cases, when it comes to HSCT cases, we have seen that the yield itself does not really become enough, because by the time HSCT's time comes, the patient has already gone through a lot of chemo, a lot of other medication, the toxicity has gone up, the cell count goes down. So imagine if your yield is even less than 100 ml for an adult or a young adult, we can help you take the CD34 count or the T-cell depletion time to 3x at just 1.5-2 lakh rupees at that number. And therefore, HSCT can become practical for that particular patient, survivability goes up. So that's one thing that we can do. Similarly, we are using mesenchymal stem cells in a big way now. Since ICMR last year has approved mesenchymal stem cell usage for GVHD specifically, and as haplo is becoming more and more in use, because haplo is the easiest way to get things done. So we are using MSCs in both as a prophylactic at T0 stage, and we are using it at a later day stage, which has been the conventional way of using, and the results have been phenomenally brilliant, right? But now I'll come straight away to the couple of things that I'm focusing here on. Number one, specifically from an AYA perspective, the adolescents and the young adults perspective, we have some customized offerings that we are giving on the predictive genetics side and on the adult STEM solution side, right? So one of the first things that we do here is we are giving something called hematopregen, which is a 3-in-1 predictive analysis, and it covers not just predictive genetics, but maps it with pharmacogenomics, as Dr. Reddy was mentioning earlier, and more importantly, nutrigenomics. Because we all believe that nutrigenomics, the nutritional input, matters a lot in terms of ensuring that the body and the health is recovering based on the treatment or ensures prevention at various times. And by the way, this test is required only once in lifetime. You don't need it multiple times over. And the cost, Shri Aurobindo Hospital is also one of the centers where we have signed up for doing this. It's about 42,000 rupees if you do 3-in-1. If you do only genetics, it's down to 33,000. Right? It's only required once. And I'll cover a few more points on that so you can understand the best part of it. Right? Second, as a first step, which is most important, counseling. So we are offering free counseling. We have our counselors at this hospital also. We have online options also. You can get into counseling. So you can suggest to your patients and their family members to take counseling, where we tell them the importance of hereditary and genetical connections. A lot of people don't understand. They say, "Hamari family mein to kisi ko nahi tha, mujhe kaise ho gaya?" They're not realizing that epigenetics plays a huge role. Our parents, the future, earlier generations probably had better environment, better food habits. And hence, even though they might have been predisposed, the nutritional aspect of it resulted that they never got that thing. Whereas as the younger generation is getting more impacted with this whole picture, it matters a lot. It matters a lot, right? So therefore, it's important to understand from a counseling perspective, from a counselor's perspective, that why and how something is going to happen to you and how it's going to happen to you. More importantly, we all must understand that families plays a huge role, the economics in a cancer management of any kind of a young adult. And therefore, this kind of a counseling is important, right? What are we offering? It's a very, very exclusive thing. As I said, it includes pharmacogenomics and nutrigenomics as a part of the package, right? And it does analysis of all 20,000 plus genes. Dr. Reddy also mentioned about the Human Genome Project. The good thing about Human Genome Project is at least all the speculation about how many genes we have, which makes sense actually, has now been agreed to between 20,000 and 25,000. So we cover 20,000 plus genes. We have patented process to take out progenitor cells from just 5 ml peripheral blood. And progenitor cells are important because most of the genetical tests today are done using epithelial cells and other things, right? They use secondary cell and differentiated cells, which by itself is okay. But if you really want a predictiveness in your genetical analysis, you need to have primary and progenitor cells. We do that. We do whole exome because whole genome, I mean, we have Illumina 6000, we can do whole genome also, but whole genome really doesn't make sense. So we use whole exome. The best part is we have Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center, which has approved our AI engine, the bioinformatics engine, and we map, as ma'am has mentioned, few databases from where data is taken. We map with 7 of the largest databases in the world, including MKT's impact, right? So therefore, our analysis is very, very thorough. It's a 70-page report, of which 30 pages is pharmacogenomics. And there is enough compare things on nutrogenomics. So you have the whole analysis of the patient in front of you, even before when you suspect something, and even if the symptoms have not really matured into a full-blown condition. And it's important for 3 more reasons, and I'll cover that. By the way, it's predictive, not diagnostic. So it's not as if that you have decided that this, or you have found that there's a particular kind of a condition. It's not going to do deep dive into that. Though we have whole exome data, we have Illumina, we can do it as a separate exercise. But this is a predictive analysis and it's required only once in your lifetime. Right? So what we are showing is, another thing is predisposition and comorbidities. Most cancer patients have or will generate comorbidities. It's a known thing that if you have cancer, or for that matter, any of the major diseases, be it diabetes, be it thyroid, be it heart conditions, you tend to have other comorbidities. And ICMR data says 78% plus cases, comorbidities, end of the day, become so huge that they lead to mortality. So hence, if we know predispositions from a predictive genetic analysis, it's easier to manage the treatment profile. It's much more comprehensive a treatment, not limited to a certain condition only. In our case, in most of the treatment that is done in the Indian conditions today, it is done specific to symptoms. And therefore, what happens is you are limited to a certain condition, not realizing that the patient might have other comorbidities as a predisposition because they do not manifest themselves at that particular point of time. And to my mind, even simple things like a cesarean birth, which is pretty common in India, nearly 78 to 80% of the births are cesarean births. What happens is the issues for the mother start appearing after 1 year, 3 year, 5 year, 10 year down the line because of the predisposition she had carried, which were triggered because of a thing like cesarean. Same applies to cancer. Cancer is a major event for the body. It leads to predisposition getting triggered, and they tend to create problem down the line. So it's important for us to understand the genetical makeup of the patient in front of us. Pharmacogenomics, I won't say more. I've just kept one slide. I deleted others because ma'am had done a great job here. So what we are saying, it's a very, very important aspect for anything, and more important for cancer, right? It should be done as a pre and not as a post exercise. If it is done as a pre exercise, your treatment regime can become much more customized, much more tailored to what you require. And similarly, every patient, doesn't matter whether he has a fever or whether he has cancer, always ask, Dr. Saab, main kya khaun? What should I eat? So nutrogenomics is a very important part. If you go into the market and everything, nutrogenomics comes as a standalone test also, but that's for 140 genes and it's done in isolation. And you have enough people giving treatment, ki aap ye khao, wo khao, ye khao. Point is, and again, a case was mentioned earlier, wherein it said that, let's say a person has two children and same treatment, everything is given, one respond, one doesn't. Nutrogenomics, something similar. You give milk to your 2 kids, one is responding, one is not responding great. The whole thing is nutrogenomics. And today it's become a major science. And if it is mapped with the underlying 20,000 gene plus analysis, the results are brilliant. You get to understand what really works for you as a patient and what doesn't. More so for all cancer survivors, it's important that they understand what kind of nutritional input they should take. This will help a lot in reducing relapses. It will help a lot in reducing comorbidities related challenges because what you eat, what you don't eat matters. I'll just close with 2 more slides so that it's clear here. Personalized and precision medicine is here to happen. And what does it mean? It means you don't give the same treatment to everyone. You decide based on that particular person's requirement. And how do you decide that? You decide that based on the genetical input, right? That is something which is happening. Western world is already embarrassed. I have taken it up. India is slowly following, and it's going to happen, whether we like it or not, right? Today it's required for things like onco and all that. It's going to be required for literally everything. It's done as diagnostic today. I'm saying move it to predictive. The more the predictive, better the results, and it will automatically reduce the cost of treatment. Because when you know predictiveness to a large extent, your treatment can become much more tailored, and tailored treatment tend to be less expensive than the other areas, right? So on the next side, what we are saying is something which is adult stem cells. Now this is another area. Most of the hemato-oncologists understand the value of stem cells because they have been using HSCT process for the last 40 years. So the word HSCT has stem cells built into it. Most other doctors think stem cells are something not to be touched. It's a kind of a devil. There is a lot of ifs and buts. But guess what? HSCT is a process, uses stem cells, and it's been used for the last 40 plus years. So stem cells are in use. The question is, what is being used? Obviously, HSCT use hematopoietic stem cells, HSCs. But there are other therapies which are picking up. At this time, we are engaged with, directly or indirectly, with more than 1,200 trials which are going across, and all the major clinics world over are included in that. John Hopkins, Memorial Sloan, Anderson, Harvard, Stanford, you name it. I'm in touch with quite a few doctors, including those of Indian origin who are practicing there. And we do podcasts, we do quite a few things to understand where we are developing and how we are developing, right? Things like NK cell and how NK cell is picking up. I can do a whole full day session on what NK cells can do now, right? These are developments. Dr. Amol mentioned about why we Indian patients are not part of the global trials. I mean, that's just oncology. Imagine in hemato-oncology, it's like a stepmotherly treatment. Nobody even thinks about stem cells. And again, in that, the AYA category is absolutely left down. There is a focus on pediatric, there's a focus on adult, but the AYA category is not even looked into, and we are going to look into that. One of our focus is that. Because understand, the first thing we did is low cost, non-toxic. As I said, HSCT as a process by de facto should have enrichment and depletion. India, it was not being used because of cost. Vedanta, 17 lakhs, 20 lakhs over and above the regular cost. So imagine that's the number. I mean, Narayana, Hridayalaya, same logic. I engage with more than 100 hemato-oncologists pan-India, and I am giving you opinions from across each of them, right? Incidentally, that's again a thing. The number of practitioners available, there are hardly 280 hemato-oncologists in the country. Of them, only 30% practice HSCT. So imagine hardly 60, 70 actually practice HSCT, and there again they do once a blue moon. Quite a few of them do regularly, others do occasionally. And what they do at times is vanilla HSCT, taken after 7 days, put back, taken from the donor, inserted back. That's like saying you have a vitamin C deficiency and I'm giving you mixed fruit juice. I should have been giving you orange juice, or at least if I can't give you amla juice. So that is what is happening. Enrichment and depletion is an insistence. It's a part of HSCT. So we have brought it down now to 1.5, 2 lakhs, and we will be announcing that by Monday anyway, how we are going to do it with the GGC process. At least there is a benefit which comes, and the cost comes down drastically for HSCT as a process. Ditto, as I said, stem cell based therapies, MSCs, mesenchymal stem cells, prophylactic usage is bringing down the incidence of GVHDs. And if GVHD incidences come down, the cost, overall cost of the treatment comes down drastically. We also have a protocol where we do a mix between PTCY and MSCs. Normally, doctors tend to use PTCY as a technique and to use that, but PTCY, most of the cases, tends to result in a kind of a patient not responding to treatment after 8, 10, 12 months. Somewhere down the line, there is a kind of a resistance which builds up, right? Our dosages go up. Here, we are bringing out solutions which are non-toxic, because end of the day, any medicine you put in the body, it's going to be a chemical which is getting in. Whereas when you use cellular therapies, they are non-toxic. Yeah, there can be other pluses and minuses we have to look into, but that's something we work on. Last slide on this, very important. For every AYA patient, in fact, we tell it for everyone. People think that storage of stem cells is only linked to umbilical cord. We provide adult stem cell storage. So we suggesting to every patient who has been diagnosed, either at the pre-stage or even if they are cured, to go ahead and cryostore their stem cells. It's an important thing because relapse happens in 78 to 84% cases. And that's not what I'm saying. That's what ICMR is saying. That being the case, at that point, you may not be in a great shape, or at that point, you may be forced to go to a donor. That's going to be added cost. So it's an important activity for you to understand that cryostorage. And what is cryostorage? 10 years, 200 ml, right? 200 or 300 ml. If you cryostore for 10 years with us, the cost is less than the onco test that I was mentioned, less than 2 lakhs. So if a test of 2.25 lakhs or 3.2 lakhs, as Dr. Amol said, is creating ifs and buts, and there are takers for that, Imagine here we are talking of cryostoring 300 ml of healthy stem cells for a period of 10 years for sub that amount. Therefore, it's important because when you need it at that time, you run helter and skelter. And as I said, even in autologous cases, the yields have been traditionally going down. And when it comes to autologous, yes, we are going the haplo route. But what with haplo route, we know it's a 50% match. So there are bound to be challenges that will come into this. So this is an important area that we're, right? That's it. And thank you from my side. In case you have any questions, I'm more than happy to take this.
So I think you haven't talked about two extremely important points. One is the turnaround time for your exome sequencing and the cost.
Okay, 42,000, 45 days. And
we'll talk offline in a little while. So you talked about a lot of hype. The facts are quite different, but I enjoyed your talk. Thank you.
So thank you, sir. Now we will move to the next session. So next we will be discussing about the survivorship issues, a project in Indore, and we have none other than Kurkure ma'am. I welcome you, ma'am.
It is not basically, I would say it's a little misnomer. It is how we are taking up survivorship as a project. Yesterday I spoke about art and science of survivorship. So basic thing what I'm going to show is that how we have taken this initiative at Indian Cancer Society to convert that survivorship into a project and popularize that across the board. Can I have, how do I, 1 minute. Okay, so basically it is a project which we are popularizing at all billing centers with the champions at the helm of the affair. Like there has to be a commitment to take up this project and take it forward. So we are trying to optimize cancer survivorship. This all I have discussed yesterday, so I don't have to talk about, but just in one slide to say how Indian Cancer Society functions for this 5 spectrum that I have shown. We have combined prevention and early detection together, diagnosis and treatment as one component, survivorship as another, survivorship and rehabilitation as a third component. It functions like this: awareness and screening, cancer care, which includes diagnosis and treatment, survivorship includes rehabilitation, and medical education, research and registry being an extension to the continuum of cancer as a part of the additional feature. So this is a spectrum under which Indian Cancer Society operates, and I am not going to go into all these details. We are well aware, we have talked extensively on survivorship, the unmet needs in India, and that was a trigger as to how we can popularize this model of survivorship program, whereby we set up the ACT clinic for the medical care and societal support through NGO. An example being UGAM at Indian Cancer Society. So ACT clinic has a definite medical goals, and I will just now touch on Project Picasso in little more details. So objective is to integrate survivor into mainstream, to improve their quality of life, to decrease the loss to follow-ups, increase awareness of late effects and monitoring for early detection, and encourage the support groups. And methodology which we have adopted is to partner with hospitals to facilitate ACT clinics and to partner with organizations to help survivors. Because being an NGO, we have to have a partnership with organizations also to help the survivors to integrate into mainstream society. I'm very happy to say that Pfizer and Dr. Prabhat are aware of it, and they have been helping us with one of the late effects, that is the growth hormone supplementation at a lower cost. So basically, the education, the job, and the better quality of living, that is the main goal when we look at the survivorship. And as we take this as a project, we are going to concentrate on late effect funding, late effect management, the financial issues which they face, and the emotional issues and suicide. So this we have already experimental, like we have already launched this project at various hospitals, 12 hospitals across all the zones. West zone we started with Mumbai. At Tata Memorial Hospital was the nidus from where all this knowledge came. So that is not to be counted, but we started at Sion, KEM Hospital and Vadia, all three public hospitals. And now I have started also at SRCC Children's Hospital. In Delhi, we are working with AIMS and RGCI Hospital, Rajiv Gandhi Institute, Cancer Hospital. In Chennai, we have with the Adyar Hospital. And in as a Narayana Health, we have taken an initiative. So we have also introduced that to Mazumdar Shaw Cancer Hospital, Cancer Center. Also at Bangalore, we have Sri Shankara Hospital. Varanasi, Tata Hospital has a big presence, and pediatric oncology is very active and vibrant, and they have adopted this. And at Srinagar, schemes had also asked for it. So these are the 12 hospitals where we are already present. Though the UGAM is the support group is only in Mumbai, that is UGAM, which covers all the 4 hospitals of Mumbai. And this is just a glimpse of various launch of ACT clinics. So this is a first step. Then they become a partner with us, and they have an access to this Dr. DJ Jasawala Education and Vocational Skill Fund. And as you can see here, this has been going on from early phase, August 2017. And now it is going in a big way because we have got a huge corporate CSR funding from BPCL. It started with WPP Foundation to begin with. Now we have Navneet and individual online donation, and that is coming to almost a crore of rupees that we have already granted. And as I had said yesterday, it is the milestone completion which we are looking at, and almost 49 have completed milestones till March 2021, and 21 additional are completing in this year. So as you can see here, it is a repetitive help and seeing that they complete the milestone. The other thing which we have just started is late effect funding, where growth hormone support has been initiated. And as I acknowledged before, Pfizer has joined hand with us to help them with the lower cost of the growth hormone replacement therapy. Hearing aid, prosthesis, hepatitis B investigation and treatment, and other late effects arising out of assessment, whichever happens at the ACT clinic. So the ACT clinics as an IDIS, and the UGAM is a prototype of a survivor support group, which we want to replicate with all our partners wherever they are. UGAM also creates awareness through Relay for Life. We are a partner with American Cancer Society for Relay for Life International, and they carry out this Relay for Life in schools of Mumbai, international and other schools of Mumbai. But this activity needs to be expanded further. And we encourage our survivors to be present at all oncology forums, and you saw that today through our survivors. And there are many awareness activities which they carry out. So the pipeline for 22-23, we have already are in negotiation with Kasturba Medical College and Kasturba Hospital at Manipal. Bhubaneswar AIMS, CNCI Hospital Calcutta, which is almost ready, like in a very advanced stage of negotiations. Indore, Dr. Chitalkar is very active, proactive, and he has been always supportive of OGAMS, and he wants to start the similar activity. And we saw the committed survivors in the morning who are ready to take it forward even for the network, the survivor support group. In Gujarat, Kailash Hospital and Goa Medical College. Basically, what we are trying to do at Indian Cancer Society is to give a comprehensive holistic care. Like we have a treatment fund, which is Arun Kurkure Treatment Fund which gives a 25,000 rupees grant for the diagnosis and investigation and proper staging. And if they fit into the criteria for Cancer Cure Fund, they next migrate to get that Cancer Cure Fund, depending on the survival criteria. And once they are through the treatment and they become survivor, they are adopted into the survivor program, that is Project Picasso, where they get all the help for rehabilitation, survivorship and rehabilitation. So it's a complete package we are looking at, and we are proposing this package only to our donors also. And they like this idea of taking the patient through and through the whole journey of cancer. So that is very, very important, not to do a patchwork. So now we have taken on ourselves to do this complete holistic care model. And now looking at this work, Baiju has signed agreement with us and given 2,000 free license to all our survivors, whoever is attending ACT clinics at any place, for their enhancement of their educational activities. And then there are projects in pipeline, which I will not go into further details. So this is at the moment working, all the survivorship activity as I had shown yesterday. That's all. Thank you. And we look forward to working at Indore Dr. Prakash, very soon. And we provide, generally the Indian Cancer Society provides counselor, and if they have an existing counselor, like at Manipal, it's in super specialty hospital, the Department of Psychiatry and counselor is available, clinical psychologist available. So we don't want to increase the cost of the project. So then we take the mentorship, and then survivors become the beneficiary to various other schemes which ICS rolls out. So that is an advantage. So that way we will function. So at Manipal, at Indore also we are encouraging more and more of this type of functioning. Okay, you go ahead. I'll take mine. Thank you very much, ma'am. Let's go on to the next session, which is on access and appropriate care. For this, we are going to have panel discussion now. And as a moderator, I would like to invite Dr. Prabhat Sinha, Head of Patient Advocacy, Pfizer Onco.
So first of all, Dr. Chitalkar, thank you so much, and especially for keeping this particular session. And I know for last few years you have been very passionate about advocacy, and also allowing me to bring panelists of my choice, right? Because when we were discussing, I said that allow me to bring few people, I think who themselves will find this forum very exciting, and also this forum will find listening to them exciting. So thank you, and it's a very diverse panel that I have. So and I'll allow them to speak about themselves. I will not tell much, but I'll tell one thing what I feel about them, knowing few of them little more closely. So one is Ravi Prakash ji, who comes from Ranchi. But one thing you all should remember that, and I was telling him this morning that lot of doctors who are here would have prescribed or given chemotherapy to their patients today, a day before or a day prior. But he is a person who took his chemotherapy day before yesterday. And then he traveled all round from Ranchi to come to this place. And again, he's going for his follow-up to Tata Memorial Hospital day after. That tells about this person. Rest you will hear from him. So Raviji, if you can come here, please. Next is Ganpati ji, and he comes from Mumbai like Vinayak or Ganpati of Mumbai, Vignaharta, you know. But you know, in Bombay, in Tata Hospital, you know, if you want anything, any solution, you can reach out to Ganpati ji, and he's such a personality, always helpful on multiple subjects, and not only on his subject, but what I have seen him doing is guiding a lot of other organizations, going beyond what he does day in, day out. So thank you, Ganpati ji, being here. Third is Sandeep ji. If he's here, no, okay. I think so. Sandeep. Okay. No, Sandeep, because what I anyway.
Hey, you can come.
Sandeep, come.
You can talk about the.
Yes, I have few questions for you, so please. So as very young man, and I think it's when I think when Ugam children were cheering for him, you know, it's how a senior they see inspiring, right? And I think I follow him on Twitter and other social media platform. I don't feel that he's at the same place in 3 days.
Yes.
Right, and I think that is what he brings on this table. His extensive, you know, insight right from the ground. Right. So thank you, Sandeep ji, for being here. I have a few things for you as well. And then last, Sapna Kaleji. And what I was reading about her is, again, it brings a lot of perspective to this panel, is about the work that he's doing in central part of the India, about, we talk about palliative care, but how comprehensive it is, whether it is end of life care, we talk much, but, and it's a very exciting time if we see the advocacy happening in palliative care across the country. So thank you for being here. And next is Vivek ji, who took a 3 o'clock early morning flight to come to Indore. But many of you would have known him, but he has been, he was the first person, I think, who got a patient advocate award from India in World Lung Congress. And I remember a few years back, people used to say that, you know, in those forums, patient advocates from India rarely used to represent. So I think few years back, he went to receive this award, and this year he was moderating, you know, chairing sessions in World Lung Congress. So I think it's an honor for this country to have advocate like Vivek ji. So now with this, you know, it's an honor to ask few questions to all of you. But what we have been discussing and hearing since morning, we talked about support. We talked about access in terms of drug. We also talked about diagnosis. Now let's hear from, and this is I was thinking that this is all-time young panel.
Yeah.
Right. So this is an all-time young panel who will discuss about young children and adults. Why? Because they, you know, they have seen this journey for a longer period of time, and I think a lot can also be learned from the next generation, you can say, advocates. So this will be little different from support. This will be all about advocacy. And I want to specify this because what they have been doing is not only extending support to few individuals, but trying to bring change at a bigger level. And once it is difficult, because when they do this, you don't see this. It is not visible. दिखता ही नहीं है वो क्या कर रहे हैं पीछे पीछे. But जिस दिन वो रिजल्ट आता है, तो वो रिजल्ट इतने बड़े स्केल में आता है कि बहुत सारे लोगों को उसका फायदा होता है. But these are very silent process, and they have been leading this process. So, and again, when we also think about advocacy support, and somewhere I think I was hearing that it starts from diagnosis, but it doesn't start from diagnosis. I think it starts in this whole healthcare ecosystem much before a diagnosis of a drug. And that's why the first question I'll ask Vivek ji, I'll start from you, is before a drug comes or becomes available in the market, with your experience, and please share that how what Dr. Patel was talking about, clinical trial, clinical studies, and you have worked a lot on that. What role a patient advocate or a patient advocacy can do? With your example, what you have seen, how it has helped, and also I think let's first, if you can share that how you have seen this working, and what is the need in our country when it comes to advocacy, having patients' voice in this whole process before a drug being available in market commercially.
Okay, thank you. Namaskar. I will stand up. It's easy to connect. Again. First one, my name is Vivek Tomar, so please read it VIVEK and no worries. People know me in the name of Rise to Survive Cancer in the Twitter and nationally, internationally. Second request. Third is if people are outside, I think if someone comes from chemo to here, that deserve an audience. So if people are outside sitting, if you can please ask them to come inside, it will be great. If someone can do, please. Yeah. If someone are free. Okay. So and why I'm here before I answer your question is two reasons I want to share it. First is it's hardly seen that the chairperson or the head of the committee personally calls someone. So thanks, Dr. Chitalkar, that you call me personally. I go nationally, internationally, so many places, but that passion, care, and love is not always there. So thank you. And second one is I think there was a discussion of affair, love, girlfriend, boyfriend. So my date with my wife, my first date with my wife was in Indore. So it is a very, very special place for me. She was doing research here in somewhere in industry. I belong to pharma industry, and I tried to impress her for many months, and she was keep saying me no, 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 and she left. When she said yes, she was in Indore, and
actually that is a typical habit of Indorian girl. So, with personal experience.
I like, but yes, so that was the date. And I'm so happy wherever she is today. She's no more in this world, but wherever she is today, she must be so proud that I'm in Indore after 12 years. So great. So coming to your point, sir, I think this whole issue of affordability and access is because we don't have the first thing, that is the access of research. We don't have the eco culture of research. We can still trying to get medicine which is approved in other countries at affordable rate after 10 years, which people are getting from first phase 1, and we are dying. And I was sharing with Ravi ji, and he's a stage 4 cancer patient, that for his type, I know patient who are living with stage 4 more than 15 years. But why I haven't told you that they are not living in India. And that's the difference when we in India is not talking and discussing about and focusing on research. This topic is patient advocacy, and the difference between patient support and patient advocacy is patient support means someone is hungry and you are giving him crutch to stand because he can't walk. Patient advocacy is to create a system where he will never be hungry. So there will be no need of any crutch to think. And that's we need. We don't have patient advocacy. We need to change at the policy level. Yes, support is great and lots of great work going on, but with support we can't survive. We need a policy change. Why we need support? Why it should not be in the system? And again, I'm delaying your the answer, but to set up the background. So my wife diagnosed with stage 4 lung cancer, never smoker, with a rare type of cancer in which have happened to young people. So that's why I am in TYA. young people, never smokers. And she was given 6 months to live as lung cancer happened. And in 6 months, she was in coma. Okay. And at that time, doctor says respectfully, go home, take care, seva karo, and that's it. And I remember at that day, and Kusum and I cried, and for few hours, and then she said to me, this brave girl, कि जो होना तो है वो तो हो गई, like the other brave girl, but let's fight. And I remember that day that losing is not an option in cancer, and I have to fight. We have to fight. And from there, we thought what could be done. And every question answer leads to research. Every question answer is that we need a treatment which is not available. And luckily at that time, there was a conditional approval given to a ALK first crizotinib, the first generation first medicine. And we got that medicine on third day. She came out of coma, and then progression. And after progression, her cancer has spread to backbone, stomach, brain, 32 mats, and everywhere in the body. And then by that time, clinical trials stopped to happen. Doctors were not ready, companies were not ready. We started to fight, and we bring sedatinib in India. After 3 months, she was on deathbed, and she was the first patient from India to be the first participant of sedatinib. Then she got progression. Again, she got paralysis. We again tried to bring clinical trial in India. This time it was Roche alectinib. And then I'm sharing these things, how single person if can change the system, how we all can together do. So at that time, Roche said nothing possible, government said nothing possible, and we made a media campaign. Barkhadat, NDTV, G News, everyone stand up time by time, doctors from Tata and everywhere. And in 3 months, Kusum became again the first patient from India to get alectinib. We bring alectinib, which is now available for thousands of patients. And she was in the paralysis. After 6 months, she was running in a marathon, wearing a t-shirt that at stage 4, I'm surviving because of the research, clinical trial, hopes and courage. If she can, everyone can. And she survived more than 6 years. During that duration, she participated in 7 clinical trials and research medicines. She was the longest survivor and still the longest survivor of that type of cancer in India and Asia Pacific. And it is because we were able to find that drug. And that story doesn't stop when Kusum passed away. When Kusum passed away, and it was not because of the cancer, it was because next generation medicine was not available in India. That medicine of crizotinib, when we purchased, was 15 lakh per month. We sold our property. Now that is available at 20,000 per month, 36,000. Sedatinib is available at the same time. Actinib is available. And last month, we have bring brigatinib also in India. So all the ALK medicine in the world is now available in India, and near about 20 lakh patients are taking. So that's the policy, that's his patient advocacy, and that's why research and clinical trial is important.
Thank you, Vivek ji. And I must tell you, if you get a chance, go and those who do Google and all those things, you must hear Kusum ji when she was speaking on many forums, right? You will, it's always, and now thanks to social media, we have a lot of videos, lot of clippings, and go to this Rise to Survive blog, and you will see the entire journey. In fact, and Vivek ji has been very kind enough. If he will do like today, he will update his blog in a week's time. And the whole objective why he does it is to also bring more people to kind of do this advocacy along with him. And this is many times a kind of a forgotten subject. But today, when we start discussing on the price, drug, accessibility, because there is a drug. And to bring that drug to the country, also to ensure that we have lesser kind of myths and misconception among patients to join clinical trial. Sometimes the delay that it takes for a study to complete, many times also because of delay of getting patient. And a lot can be done by the patient advocacy group and also support group here. So that is where advocacy group and support group works together hand in hand, helps to cascade this message down, but also to ensure that the bottleneck or the challenges that comes in this whole research and these things goes away. So thank you, Vivekji. I'll come again for one more question to you. But now moving to Ganpati ji, because with JASCAP Foundation, you all have been doing a lot of work in terms of educating caregivers, patients. And when we talk about access, I think in today's world, access to credible and right information, I think, is the biggest thing.
Right.
Lack of that leads to many casualties. Now, tell us your experience that how access to credible information, how challenging it is, even in a place like Tata Hospital, when people come from all parts of the place, and how has been your experience advocating and educating this population?
All right. Thank you, Prabhat. Before I answer this question, I'll allow me to just go spend 2 minutes on how we landed here. So JASCAP, which is Jeet Association for Support to Cancer Patient, was born out of a personal tragedy, like what my friend Vivek also has been talking. So this is a elderly couple, 62-year-old, suddenly one fine day, very good socioeconomic background, by the grace of God, life moving very beautifully. Only son, married, wife in the first trimester of pregnancy, is sent to Denver, Colorado from Tata Consultancy Services, being a software engineer. A few episodes of fever and blah, blah, blah. The investigation shows it's T-cell lymphoma, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. And when the father called up the doctor in the US, they said, we've been handling very many cases, so I don't see any problem. So you can stay back in India and we'll take care of him. Then within 6 months, this boy died, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. So one thing I realized that statistic doesn't always prove very significant, despite the clinical trial that we're talking about. Besides the research, it's also very, very important that you have to be fortunate to be on the other side of the curve outside statistics. That's very important. Having said that, yes, statistical significance is there, but clinical significance is equally important. So therefore, now suddenly for a parent at the 65 plus, when you lose your only son, so many questions come up: purpose, meaning, etc. And so with whatever that they had, they chose to channelize the grief and bring something to to the society. So that's when they were introduced to the director of the hospital, Dr. Rajendra Barbe, and he said that there are 1 or 2 NGOs which are already working on feel-good factors of birthdays and rose days, etc., which is important, but we want somebody in the space of information. You can imagine at 65, this gentleman learned how to type on a computer, had the desktop, which is an ugly thing, and with the help of one of the leading medical oncologists, Dr. Suresh Advani, he started writing letters to Macmillan Cancer Support, the world's largest cancer supporting organization. They formally approved JASCAP to have information in a language that is easily understandable, disseminatable, digestible for our population. So the journey started from there: English, Hindi, and Marathi. And you would take printout, pin it manually, and sit in Dr. Advani's clinic, and Dr. Advani would say, okay, about chemotherapy, take this book, read, and then ask question. So from there, I took over as the CEO in 2011, and with whatever little corporate background that I've had, I managed to raise funds. Of course, even now it's a family corporate that is happening, but I'm happy to say that in all this decade, I managed to raise about over 4 crores as the fund from my corporate contacts, etc., and which helped us to answer or respond to the scale of needs of the cancer patient, which is only increasing. There's no Kaplan-Meier over here. There is no blah, blah, blah. It's just increasing. So answer your question number 1. The challenge was getting the doctors to give inputs to make it more relevant to India. Apart from Tata Memorial, which got the acceptance, my job was to travel to the oncology centers. So I went to GCRI, I brought in Gujarati this thing. I went to Karnataka Cancer Society for Kitwai, for Shankara, for Yashoda, everybody. It was in Kannada, I got it. And then I went to Hyderabad, Indo Cancer American Center, Baswatarakam, went to this thing. So like that, I have now gone to Assam Medical College, Dibrugarh, and last year we launched the Assamese title of this. So JASCAP has in its fold books of different cancer meant only for caregivers and patients. Thanks to COVID, we have now moved from there and taken digital platform, and we are using doctors to speak on the video. So every month you have one cancer dedicated. For example, July was World Sarcoma. So bones and soft tissue sarcoma is a very typical teenage cancer. So I had Dr. Bharat Rekhi, who spoke in the morning, Dr. Jyoti Bajpai, with whom I work very, very closely. They gave video just in for common knowledge. So the challenge is reduced. It was always there, but it is very important for the oncology centers who manage to, and all these things cost money. And where, as I told you, the needs of the cancer patient increasing, and being a psychologist myself, I said, how do I judicially distribute this fund? So I went to Jyoti Bajpai, adolescence, hope, future, dreams, support to the family, and probably an easily detectable, diagnosable, treatable cancer. So I pitched with her, and I do a bit of work with the adolescent, and almost we managed to help her on this thing. Then on the other end of the spectrum, again, lung cancer, non-squamous cell cancer. So again, crizotinib, ceritinib, all those things coming up. Age of 55, when the father has consolidated some money, want to get the daughter married, want to get the son educated, that's the time this blessed money comes, and you know how much the fund will do. So again, I went to support all this. So with Dr. Kumar Prabhat, I supported all, crizotinib, etc. So we have these typical projects that we take where the money is used judiciously. And after that, I'm also a counselor with the Department of Palliative Medicines. That's where I give my maximum time as a clinical psychologist. So I do, end of life counseling and grief counseling. So the funding is from somebody has lost their loved ones. They don't have 450 rupees for cremation. So they call from there to helping them with ambulance to go wherever they are, and plus investigation. Now, coming to the access in palliative setup specifically, since I work there, I asked the doctors, magnesium 5, your X, this thing, does this blood report make any sense? I mean, instead, if you can focus more on quality of the care and also help the caregivers, that is going to benefit. Somebody who's 65, there's no place in the body where cancer has not touched you, and suddenly you're talking about, oh, he's having disorientation, he's got some headache, so immediately go to MRI. Does it make sense? It doesn't make sense, right? We are not going to take the patient again to the hospital and rework the whole thing. So it doesn't. So having said that, challenges were there in information, but by the grace of God, we managed to tide over. But the challenge is now oncology centers accepting, taking it. So I want to go to hospital like, my friend, Dr. Chitalkar's this thing, where they can, in Tata, actually, we want to give those books free. But then we were told of course, their advice was correct, this, don't give anything free, it has no value. So we charge very minimum 20 rupees and 30 rupees. And again, whatever money comes, we plow entirely into pediatric. Okay, so in a year, we collect almost about 5 to 6 lakhs and we give it to them. So BMT, we support. Bones and soft tissue, I support. ALL, AML, I support, and I support lung cancer. That's the thing. But we also use these information to educate. So I sit down with personally before the financial needs are met. I have few questions and I try to make them understand what this is all about. What kind of questions should you ask a doctor so that you know what the disease is and the patient knows what the disease is. And definitely I've taught all these patients to ask doctors, how will the quality of life be compromised? If I'm going to take one immunotherapy and which is going to increase my lifespan for 2 months with enormous symptom burden, then no point. Of course, it's easy for me to say because I'm on this side, but I make them see the perspective. I mean, so that's how these challenges are met. And I think I'll stop with that for a while now. Thank you.
I'll come back to you once I do one round on, how you see this whole digital disruption is making information. For example, whatever I remember going to Tata, and when you see JASCAP, that window now, what is the future plan for taking it digitally?
Sure.
Right. So which is the second round. But
thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Now moving to Raviji. First, I want to the audience know a little bit about your journey. It's not very old, right? But also not very young. But how this journey has been, and I know the state from where you come, has not even a single hematologist. Always has been a challenge even to get good care. Everybody flies out, or boards are trained to come to some other place to get treatment. but very recent, in less than a month, the kind of advocacy effort you have done with others, it has brought something very special. So I allow you to, announce that and also tell a little bit about you.
थैंक यू प्रभात जी, और मुझे इजाजत दीजिए कि मैं हिंदी में बोलूं, फिर आप सब लोग हिंदी समझते होंगे तो। थैंक यू। दरअसल मेरी उम्र 45 साल थी पिछले साल। 1 जनवरी को मेरा जन्मदिन होता है, और 45 की जो एज है वो टाइकैन, मुझे लगता है कि जिसको एड्रेस करना चाहता है या करता है, वो 45 वाले लोग उसमें शामिल हो जाएंगे, थोड़ा एज घटा के बढ़ा के। तो मैं जर्नलिस्ट हूँ, बीबीसी के लिए काम करता हूँ, हिंदी सर्विस के लिए। तो मेरी लाइफ काफी ठीक ठाक थी, मैं अपना काम करता था और सब कुछ ठीक था। 2020 में मुझे जब आई थिंक अगस्त सितंबर, क्योंकि कोरोना का पीरियड था और सभी परीक्षाएं जो थी वो लेट थी, मुझे बहुत बड़ी खुशी मिली कि मैंने कुछ ही दिन पहले, जब मेरा डायग्नोस हुआ कैंसर, मैंने अपने बेटे का एडमिशन IIT दिल्ली में कराया था। उसने IIT क्रैक किया था, तो मेरे लिए बड़ा, मेरे फैमिली के लिए इकलौता बेटा IIT जा रहा है, तो मेरे लिए बड़ी खुशी का मामला था। हम लोग ठीक ठाक थे। एक आध महीने बिहार में छठ की पूजा होती है और झारखंड में छठ की पूजा थी, और उसके बाद मुझे थोड़ी खांसी वासी होनी। तो पहले तो मेरा ब्रदर इन लॉ ही एम्स पटना में डॉक्टर है, तो उन्होंने जो दवाइयाँ दी, जो होता है हम लोग पूछ लेते हैं क्या खाना है, तो वो खाए, ठीक नहीं हुई खांसी। तो लगा कि नहीं किसी और से, क्योंकि वो तो कोई फोन पे एडवाइस कर रहा है, तो किसी से मिलना चाहिए। एक मेरे परिचित डॉक्टर निशीत कुमार, वो अच्छे डॉक्टर हैं रांची, तो उनके पास हम लोग गए और उन्होंने देखा कि ठीक है, एक्सरे दोबारा करते हैं। उन्होंने दोबारा किया, तो उन्हें वो पिलुरी इफ्यूजन, जो पानी कहते हैं आमतौर पर कि पानी है, तो उन्हें वो दिखा। उन्होंने कहा इसको निकाल लेते, थोड़ा बहुत पानी होगा और फिर उसकी जांच करवा लेंगे, ठीक हो जाएगा। तो उन्होंने, उनको ये समझ थी कि शायद ये खराब है, उन्होंने बताया नहीं, क्योंकि पहले से परिचित थी। क्योंकि मैं कुछ शोज दूरदर्शन के लिए भी करता हूँ, DD झारखंड, DD बांग्ला और DD बिहार के लिए। तो मेरे एक शो में वो आए थे, मैंने उनका इंटरव्यू किया था, तो थोड़ी परिचित थे वो। लेकिन उन्होंने उसकी जांच करवाई, नॉन मैलिग्नेंट था, लेकिन जो टीबी के लिए भी होना चाहिए था, वो टीबी भी नहीं थी। तो उनको ये लग गया कि इट माइट बी कैंसर। लेकिन उन्होंने बताया नहीं, उन्होंने कहा व्हाट्सएप पे, मैंने पूछा सर क्या करें, हूँ तो रिपोर्ट आ गई, ये रिपोर्ट, ठीक है आप CT करा लीजिए थोरैक्स का। तो मुझे लगा ठीक है, CT स्कैन होगा, टाइप ऑफ CT स्कैन करा लेना चाहिए। तो हम लोग गए बहुत आराम से और CT स्कैन कराया। लेकिन मुझे डाउट हुआ कि भाई ये CT स्कैन हो रहा है, इसके पहले वो हुआ, और लोग मुझे कहने अच्छा होता टीबी ही आपका निकल जाता। तो कौन कहता है किसको कि वो टीबी हो जाए? तो अगर टीबी कहा जाए कि कहीं कुछ और भी तो बड़ा खराब नहीं होने वाला है। तो थोड़ा बहुत गूगल मैंने किया, जो अभी हो रहा था कि भाई कितना इन्फॉर्मेशन है और किस लैंग्वेज में है। क्योंकि अगर आप पूरा सेमिनार अंग्रेजी में करते हैं उस देश में, इस देश में आधे राज्यों में हिंदी बोली जाती है और हिंदी ही लोग समझते हैं। या अभी वो असम से, मेघालय से जो सज्जन आए थे, उन्होंने कहा कि हम तो रीजनल लैंग्वेजेस में भी एड्रेस नहीं कर पाते, 100 किलोमीटर में भाषा बदल जाती है। मैं जिस राज्य में रहता हूँ झारखंड में, हमारे यहाँ भी 100 किलोमीटर भाषा है। कहीं नागपुरी बोलते, कहीं खोरठा बोलते हैं, कहीं संथाली बोलते, कहीं हो बोलते हैं। और बच्चों को आप हिंदी में पढ़ाते हैं, टीचर जाके हिंदी में बताते हैं, डॉक्टर हिंदी में प्रिस्क्राइब करता है प्रिस्क्रिप्शन। और जो हो जानता है वो कैसे जानेगा? वो तो समझेगा डॉक्टर साहब ने लाल वाली गोली दी थी, ये 2 बार खाना है, एक बार सुबह एक बार शाम। तो फिर कैसे? एक बार हम लोग थे एक ग्रुप में, अलग क्लोज ग्रुप था, मैं नाम इसलिए नहीं लूंगा उस सज्जन का, उन्होंने कहा कि अच्छा आपने पूछा क्या टाटा मॉडल में इलाज होगा लंग कैंसर के पेशेंट? लेकिन वो सब हम नहीं जानता है, हमको डॉक्टर साहब दिया, हम खाया और हम ठीक हैं। वो 3 साल से ज्यादा समय से सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं, गाँव में रहते, बंगाल में। तो ऐसा ही होता है। तो वो आपका इंफॉर्मेशन किस भाषा में है, और अगर आप अंग्रेजी में इंफॉर्मेशन दे रहे हैं तो क्या उसका सबटाइटल्स भी उन भाषाओं में है? अगर नॉर्थ ईस्ट के स्टेट्स में सबसे ज्यादा कैंसर है, तो क्या आपने सबटाइटल्स दिए हुए नॉर्थ ईस्ट के स्टेट्स की भाषाओं के मुताबिक? अगर आपने नहीं दिया है तो आप एक मार्केट में है। कैंसर एक डिजीज है आप कहते हैं, मैं भी बिलीव करता हूँ कि मुझे कैंसर है, मैं कैंसर के साथ रह रहा हूँ, मैं 4th स्टेज का कैंसर मरीज हूँ, मेरा ठीक नहीं होगा, पैलिएटिव के ट्रीटमेंट मेरा चल रहा है। लेकिन मैं ये जानता हूं मैं कि कैंसर एक डिजीज के साथ कैंसर एक मार्केट भी है, और अगर आप उसको उसकी लैंग्वेज में एड्रेस नहीं कर रहे हैं तो आप मार्केटिंग कर रहे हैं अपनी, मतलब कि मुझे कहने में कोई हर्ज नहीं। अब आते हैं कि फिर मेरा डायग्नोस हो गया, और जो बात आप भी कह रहे थे कि आप भी वहाँ के हैं, पता है कि बहुत सारे स्टेट्स में, इवन बिहार में, झारखंड में, नॉर्थ ईस्ट स्टेट्स की बात तो छोड़िए, वो तो सुदूर है ही नहीं है ट्रीटमेंट अवेलेबल, अच्छे डॉक्टर्स नहीं हो। तो अब तो कुछ ऑन्कोलॉजिस्ट आ गए, कैंसर मरीज बढ़ रहे हैं, अच्छे डॉक्टर्स हैं, TMS से भी आए हैं लोग रांची में, लेकिन पहले नहीं थे डॉक्टर्स, तो आपको ये तय करना होता है कि आप कहाँ जाएंगे। तो जो झारखंड स्टेट है जहाँ मैं रहता हूँ, वहाँ के मैक्सिमम जो पेशेंट्स हैं कैंसर के, या तो वेलोर जाते हैं क्योंकि थोड़ा सा कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव ट्रीटमेंट वहाँ होता है, अच्छे डॉक्टर्स हैं, या फिर वो टाटा मेमोरियल हॉस्पिटल मुंबई आते हैं, वहाँ भी कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव ट्रीटमेंट है, डॉक्टर्स बेस्ड हैं, या फिर वो एम्स दिल्ली जाते हैं या फिर राजीव गांधी कैंसर इंस्टीट्यूट दिल्ली जाते हैं, क्योंकि इन जगहों पर उनको लगता है कि थोड़ा पैसा कम लगेगा, ट्रीटमेंट अच्छा हो जाएगा और हम चलेंगे। और पहला डर जो होता है, आपको कैंसर हो गया, भले वो पहली स्टेज का कैंसर, और अब हम लोग ये समझ गए कि पहले स्टेज में क्योर हो जाता है, सेकेंड स्टेज में क्योर हो जाता है, फिर भी लगता है कि नहीं आप मरने वाले। तो जब आपको ये पता है कि आप मरने वाले हैं और आपके पास उतना फाइनेंशियल बैकग्राउंड भी नहीं है, तो आप सोचते ना, वो एक लेडी कह रही थी, एक यंग लड़की की, कहाँ बच्ची में लगाओगी, गोरखपुर की जिस बच्ची ने कहा कहाँ लगाओगी बच्ची है। अभी ने एक्सप्रेस, इंडियन एक्सप्रेस ने एक रिपोर्ट छापी थी 4 महीने पहले, मैंने डॉक्टर परमेश को वो कहा नहीं एग्जैक्टली ऐसा नहीं है, लेकिन एक स्टडी थी टाटा मेमोरियल की, इसमें ये डिस्क्लोज हुआ कि जो वीमेन पेशेंट्स हैं, इवन मैरिड और अनमैरिड, उनका ट्रीटमेंट बीच में रुक जाता है। बहुत कम ही ऐसी मरीज है जिनका ट्रीटमेंट लास्ट तक चलता है, क्योंकि लोगों को ये पता है, मैं अगर आज 46 साल का हूँ और मैं एक मेल हूँ, मैं कमाता हूँ अपनी फैमिली के लिए, तो मेरी फैमिली मेरे लिए खड़ी हो सकती है कुछ हद तक, है भी, मेरे दोस्त खड़े हैं मेरे लिए, कई सारे लोग खड़े हैं देश में। लेकिन अगर मैं 45 साल की महिला होती, मैं कमा नहीं रही होती, मेरे पास 2 या 3 बच्चे होते, और मेरा जो हस्बैंड होता उसके पास भी उतनी कमाई नहीं होती कोई इलाज करा सकता, तो आप इमेजिन करिए वो महिला कितने साल, जब पता है कि आपका पैलिएटिव ट्रीटमेंट होना है, आपको मरना, यू विल डाई, यू आर गोइंग टू डाई, तो क्या फैमिली आपके लिए खड़ी होती है, क्या वो खड़ी हो सकती भी है, एक ये भी सवाल है। तीसरा कि मुझे बहुत मेरा एक्सपीरियंस नहीं है मरीज के तौर पे, क्योंकि मैं 19 महीने से सरवाइव कर रहा हूँ, और अभी विवेक जी ने कहा कि 10-15 साल के लोगों को जानते हैं। मैं भी डॉक्टर कुमार प्रभास के लंग कनेक्ट में एक लेडी से मिला जो इंडिया की 8 साल से सर्वाइव कर रही है, और 6 महीने से उन्होंने दवा लेना बंद कर दी कि नहीं अब 70 साल की उम्र हो गई तो अब नहीं खाएंगे, अब कीमो नहीं कराना है, अब ऐसे ही रहेंगे। वो सर्वाइव कर रही है, ईश्वर करे को और लंबा सर्वाइव करें और हम लोग फिर दोबारा उनसे मिलें। तो एक ये बात आती है कि इंडिया में जैसे दवाइयों की बात हुई, जब मुझे लंग कैंसर हुआ था, जो प्रभात जी भी कह रहे थे, तो मैंने सर्च करना शुरू किया कि ये सर्वाइवल कितने दिनों का किसका होता है इसमें। तो पहली कहानी जिसने मुझे अपील किया वो विवेक जी की कहानी थी। तो मैंने फिर जाके क्विंट वाला वो वीडियो देखा, फिर उनका उनके लेक्चर देखे, विवेक जी का लेक्चर देखा, कैसे साइकिल खरीदवाया उन्होंने जाकर, कहा कि साइकिल चाहिए और शाम तक साइकिल आ गई। तो ये सारी चीजें धीरे धीरे आदमी इंस्पायर होने के लिए चीजों को खोजता है, और वो क्योंकि हिंदी में थी और मेरी भाषा हिंदी, इसमें मैं काम करता हूँ जिससे मुझे रोजी रोटी मिलती है, तो मुझे वो कनेक्ट कर रहा था। अगर हो सकता है कि अगर वो संस्कृत में होती या वो लैटिन में होता या अमेरिकन अंग्रेजी में होता तो मैं नहीं कनेक्ट कर पाता। इवन अंग्रेजी में हम लोग ट्रांसलेट करके पढ़ते, हिंदी वाले लोग, आप अंग्रेजी लिखते हैं, हम उसको अपने हिसाब से ट्रांसलेट करते हैं, फिर हम समझते हैं। तो ट्रांसलेशन में जब भी आप तर्जुमा करेंगे, तर्जुमा में कहीं ना कहीं चेंज हो जाती है बात। तो इसलिए मैं विवेक जी की उस कहानी को पढ़ा, उस स्टोरीज को देखा, खोज के फिर मैंने सर्च किया कि भाई ये विवेक तुम्हारा का कहाँ क्या है, और मैंने सब कुछ पढ़ लिया। फिर टाटा मेमोरियल में जब मैं एडमिट था तभी की बात मैं कह रहा हूँ। और उसके बाद आता है जब कोई भी मरीज बीमार होता है, तो पहला तो कि क्या फैसिलिटी उसके शहर में है, कितना कॉस्ट उसमें लगता है, लाइफ कितने दिन की बची हुई है, और उस लाइफ जो बची है, उस बची हुई लाइफ के ट्रीटमेंट में जो कॉस्ट इन्वॉल्व होगा, उस कॉस्ट का कुछ बेनिफिट उसकी फैमिली को होने वाला है कि नहीं, उसकी लाइफ को होने वाला है कि नहीं होने वाला है। मैं ऐसे ही एक सेमिनार में रांची में मेडिका हॉस्पिटल है, वहाँ का बड़ा हॉस्पिटल है, तो उन लोगों ने मुझे बुलाया था। तो मैंने कहा कि क्योंकि मुझे पता है कि मैं कैंसर का पेशेंट हूँ और शायद मैं तब ट्रैवल ना कर पाऊँ, अगर मेरा अचानक से ग्रोथ हो जाएगा ट्यूमर और मैं उस कंडीशन में नहीं होऊंगा कि मैं जाऊँ मुंबई, तो मुझे पता है कि मुझे बढ़ना तो आप ही के अस्पताल में। तो एक चीज जरूर कह दीजिएगा, जो डॉक्टर परमेश ने एक बार ट्वीट भी किया था कि इथिकल होना चाहिए आपका जजमेंट। अब मैं बीमार हूँ, मैं उस स्टेज में नहीं हूँ कि मैं अपना निर्णय खुद ले सकूं, मुझे फैमिली के लोगों को लेना है। तो आप मुझे तभी आईसीयू में ले जाइएगा या वेंटिलेटर पे डालिएगा जब आपको ये पता चले, आपको ये कॉन्फिडेंस हो कि हाँ ये आदमी 2-3 महीने सर्वाइव करने वाला है एटलीस्ट। अगर आपको पता है हमारी रिपोर्ट्स को देखकर कि ये तो मरने वाला 10 दिनों में, तो क्यों आप मुझे व्हाई यू विल मी टू आईसीयू, क्यों ले जाइएगा आप मुझे वार्ड में रह दीजिए ताकि मैं अपनी फैमिली को के लोगों को देखते हुए इस दुनिया से चला जाऊं। ये मैंने पब्लिकली कहा क्योंकि वहाँ दोस्त हैं, उनके जो चेयरमैन है वो भी हमारे परिचित है। मैं कलकत्ता में दैनिक जागरण का एडिटर था, क्योंकि कलकत्ता बेस्ड नहीं है, डॉक्टर आलोक राय। तो इसकी चिंता मत करिए, वो हम लोग वी विल डिसाइड। लेकिन मैंने ये कहा है, तो ये भी बात हर आदमी के मन में आती है कि उसका जो ट्रीटमेंट डॉक्टर कर रहे हैं, और जैसे मॉलिक्यूलर स्टडी की बात हो रही थी, काफी अच्छा सेशन था। मैंने भी अपना टेस्ट कराया, मैं EGFR म्यूटेड। ये काम करता है लेकिन उसमें पैसा भी लगता है, 40,000 रुपए का कॉस्ट इन्वॉल्व होता है। तो अगर आपको पता है कि इससे कुछ बेनिफिट मरीज को होने वाला है तो आप कराइए। इसी तरीके से वेंटिलेटर पे आप तब ले जाइए, आप सब लोग, इसमें बहुत सारे लोग डॉक्टर्स हैं, तो मेरा अनुरोध यहाँ भी वही है कि आप तभी ले जाइए वेंटिलेटर पे, या तभी उनको कोई डायग्नोस कराने के लिए या कोई भी जांच करवाइए जब आपको लगता हो कि उसके पीछे आपका एक अच्छा पर्पस इन्वॉल्व है। अगर आपका कोई उद्देश्य इन्वॉल्व नहीं है, उद्देश्य सिर्फ आपका ये है कि आप एक जांच करा लेंगे, थोड़ा पता भी चल जाएगा, थोड़ा हॉस्पिटल को भी पैसा आ जाएगा, तो प्लीज मत कराइए। हम जैसे लोग भी जो लाख, 1.25 लाख, 1.5 लाख रुपए कमा लेते हैं महीने में, उनके पास भी सोच होती है कि भाई हम 40,000 लगा रहे हैं, तो फिर पता चला कि अब आज की तारीख में सर मैं औसतन 70-80 हजार रुपए का मेरा खर्चा दवाई में हो जाता है, और मेरी तनख्वाह 1 लाख रुपए। तो आप सोचिए कि 1 लाख रुपए जिसकी तनख्वाह होगी, वो अगर 70,000 रुपए दवाइयों में खर्च कर देगा, उसका कोई सपोर्ट नहीं है बाहर से, तो कैसे कितने दिनों तक सर्वाइव करेगा। जब मुझे डायग्नोस हुआ, और फॉर्चुनेटली भारत में EGFR की मैंने बहुत सारी दवाइयां नहीं है, फिर भी कुछ अच्छी दवाइयां टारगेट थेरेपी की, तो मुझे मेरे डॉक्टर ने कहा कि उसी मर्टीनी पे टैबलेट है, हम खिला सकते हैं आपको, कीमोथेरेपी की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। तो उसका कॉस्ट क्या होगा? तो उन्होंने कहा कॉस्ट ये 5 लाख का है 30 टैबलेट का, लेकिन 1+2 की स्कीम भी है, मतलब 3 महीने में 5 लाख लगा देंगे आप, तो आपका हो जाएगा। तो क्या कोई इंश्योरेंस है? हमने कहा हम लोग तो ठीक थे, बुखार भी नहीं हुआ तो इंश्योरेंस कराया नहीं कि मेडिकल का, कि बुखार भी नहीं हुआ तो क्यों कराएंगे। लगता था कि ये तो 10 साल फालतू जाएगा ना, कि इंतजार करेंगे, अच्छा बुखार होता तो मेरा पैसा निकल जाता हॉस्पिटल से, तो नहीं था। और होता भी तो क्या 25 लाख का होता, 5 लाख रुपए की दवा 3 महीने की, मतलब साल का 20 लाख रुपया। 20 लाख रुपए की दवा 1 लाख रुपया महीने का कमाने वाला आदमी कैसे कर पाएगा? बेच कर भी घर को, और बेच भी देगा अपने लिए, तो फिर छोड़ के आ जाएगा, फिर उसकी चिंता ये भी तो होगी ना, अगर वो कमा रहा है तो कि अगर हम मर जाएंगे तो मेरे बाद फैमिली का क्या होगा। तो एक मरीज, तो मेरे लेवल पे मैंने सोचा मरीज बनने के बाद कि मेरा पहला तो था कि हॉस्पिटल डिसाइड हो जाए जहाँ पे थोड़ा कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव ट्रीटमेंट हो जाए, इलाज हो जाए, और प्लस पैरेलली कि अगर मैं मर जाऊंगा, क्योंकि 6 महीने में मरने वाले लोग हैं लंग कैंसर स्टेज 4 में, जैसा विवेक जी भी बता रहे थे, इनकी मिसेस को कहा गया, कई लोगों को कहा जाता है, मुझे भी कहा गया कि आप अगर आज से 4 साल पहले आए होते हम कहते 6 महीने, आज हम कह सकते हैं कि नहीं, मीडियन टाइम तो 18.78 मंथ्स है। मैंने कहा 18 मंथ्स, तो हाँ, तो मेरी तो चिंता ये होगी ना डॉक्टर साहब कि 18 महीने में हम कैसे फंड का अरेंजमेंट कर देंगे, अगर मैं 18वें महीने मरने वाला हूँ 45 के एज में या 46 के एज में, तो इसके बाद जो फैमिली चलने, और जो लड़का बेटा मेरा IIT में पढ़ रहा है, उसकी IIT की फी के लिए उसको लोन नहीं लेना पड़े, और मेरी वाइफ को जब तक वो कॉलेज से पास आउट होकर कोई प्लेसमेंट उसका नहीं होता है, उसके पास फाइनेंशियल बैकग्राउंड है, तो हम तो फिर आधा इंतजाम तो पैसे का करेंगे ना। और मैंने किया, मैंने पहला काम वही किया कि पहले इतना पैसा ला के रख दो अकाउंट में वाइफ के, एक तो बच्चे की फी, उसका पैसा उसका अकाउंट में डालो, और घर कैसे चलेगा अगर 3 साल तक पढ़ाना है बच्चे को, 2024 में पास आउट होने वाला, तो मैंने 24 तक का प्लान किया। वही कर सकता है आदमी कि भाई उसके प्लेसमेंट तक घर का जो खर्चा महीने का जो भी है, अगर आप 1 लाख रुपया कमाते हैं, आप 1,000 रुपया कमाते हैं, तो आप 1 लाख रुपया महीने का खर्च करते, तो वो 1 लाख रुपया, 1,000 रुपया जितने महीने बचे हैं आपके पास, उतने महीनों का हो जाए आपके अकाउंट में, तभी तो आप इलाज के लिए बढ़ेंगे ना। आगे कैसे बढ़ेंगे आप? क्योंकि आप इलाज, आपको पता है कि आप मरने वाले हैं, तो फिर आप तो पहले सोचेंगे जो जिंदा है उसको सर्वाइव करने का रास्ता दे दीजिए ना। तो ये हुआ। और अब आती है बात जो आप कह रहे थे कि सपोर्ट, जैसे पेशेंट्स के सपोर्ट की बात होती है कि गवर्नमेंट जो फंड्स हैं या गवर्नमेंट की योजनाएं हैं, जो आयुष्मान भारत और तमाम तरह की योजनाएं, तो हम सब लोग जानते हैं कि आयुष्मान भारत योजना में कई सारी दवाइयां शामिल नहीं है, कई सारे ट्रीटमेंट शामिल नहीं है, तो बहुत बेनिफिट नहीं। और वो 5 लाख रुपए की योजना है, अगर आपने उसी मटीरियल खा लिया तो 5 लाख रुपया तो एक, हालांकि नहीं है उसमें, लेकिन आपका 5 लाख 1 महीने में चला जाएगा। तो स्टेट्स के लोग क्या करते हैं, जैसे मैं जब बीमार हुआ तो मैं फॉर्चुनेट हूँ, मैं एक जर्नलिस्ट था, मुझे कुछ लोग जानते हैं हिंदी जर्नलिज्म में। तो मेरे चीफ मिनिस्टर ने मुझे फोन किया जब मैं एडमिट था मुंबई में, तो उन्होंने कहा क्या हाल है, कैसा है, क्या लग उग रहा है। तो तब तो पैसा वैसा था हमारे पास, हम लोग लेके गए थे। तो मैंने कहा इस तरह लग रहा है, मतलब हम लोग लेकर आए हैं पैसा 5-6 लाख रुपया, क्योंकि मुझे बताया गया था कि 7-8 लाख में लग सकता है। तो उन्होंने कहा कि क्या कर सकते हैं हम लोग। हम बोले सर आप जो कर सकते हैं। तो उन्होंने तत्काल तो 2 लाख रुपए मेरे बेटे को बुलाकर दिया चेक उसका, अपनी राहत कोष से। तब मैं बीमार भी बहुत था, मैं कमजोर था। मेरा जब कीमोथेरेपी मेरी, क्योंकि मैं ऑसिमेटिनिब नहीं ले पाया, मैंने सेकेंड हैंड ट्रीटमेंट पूछा तो उन्होंने कहा कीमोथेरेपी प्लस जेफिटिनिब टारगेटेड थेरेपी कॉम्बो में चाहिए, थोड़ा सस्ता है। उसमें भी डॉक्टर्स मतलब मैं वो उस लड़की की बात को आगे बढ़ाता हूँ कि डॉक्टर सच में भगवान है, अगर वो भगवान की तरह रहें तो मैंने ये पूछा कि सर क्या करना है। उन्होंने कहा डॉक्टर सुनील चोपड़े थे उस वक्त, डॉक्टर प्रभास सर नहीं थे, तो आप जो दवा चूज करेंगे वही आप खाएंगे। तो एस्ट्राजेनेका वाला जेविटिनिब खाइएगा, जेनेरिक खाइएगा। एस्ट्राजेनेका वाला 10,500-11,000 हज़ार मिलेगा, जेनेरिक 4-5 हज़ार मिल जाएगा। मैंने कहा नहीं 12,000 वाला खा सकते। तो हम लोगों ने एस्ट्राजेनेका का वो खाना शुरू किया। एनीवे, तो हुआ कि हमने ये बात बताई चीफ मिनिस्टर को कि ये होता है। तो जब कार्बोप्लाटिन और पेमर टेस्ट दोनों चलने लगा तो सोडियम घट गया, हीमोग्लोबिन घट गया, प्लेटलेट्स घट गए, पूरी तरह से आदमी बीमार हो गया। तो थैंकफुल मेरे एम्प्लॉयर्स की, मैंने एक रिपोर्ट नहीं की, एक कुछ नहीं लिखा, कहीं रेडियो पर नहीं बोला, कहीं टेलीविजन पर नहीं आया, और वो लोग हमारी सैलरी देते रहे। लेकिन क्या वो एनफ है 1 लाख रुपए का वेतन, या 50 रुपए का वेतन, या 10 रुपए का वेतन? नहीं था एनफ। अब क्या है कि तब आती है भूमिका गवर्नमेंट की, जिसकी बात हम लोग करते हैं। तो जब मैं थोड़ा ठीक हूँ, फिर मेरे चीफ मिनिस्टर ने मुझे वीडियो कॉल करके कहा कि क्या है देखें आपका। फिर उन्होंने सिविल सर्जन जो वहाँ सीएमओ होते हैं, शायद सीएमओ कहते हैं, हमारे यहाँ सिविल सर्जन होते हैं, उन्होंने सिविल सर्जन को कहा कि हम लोग किस स्कीम से मदद कर सकते हैं इनकी, ये देखिए और बताइए। तो सिविल सर्जन जो उस वक्त थे, अब तो रिटायर करेंगे, उन्होंने फोन किया, कहा कि सीएम ने कहा है कि मुझे मतलब आपको पहुंचाना, तो मेरे पास 5 लाख रुपए की स्कीम है, मुख्यमंत्री गंभीर बीमारी उपचार योजना। अगर आपकी सालाना इनकम 8 लाख रुपए से कम है तो 5 लाख रुपए तक की मदद हम कर सकते हैं। मेरी इनकम 8 लाख से ऊपर की थी, क्या उपाय हो सकता है? तो फिर उन्होंने कहा कि नहीं, हम लोग आईटी ट्रेंड को मान सकते हैं, उसके आधार पे अगर आपने बनवा लिया है इनकम सर्टिफिकेट तो हम आपको कर देंगे। एनी हाउ, जो सर्किल ऑफिसर थे वो बहुत काइंड थे, उन्होंने 8 लाख रुपए का बनाया मेरा वो आय प्रमाण पत्र, और हम लोग इसके लायक हो गए कि हमें मिल जाए मुख्यमंत्री गंभीर बीमारी उपचार योजना से 5 लाख रुपए तक की सहायता। और वो 5 लाख रुपए की सहायता धीरे धीरे करके मिल गई। लेकिन जब मैं थोड़ा ठीक हुआ तो सीएम ने दोबारा, जब मैं लौट कर आया मुंबई से, मुझसे पूछा कि क्या हम कि सर आपको कुछ, कि आपके घर में किसी को कैंसर नहीं है, आप फॉर्चुनेट हैं, इसलिए आपको नहीं पता है कि 5 लाख रुपया तो वहां 5 दिन में खत्म हो जाता है। तो कितना होना चाहिए? क्योंकि होने को तो 25 लाख होना चाहिए, लेकिन अगर आप इस 5 को डबल भी कर देते हैं तो बहुत बेनिफिट करेगा उन मरीजों को जिनके पास पैसा नहीं है। और अगर आप 2 लाख रुपये भी कमाते हैं महीने का, तो साल का 24 लाख रुपए कमा रहे हैं, तो 24 लाख रुपया कमाने वाला आदमी 20 लाख की दवा कैसे खा सकता है एक साल? कहाँ का क्या बेच देगा वो, और बेच के घर के लिए क्या छोड़ के जाएगा? तो मैं झारखंड सरकार का और मतलब पर्सनली वहाँ के मुख्यमंत्री का, हेमंत सोरेन जी का बहुत शुक्रगुजार हूं कि उन्होंने इस बात को समझा। उन्होंने मुझे कहा कि आप एक मेल करिए, हम बजट में लाने की कोशिश करते हैं। हम लोगों ने मेल किया और वो बजट में लेकर आए कि इस 5 लाख का जो ये है लेवल, उसको 10 लाख कर देते हैं। फिर लेकिन उसमें टैग डाल दिया क्या कि सिविल सर्जन नहीं करेंगे, 5 लाख से ऊपर तक का जो भी होगा वो मिनिस्ट्री लेवल पे होगा, और 5 लाख तक का सिविल सर्जन करेंगे। तो फिर मैंने उनको अप्रोच किया, मैंने कहा सर हमारा एक्सेस है, तो आपने कॉल किया, आपने वीडियो कॉल किया, आप बात कर रहे हैं, तो हम आपको बता रहे हैं कितने आम आदमी का एक्सेस है मिनिस्टर के पास। वो फाइल जाएगी मंत्री के पास, वो फाइल पता चला 4 में रह जाएगी, वो मर जाएगा आदमी, उसका शुरू ही नहीं हो पाएगा, वो कीमोथेरेपी शुरू नहीं हो पाएगी, टारगेट दवा नहीं ले पाएगा। इसको सिविल सर्जन लेवल पे करना चाहिए। तो मैं फिर से थैंकफुल हूँ चीफ मिनिस्टर का झारखंड के कि उन्होंने इसको समझा, और अभी पिछले ही महीने उन्होंने 10 लाख रुपए की जो सीमा है उसको ये कर दिया कि सिविल सर्जन ही, मतलब सीएमओ जो है डिस्ट्रिक्ट के, वो 10 लाख रुपए तक दे सकते हैं किसी मरीज को अगर अस्पताल को कॉस्ट सर्टिफिकेट देता है। और मुझे अब तक जो जानकारी मेरी है, क्योंकि हम लोग जर्नलिस्ट भी हैं तो स्कैन करते रहते हैं, कि झारखंड शायद इकलौता ऐसा राज्य है जहां अगर आपकी तनख्वाह 8 लाख रुपए भी साल की है, 8 लाख भी अगर आप कमाते हैं और आपको कैंसर या इस तरह की बीमारी, उसमें एसिड अटैक वगैरह भी है, ये प्लास्टिक सर्जरी भी है, कई सारी नई बीमारियां भी जोड़ी गई हैं, तो आपको वहां की सरकार 10 लाख रुपए तक का मदद सीएमओ के लेवल पे ही करवा देगी। और ऐसा अगर और स्टेट्स में हो जाए तो बहुत फायदा होगा लोगों को, क्योंकि अभी मुझे क्या हुआ कि गवर्नमेंट ने मुझे 5 लाख रुपए भेजे, 1-1 लाख रुपए करके, जितने कॉस्ट सर्टिफिकेट में भेजता हूँ उतना पैसा वो भेजती है, वो 5 लाख पूरा हो गया। तो अब क्योंकि तब तक वो स्कीम का वो बढ़ गया, सीमा बढ़ गई। अब अभी मुझे परसों सिविल सर्जन ने फोन किया था, मेरे कीमो जिस दिन 16 को, जिस दिन मेरा कीमो हुआ है, कि सर उसका हो गया है और वो हम लोग 2 लाख भेज रहे हैं मंडे या ट्यूसडे को, तो 2 लाख रुपये और टीएमएच को भेज देंगे, तो मेरा ट्रीटमेंट और आगे भी गवर्नमेंट के खर्चे से हो पाएगा। और ये जरूरी इसलिए है क्योंकि सभी लोगों के पास हम सब लोग कितनी तनख्वाह पे का, इवन एक आईएएस ऑफिसर किस तनख्वाह पर काम करता है, ये एक बार स्कैन करिए, गूगल पे सर्च करिए, आपको पता चलेगा। सैलरी का एक स्ट्रक्चर है, बहुत अपील करता है।
रवि जी, सॉरी मैं रोकूंगा क्योंकि एक दूसरा सेशन है, बट आई थिंक इस जो आपने बताया उसमें दो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीजें कि एक छोटी सी, अगर आपकी पहुंच है उस जगह पे, उसको अगर आप सही से यूज करते हैं तो आपके साथ साथ पूरे स्टेट में सबको फायदा हो सकता है। रवि जी ने अपने लिए तो उनको सरकार ने मदद दे दी थी, वो चुप बैठ सकते थे, उनको शायद 10 लाख भी चीफ मिनिस्टर दे सकते थे जिनका सीधा एक्सेस था, बट उन्होंने वो चिट्ठी लिखी, रिक्वेस्ट किया, आग्रह किया। जब वो 10 लाख आया उसके बाद प्रोसेस पे भी गए कि आप इसको मंत्री और इस तक नहीं करें, और उसका आज बेनिफिट है। सो थैंक यू सो मच फॉर शेयरिंग। ये पैनल डिस्कशन काफी देर तक चल सकता है, बट मैं एक
I have just one response. I will not take. I know there is एक आपने जो बात करी, हर एक लैंग्वेज में बोलना चाहिए, तो शायद आपने आप तक मैं पहुंच नहीं पाया इंफॉर्मेशन, इसी वजह से हर एक स्टेट का जो भाषा है उसमें अलग अलग इंफॉर्मेशन की हम कर रहे हैं, ठीक है। उसमें हिंदी बहुत ही शामिल है, यूपी में सारे और बिहार में। दूसरा ये, क्योंकि आप बार बार आपने कहा कि पैलिएटिव केयर है, तो आपको इतना सारा ट्रीटमेंट अभी आगे करने की जरूरत नहीं है। तो यही सवाल आप डॉक्टर से पूछिए कि इतना ये 1 2 3 4 है, इसकी जरूरत है क्या नहीं, ये पूछिए। अभी जो भी दवाइयां आपकी बीमारी के वजह से जो तकलीफें आ सकती हैं, उन तकलीफों को दूर करने की जो दवा है वो बहुत 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 कम है। तो आपको दोबारा कोई टारगेटेड थेरेपी, इम्यूनोथेरेपी, कोई थेरेपी में जाने की जरूरत नहीं है। गॉड ब्लेस यू।
थैंक यू गणपति जी। सो बिफोर वी एंड, आई थिंक 2 लोग से मैं लूंगा, बट सपना जी स्पेशली आई थिंक इस ऑडियंस के लिए, क्योंकि मैं बहुत दिन से फॉलो कर रहा हूँ कि जो पैलिएटिव केयर को लेके इवन आयुष्मान भारत के अंदर में नाउ एक हेल्थ बेनिफिट पैकेज में ऐड हुआ है, एंड आप इस एरिया में काफी टाइम से यू आर वर्किंग। सो फ्यू पॉइंट्स विच यू वांट टू हाईलाइट जहां पे कि एडवोकेसी की नीड है, एंड व्हाट मैसेज यू वुड लाइक टू गिव।
First, I'll like to tell something about my organization.
Yes.
Just 2
Quickly,
minutes.
please.
This thing, yeah. I come from, मैं स्नेहांचल पैलिएटिव केयर सेंटर से आई हूँ। हम नागपुर में काम करते हैं, पिछले 16 सालों से कैंसर पेशेंट्स के साथ ही काम कर रहे हैं। मेनली हमारा काम काउंसलिंग का है, और यहाँ जो कुछ भी मैं मैंने कल से जो बातें सुन रही हूँ वो दवाइयों के बारे में और ये सब सुन रही हूँ, विच इज स्लाइटली थोड़ा मेरे लिए नया है क्योंकि हम ज्यादा काउंसलिंग में हैं। बट व्हाट आई फील, अभी जो कुछ भी मैं सुन रही थी इन लोगों से, कहीं तो भी हम जब हमारे पेशेंट्स हमारे तक आते हैं और हम उनसे बात करते हैं, तो मुझे ये समझ में आता है कि देयर इज अ स्लाइट कम्युनिकेशन गैप बिटवीन द डॉक्टर एंड द पेशेंट। ये हमको बहुत ज्यादा लगता है। दवाइयां अपनी जगह है, वो अपना काम करती ही हैं ऑफ कोर्स, पर जब मेरे पास पेशेंट आता है वो इस उम्मीद के साथ आता है कि उस डॉक्टर ने मेरे को बताना चाहिए था मेरी फाइल में क्या लिखा है, या उस डॉक्टर ने बताना चाहिए था ये दवाई क्या है, मेरे को बोला गया है कि ये टेस्ट लेना है, ये दवाई लेनी है, बट उसके बारे में मुझे कुछ पता नहीं है। क्योंकि ज्यादातर पेशेंट्स, मैं उनको उस वक्त भी ये कहती हूँ कि मैं इंग्लिश समझती हूँ, बोलती हूँ, लिखती हूँ, फिर भी मेरे को कई चीजें नहीं समझ आती, तो उस जैसा बंदा जो गांव से आया है उसके लिए वो बहुत डिफिकल्ट हो जाता है। तो व्हाट आई वुड रियली रिक्वेस्ट इज कि आई नो ऑल यू डॉक्टर्स आर वेरी बिजी, आपके पास भी समय कम है, आपके पास पेशेंट्स बहुत ज्यादा हैं, बट जस्ट ट्राई टू गिव अ लिटिल बिट ऑफ योर टाइम. टाइम से ज्यादा व्हाट आई फील इज योर अटेंशन. लाइक you really need to listen, you know, not from here but from here. उतना ही जैसे प्रकाश अंकल करते हैं, he listens यहाँ से, and that's what works for him and for his patients. Ruhi is a proof of that. तो मेरा एडवोकेसी का देखने का जो वो है वो दवाइयों से कम है. मेरा एडवोकेसी की तरफ देखने का जो नजरिया है वो इस तरह से है कि यू नीड टू बी विद द पेशेंट, यू नो, इन रियल टर्म्स, नॉट जस्ट दवाइयों तक ही सीमित ना हो वो आपका रिलेशन. सो फॉर मी दैट इज एडवोकेसी.
ये सब जगह जाके अगर वो एडवोकेसी ऑब्जेक्टिव है ना, वकील जैसे लड़ता है तो वो क्या चीज होगी जो पॉइंट ऑफ केयर को लोग के नजदीक लाने के लिए वो क्या चीज है आपको होना चाहिए?
सो सर इसमें मतलब मेरे समझ से ये चीज होना चाहिए कि लोग को राइट टाइम पे राइट जानकारी होनी चाहिए, उनका डिसीज के बारे में डायग्नोस होना चाहिए, और साथ में ही उनको राइट हॉस्पिटल में राइट डॉक्टर के पास में लेकर के जाना चाहिए. या दैट्स इट.
आई थिंक जो आपका टेलीमेडिसिन सेंटर है वो
Yes.
प्रयास है कि उसको अपने जितना नजदीक केयर से फॉलो अप भी होगा. आई थिंक जो इंफॉर्मेशन एजुकेशन नेविगेशन वो सब कुछ जाके वही पता होता है.
Yes.
इसलिए मैं बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट कड़ी है उसमें कि जितने जल्दी ये पॉइंट ऑफ केयर जितना पास है ये सारी चीजें अच्छे से हो. तो आई नो इसके बाद सेशन में आई कैन नॉट थैंक यू एनफ. थैंक यू बहुत छोटा होगा बट थैंक यू सो मच फॉर योर टाइम. एंड आप सब लोग ये सारे लोग अच्छी बात है कि सोशल मीडिया में बहुत एक्टिव है. आप इनसे जुड़िए, इनके बारे में जानिए और इनसे जो कॉन्वर्सेशन क्वेश्चन जो आज नहीं पूछ पाए आप उनसे वहां भी पूछ सकते हैं. सो थैंक यू ईच वन ऑफ यू फॉर योर टाइम.
Thank you.
थैंक यू डॉक्टर सर एंड एवरीबॉडी फॉर योर टाइम. सो थैंक यू सो मच सर. थैंक यू. Yeah. No, that's one of them. Yeah. All the best. Thank you, sir. अभी आप दोबारा टाटा में आने का प्लान है? मैं 22 को आ रहा हूँ. 22 को आ रहा हूँ. तो मेरा नंबर मुझे कॉल करो. 98197197 2376 ठीक है. मेरा नाम है डॉक्टर. अच्छा एक बात बताइए, अभी आएंगे 22 को तो कुछ नहीं मिलेगा. मैं 22 को तो मेरा मतलब 23 में से स्टैंड का अपॉइंटमेंट है. ओपीडी मेरा 28 को. मैं 22 को आऊंगा. 22 को मेरे ब्लड वर्ड लेने कुमार सर कुमार सर क्या अरे काम है हमारा फोटो पिछले बैठ गए. अरे बोलते हो मेरा सवाल है इसलिए मदद बता दूंगा. टाइम बताता है सुनाने तो है क्या उसी से काम नहीं कि हमारे भी फोटो लो तो मतलब अपनी बात बोलो कि एडवोकेसी क्या एडवोकेसी ये है कि आपको बात सुनानी जब तक ना सुन ले, वरना तो देखो वो तो इग्नोर करने के लिए है. अगर इग्नोर ना कर रहे होते तो चेंज की जरूरत पड़ती है. एडवोकेसी है कि आज क्या है और क्या हम चाहते हैं, उसके लिए तो शोर मचाना ही पड़ेगा. और शोर मचाओगे फायदा होगा ही होगा. ऐसा नहीं है डेमोक्रेसी. मैं जल्दी निकलूंगा. टच में रहेंगे आपसे. आपको 5 पे छोड़ दो, बहुत लंबा टाइम निकाल करना और अभी तो मेरे को तो रजिस्टर हुआ ना, मैंने रजिस्टर में ठीक है मैं जल्दी के बाद आपसे मतलब मिलना पड़ेगा मुझे कैंसर सीसीआई बैंगलोर में आई नो मैं आपसे बात नहीं करना है। हाँ बैंगलोर में वो आश्रम में जो हाँ सो यू वर स्पीकिंग मैं भी था मेरा भी एक सेशन था बट तो मैंने 2-3 जगह पे वी हैव you know met but I could not meet you. I know about you and your organization, the work that you have done. No, but still, because I have heard you in many programs. So. बिल्कुल है. Currently, I am no longer with Pfizer. So
Present vote of thanks.
But I have been working on this. This is something that
Sir. Now I request Dr. Rajesh Patidar to present vote of thanks.
Currently, I work with Boringa Ringa Line. There is a company called Boringa Ringa Line. It's a pharma group. It's a German group which works basically in diabetes and take care of the government and public affairs. It's very recent. I think 10 साल से मैं patient education कर रहा था. I was working on this and private.
So, good evening, everyone. I, Dr. Rajesh Patidar, from the team TYAcon. I would like to thank each and everyone for making this conference a grand success. I thank all delegates for their active participation. I also thank all survivors who shared their stories and encouraging us to do such conferences again and again. I also thank all parallel NGOs who participated with us and who shared their experiences. I also want to thank all pharma companies who gave us assistance to conduct this conference. At the end, I would like to thank my residents, especially Dr. Shashank. They were doing so hard work for last 1 to 2 weeks to make this conference a successful one. And at end, I would like to thank our founder chairman, sir, to give us resources to conduct this conference. Thank you each and everyone. Now I would like to call Chitalkar sir to give a vote of thanks to Sulabh. Is Sulabh is there? Shalabh.
चलो आ जाओ भैया. You have done a great job. Yes.
Next,
Yes.
Ruhi ma'am.
Thank you, Rohit, for wonderfully conducting.
Sapna ma'am, please come.
Wish you all the best. I'm sorry I couldn't make you.
Archana ma'am.
Archana
ma'am.
Archana बाहर बुलाना. हाँ है ना. So she's been dance party. अच्छा काम. And great job. I call her executive assistant to vice president. That sounds a wonderful term. No? So, and she's learning, and she comes from Jharkhand, by the way. So that's interesting, you know. Yeah, please come. So you're getting the purple vase with the purple flowers, and that's the color of TYAcon. Right. So much. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, and we conclude and hope to meet very soon again. And a couple of satellite meetings, and then of course once every year, one weekend of September of yours should always be blocked for this wonderful conference. Thank you so much for being part of it. So Tahe dil se shukriya. Hey, oh yeah, thank you.
You always give, so we thought we would do our
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Yeah. So highways infinite. That's great. Highways infinite. What you are doing is very excellent. Okay, so I need to announce the winners of the two competitions we had. One was the quiz competition. Rajesh, you can announce. Yeah, there we are. No, go back. Yeah. So Mahima gets the first prize for the quiz. Where's Mahima? And then there's only one prize. Sorry. So,
Okay, there's only one thing.
okay. So many congratulations. You've done well in the quiz. The first year, just joined and you've done very well. Very tough.
That's 99
And there's no second
314
yeah.
Double
And
one.
for the poster,
Triple
Kurta
one.
gets the prize. Okay.
Ah.
And first prize, Kurta, and second prize, Mahima. So, congratulations. Thank you so much. And we conclude this and over to the Sakuma team. So over to Devender. Please come and finish. Where's Shashank? He used to actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
The last
No. You can just announce. Start the ball. I think he just without ado will come. Yeah, you can be there too. Without much. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was the end of the TYAcon 2022, and we had one satellite symposium this afternoon for the doctors.
You call for introduction. Sir, just
Residents and everyone taking care of bone and soft tissue tumors. Young adult. Yeah. So we somehow or the other we could not keep pace with the conference schedule, so we decided to have this as a satellite event, and for the benefit of pathology residents, orthopedic residents, medical oncology, surgical oncology, whatever. So we have got great honor in getting the faculty together. I'm told the diagnostic radiology person who was to speak has suddenly developed COVID, so that's cancelled. So the first session won't be there, but I have my proud privilege to invite Dr. Bharat Rekhi, professor of bone and soft tissue pathology, oncopathology in Tata Memorial Hospital, and eminent office bearer of several societies and committees on sarcoma pathology. Dr. Bharat Rekhi, please. And my honor to host him for the second time in Indore. Last time also was in a TYAcon meeting, probably in 2016. And he's very kindly agreed, and one of the most learned pathologists you'll get. And I'm sure the students will benefit. I think the pathology department has already had a very enriching time with him. So thank you. In this, we already have Dr. Vivek Verma, consultant pathology, Max Super Specialty Hospital in Patparganj in Delhi, along with Dr. Abhijit Salunke, who is professor of orthopedic oncology in GCRI Ahmedabad. So, and of course, the medical oncology will be covered by none other than Dr. Rajesh Patidar. Thank you very much, all of you. The departing company. So, thank you so much. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you, Chitalkar sir, for this opportunity. And it's always an honor and pleasure to be a part of your excellent meeting. I have had fond memories at the earlier times, and I think because of COVID, we couldn't meet, but I'm always happy to be a part of your conference, and the assigned topic to me is very interesting, to close to my heart. I think very appropriately worded by sir as histology to personalize histopathology report. So I have certain objectives as a part of plan of my talk. We look at a little bit of background on diagnostic approach towards sarcomas that we do in pathology. And when in pathology in bone and soft tissue tumors, I say we are like half radiologists and maybe 1/4 oncologists, because we've learned so much from our colleagues. And it's so nice to see Vivek and all the other colleagues here in the from whom we've mutually learned so much. So I'll touch upon the pathological aspects, including updates in bone tumors, soft tissue tumors, ancillary techniques, and few interesting cases with some takeaways as my final wrap up. So we know that bone tumors might be relatively common, but sarcomas are rare. They form about 0.2%. And according to the Western series, osseous neoplasms form 1/10 of the total soft tissue counterparts, because we have these lumps and bumps in soft tissues more common than we see actually in bone tumors. And it's very interesting and important to know that certain specific bone tumors and sarcomas are age related. And there's a bimodal distribution, first peak, second peak, and second peak to sixth decade. So we look at the incidence demographics of soft tissue tumors. They form less than 1% of the total cancer burden. Because I come from a referral cancer center at Tata Hospital, we see them forming about 2.2% of the total cancer cases. Even though they are rare, they're complex, heterogeneous, and diagnostically challenging. And when I say diagnostically challenging, it's because there is a lot of overlap between the clinic in terms of the clinical, radiological, histopathological, immunohistochemical, and even molecular overlap in more than 200 tumors that have been described, more than 80 sarcomas so far. So how do we overcome the challenges in diagnosis and management is to practice this safe approach of multidisciplinary care. It sounds a bit cliche, but I think it's very important. We've all learned how much from each other as being part of this clinico-radiopathological meetings that we have. We abreast ourselves with the updates in recent advances, and now the WHO 2020 fascicle with new entities is, I won't say hot off the press, but it's there with more entities which are genetically described with new markers, and that definitely translates towards improved management in terms of surgery. And we live in the world of limb salvage than the radical resections, which we used to see quite years back before our med-onc colleagues made a huge difference in treatment of sarcomas like osteosarcomas. So in terms of the clinical perspective, for a pathologist, what he has to answer is whether the tumor is benign or a pseudosarcoma like nodular fasciitis or myositis ossificans. It's kind of clonal tumors now. They're not reactive processes. Whether it's an intermediate malignancy, for example, you will have a fibromatosis in soft tissues and you have a giant cell tumor as intermediate malignant, and or it's a sarcoma, that's an osteosarcoma. And of course, we have sort of a lot of soft tissue sarcomas. So once the sarcoma has been removed by our surgical colleagues, they want to know what are the margins, have they cleared it completely? And therein lies the importance of the pathologist to furnish whether the resection was wide, marginal, or intralesional. Do the oncologists want to offer something, or the radiation colleagues want to offer something additional in terms of radiation or the chemotherapy? So that answer comes up with the grading and typing of certain sarcomas, of course, apart from the clinical perspective in terms of tumor size and the stage. And finally, how will this particular tumor or sarcoma behave? So we furnish parameters related to the prognosis, and therein lies grading and staging as important parameters. We look at the diagnostic modalities. Radiology is very important in bone tumors. It can't be better than a plain radiograph. That is the most important investigation for evaluating a bone tumor. And then we have CT and MRI for local staging. In soft tissues, MRIs are good for extremity lesions and CT for abdominal lesions. For cystic lesions, we have ultrasound. Finding aspiration cytology has been a little relatively quick, easy accessible technique, but it's got its limitations in terms of primary diagnosis. It's mostly limited to recurrences in metastatic lesions. Its role in primary diagnosis is kind of fraught with a lot of errors. So pathologists need to be very aware who are trying to embark on making a diagnosis primarily on FNAC for a soft tissue or bone tumor. What we do more often is biopsies, curettages for benign tumors, and excisional biopsies restricted to lesions are about 2 centimeters in size. And core needle biopsies are most often practiced for evaluating soft tissue tumors. They are safe and effective and help in yielding appropriate material, including subtyping and grading, which is about 80% cases, including our experience at TMH. So when I say what is it in terms of the tumor, it's good to have an algorithmic approach in mind of a pathology where it's dealing with a tumor or a lookalike high grade. That is a reactive lesion, which includes hematomas, scar cysts, and parasites. And of course, that community centers pathologists see these more often than they would see actually a tumor. And when we see tumor, we see whether it's benign or malignant. Something in the middle is intermediate, which can be locally aggressive or rarely metastatic. When I say locally aggressive, it's like fibromatosis, and rarely metastatic could be an inflammatory myelofibrotic tumor. We try to grade a sarcoma. We don't try to grade a tumor. It's kind of a confusing attitude towards a pathologist when he's dealing with sarcomas, that they grade a tumor, low-grade tumor. And our surgical colleagues might be in a quandary that it's a tumor actually, and what are you grading it? So we prefer to say that we are grading a sarcoma, and we grade it in terms of low grade and high grade. We follow for the soft tissues, the FNCLCC or the French grading system, and we total our scores related to certain parameters, and we give grade 1, 2, and 3. 2 and 3 are combined for a high grade, and grade 1 is low grade. When you look at the terms of diagnosing a tumor in terms of soft tissues or bone, we moved beyond the realms of conventional histopathology with our good friend that is immunohistochemistry. Now we have molecular genetics as ancillary techniques towards making more precise diagnosis in this world of precision medicine. We move from evidence-based towards more personalized and precise medicine. That's what pathologists have always been practicing towards. So we offer parameters related to prediction and prognosis in terms of the tumor stage, size, and histopathological types. And of course, we know there are certain new markers. Now, that's what we've been following over the years. That's kind of a gospel that we utilize for diagnosis. From 2002 and even before, we've had these blue books, as we fondly call them, the WHO fascicles. And now it's the 2025th edition, which I've been very fortunate to be an associate towards writing certain chapters, more illustrated, more with genetics and more markers. Looking at these certain muscular tumors, musculoskeletal tumors, it's good to have in the back of your mind towards what age group and what tumors could feature for a pathologist, as well as the oncologist colleagues always know it, that you will have a lesion like LCH perhaps in a pediatric patient, you will have an osteoid osteoma maybe in 5 to 10 years or age group, and you will not see generally a giant cell tumor in a pediatric patient. Of course, you can see, but it's uncommon. You will see lesions like, featuring as maybe LCH or osteomyelitis in youngish patients, and you will see maybe osteosarcomas in adolescent and, maybe older patients. And Ewing's, of course, is another pediatric round cell tumors. Coming to the pathological aspects of bone tumors, it's a good way to have, again, in the back of your mind, what tumors occur in what locations. Kind of a good cartoon that I share in all my presentations for the residents as well as for the pathologists, that if you're dealing with a giant cell rich lesion, and if you're seeing it in the epiphysis of a adult patient, then you have a chances of a giant cell tumor, which is rare in a pediatric patient. Of course, if it happens in pediatric, it will be more metaphyseal in contrast to epiphysis, which is more often. Likewise, you will have chondrosarcomas again in more adult patients. So you have it happening in the metaphyses. You have osteosarcomas in the metadiaphyses. You have round cell tumors classically in the diaphyseal locations with their peculiar radiological appearances, and of course lesions like adamantinomas or corticofibrous dysplasias. In lesions in sites like tibial locations in the diaphyses. So cortical based lesions. So it's good to know that what lesions can happen there, and accordingly you can interpret your histopathology in a correct clinical radiological context. And this is a good cartoon to know what the lesion does and how the bone responds to it. So you will have lesions appearing accordingly on radiology. Like I said, that pathologist is kind of a half radiologist. So when we see something called geographic, very well edged with a narrow zone of transition, what I've learned from my radiology colleagues, more towards a benign tumor, in contrast to a more permeative or moth-eaten appearance that you will see in lesions which are more malignant. For example, the Ewing sarcoma, and of course we have osteomyelitis as a trapdoor on radiology, which can masquerade a round cell tumor. So the lesions accordingly show an image. They cast an image, be it a lytic or be it a more permeative or moth-eaten. How the bone responds is towards what kind of a periosteal reaction you see. So you see a very peculiar, irregular periosteal reaction. It's kind of a sunburst appearance in more osteosarcomas, in contrast to more lamellated appearance that you will see in Ewing sarcoma, because the round cell tumors occur over a period of time with this layering, and you have this peculiar onion skin appearance, which you see in Ewing sarcomas occurring in the diaphyseal location, which is more common. How we classify bone tumors is based on the matrix. I will come to that, how we classify soft tissue tumors. So it could be a chondrogenic tumor, osteogenic, and giant cell rich. And then, of course, we have the notochordal tumors. And the new entrant, the notochordal tumors, is poorly differentiated chordoma in pediatric patient. Of course, we have the other hematolymphoid and the mesenchymal tumors that can happen in bone. So looking at the grading in sarcomas, we grade the sarcomas in terms of the types that we see. So grade 1 will be like a low-grade parosteal osteosarcoma in contrast to a periosteal osteosarcoma that's going to be grade 2, akin to a chondroblastic osteosarcoma. Adamantinomas and chordomas are likewise in grade 2. You have a clear cell chondrosarcoma in grade 1, but a conventional chondrosarcoma will be further graded in terms of 2 and 3. Ewing sarcomas are no low grades. You don't have any low grades. By default, a high grade sarcoma. A conventional osteosarcoma is again by default a high grade sarcoma, telangiectatic osteosarcoma. So it's important that every time the pathologist mentions a osteosarcoma, it's important to mention the type because it influences the grade and further management, because we've learned chemotherapies are offered for high-grade conventional osteosarcomas in contrast to parosteal, which are dealt with resection only in most cases. So in terms of how the lesions are dealt in terms of the treatment, fibrous dysplasia is called as a leave me alone lesion, and it can masquerade a low-grade osteosarcoma on histology, but radiology makes a difference, and now we have genetics as well to help us. Osteostomas are being dealt with radioablation, and we don't see these lesions. And of course, I have a very rare case as a collection in my slide of of osteostoma. We don't see these because these are ablated. Giant cell tumors are being dealt with curettage resection, and now of late denosumab, especially large recurrent tumors, osteosarcomas, like I mentioned, for neoadjuvant chemotherapy, and chondrosarcomas mostly resection with the grade 1. Again, the concept of atypical cartilaginous tumor versus low-grade chondrosarcoma in extremities is mostly dealt with curettage, can be dealt with curettage, in contrast to grade 2, which will be dealt with a more sort of wider resection. Ewing sarcoma is chemosensitive. It's dealt with chemotherapy, and I don't have to tell this august audience about what protocols are offered and how these are dealt. We have cases treated with ECRT, and lymphomas have their own chemotherapy regime. So that's kind of a snapshot of a benign bone tumors. You see this very cellular bone-forming nidus lesion in classic osteostomas, and the concept of osteostomas larger being osteoblastoma is brushed out because osteoblastomas are different from osteostomas. Osteochondromas, classically will have a cartilaginous cap, and you will have this marrow, and it's kind of a mushroom appearance of the lesion. Enchondromas, again, a very, frank benign cartilage which is not permeated. So the difficulty for a pathologist to differentiate a chondrosarcoma grade 1 versus an enchondroma is by far one of the important challenges. And we look for this bone permeation, and so we very easily put the ball in the radiologist's court that you tell us if there is a bone permeation on imaging, and we can say if it's a larger sized painful lesion permeating, we'll go ahead towards calling it as grade 1 or 2 chondrosarcomas, mostly in flat bones. Chondroblastomas are very cellular tumors. They have their peculiar, nuclear features like grooving, and they appear as lytic lesions, apophysis, and they can masquerade an osteosarcoma. And we know that how drastic treatment differences are there in either of the lesions. What we do and how we deal osteosarcomas in terms of their post chemotherapy is we grid the entire tumor and we sample all the sections, because we have to furnish post chemotherapy response towards the chemotherapy our oncology colleagues have offered, which is to high-grade osteosarcomas and Ewing sarcomas, and we give percentage. So I think more than 90% is what I've learned is a good response. And of course, in Ewings, because it's a chemosensitive, it has to be 100%, more than 99% to say something as good response in Ewings. That's completely to be blasted out. So that's the example you can see. You see on the left as a very cellular tumor, and see how our oncology colleagues have made a difference towards this completely vanished tumors, good high-grade osteosarcoma response, more than 90% cases. And I would like to bring in this particular publication. I was very happy to be associated with my oncology colleague, Dr. Jyoti. And she put up how, the compliance towards treatment influences further outcomes in cases of osteosarcoma, and we've learned about that. So what lies beneath in terms of the genetics has been seen about the alteration of the P16 and CDK4. That lies beneath, and it's been translated towards P16, predicting necrotic response amongst patients with osteosarcoma having a neoadjuvant chemotherapy. So we haven't had any good robust marker to predict which will be an osteosarcoma, perhaps will respond better. And what we looked at trying to see various markers in terms of our experience at TMH, we found the most important parameter that has stood the test of time is the chemotherapy response, which influences the overall survival. And that's what we concluded, that the necrosis is important. And of course, in Ewing sarcoma, it's the tumor size, and if the metastasis is at the presentation, these are aggressive outcomes. We haven't had any robust marker to say that before chemotherapy, which Ewing sarcoma could be better. Coming towards more genetics, since bone tumors, we've identified that something which lies beneath a giant cell tumor, which is an intermediate malignant tumor, is a rank-rankle expression, which drives giant cell tumors towards this osteoclastogenesis. And on imaging, these can look very destructive. These can recur, we know, and they can undergo a malignant transformation. That is why we call them as intermediate malignant. So trying to target this osteoclastogenesis and making this tumor more amenable in surgical resections for our oncology colleagues has been denosumab as the magic bullet. And it's of course not curative. It just helps to reduce the osteoclastogenesis and making the tumor more surgically amenable. And that's our experience towards what we saw in these post-denosumab treated giant cell tumors. Is on the left, you will see these several osteoclastic giant cells, multinuclear, and this very cellular stromal cells, which are the tumor cells. We don't use the word osteoclastoma. It's because osteoclastic cells are not the tumor cells. It's the stromal cells. But you see on towards your right, you have this pink areas which are all osteoid. So it kind of makes a pathologist feel that perhaps this could be an osteosarcoma, unless he knows that this is a denosumab treated, because the brakes of the destruction are released and there's a rebound bone formation, which makes this treated GCT looking like a low-grade osteosarcoma. And that's our experience towards looking at 18 primary cases, 7 recurrent, and we saw complete absence of osteoclastic giant cells in 15 cases. Of course, we have Vivek here who's done seminal work on giant cell tumors treated with denosumab. So coming towards pathological aspects of soft tissue tumors, we classify bone tumors on their matrix. Soft tissues we classify on their lineage. And there are more than 200 tumors, more than 80 sarcomas to kind of confuse even pathologists. But yes, they all have their clinical significance. So if it's an adipocytic tumor, you will have lipoma is benign. Atypical lipomatous tumor in extremities and well-differentiated liposarcoma in retroperitoneum is an intermediate malignant tumor. And likewise, a pleomorphic liposarcoma, dedifferentiated liposarcoma will be malignant counterparts. So likewise, you have for the nerve sheath tumors, you have for the vascular tumors. What grading we follow is the FNCLCC grading, the French sarcoma grading system. And we utilize parameters like tumor differentiation score, mitosis, and necrosis. So grading and staging is not a substitute for typing, because these all are integrated, because your tumor type will influence what grade of the tumor you are having. For example, you don't have a synovial sarcoma, which is low grade. It's by default at least a grade 2 or 3. Rhabdomyosarcoma is by default high grade. You have a myxoid liposarcoma, which could be low grade. If it has a round cell component, it has a high grade chances. Alveolar soft part sarcoma, by default, a high grade sarcoma. Dedifferentiated liposarcomas can be intermediate to high grade. So all tumor types have their influence towards in terms of the grading, which influences the staging as well. What has come in the new fascicle is, because there are a lot of tumors that are defined genetically. Ewing sarcoma is now defined genetically. It has to be a tumor which has an underlying EWSR1 gene rearrangement, and the fusion partner is the ETS family of transcription factors. And we know how important is Ewing sarcoma, because the patient goes for a specific chemotherapy protocol right away. So in the essential criteria for Ewing's, we will have a tumor to be in a clinical radiological context reinforced with MYC2 or CD99, which is not a perfect marker. But the desirable will be, if you're seeing a Ewing sarcoma at unusual locations and your IHCs are equivocal, you demonstrate the underlying mutation, the underlying fusion, either by RT-PCR or by FISH is what we do, because we have unraveled Ewing sarcomas in female genital tract and unusual locations like in older patients as well. So like I said, that these tumors are complex and there are several entities, and it makes sense because you have certain specific chemotherapies lined up for these individual pediatric soft tissue sarcomas. For example, rhabdomyosarcoma has a different chemotherapy in contrast to Ewing sarcoma, and I think all of us here know much more about it. This is what I was mentioning about the FNCLCC grading. You see these parameters, and we total up finally towards giving us something is grade 1, which scores 2 to 3, and grade 3 will be scored 6 to 8. And that's the evidence, because it's been seen with increasing grade, the metastasis-free survival, it influences definitely from the French sarcoma group who gave this grading system. So higher grades, poorer survivals in terms of recurrences as well as the overall survival. That's the evidence. So you can see now how staging is influenced with grading and the tumor size. You have large-sized, deep-seated tumors to be more chances of being high-grade malignant and behaving more aggressively accordingly. And that's how we finally stage them in part of the TNM or the AJCC classification system. Coming towards how choroidial soft tissue resections is depicted in this cartoon. And you can see when we try to furnish margins for our surgical oncology colleagues, is you can see an example of a tumor that's kind of bread loaf like you see in breast. So if you see there is a tumor in the center and the red line is denoting a pseudocapsule, because these tumors have a very centrifugal way in which they develop sort of a pseudocapsule. And the myth was earlier that if you remove the tumor, it's good, but the reality is that you've left something behind. And that's what the oncosurgeon knows about it, that they have to go beyond the pseudocapsule to call something as wide, that you can see here, which we call as R0. So if the plane of resection is going at the inked surface, which is about ideally 1 centimeters, but it won't be always possible, it's called R0. If the plane of resection is going through the pseudocapsule that you can see depicted with the red line, it's called R1. And if it's banged through the tumor, it's called an R2 or an intralesional excision. So coming towards so that's how the margins are offered in terms of the pathological evaluation for sort of to have an idea about how clear the tumor has been done. That's the IHCs that we follow in terms of trying to classify tumors. For example, Ewing's, we utilize MIC2 and NKX2.2 to reinforce a diagnosis of Ewing sarcoma. I won't say something is absolute, because there is nothing in terms of IHC which is like defining for a tumor. We reinforce our morphology in a clinical radiological context. Rhabdomyosarcoma will be reinforced with myogene and MyoD1, apart from desmin, neuroblastoma, synaptophysin, chromogranin in an abdominal location tumor, ideally in pediatric patient with a certain imaging features. DSRCT is a polyphenotypic tumor, so it's mostly in young adults, and you see this multi-epithelial differentiation, mesenchymal differentiation, and also the neuroendocrine differentiation. Of course, we know that these are nasty tumors dealt with multimodality, and they might not respond very well. And now we have options of even hyperthermic chemotherapy that is offered to certain DSRCT patients because of the extensive abdominal location. Small cell osteosarcoma can be a mimic to Ewing sarcoma. And the way to differentiate the two is to demonstrate genetics of this Ewing sarcoma, because both the tumors can be MIC2 positive. So that's the example of a very classic Ewing sarcoma round cell morphology. We don't use the word PNET anymore. It's been removed, and we don't use Ewing-like as well. And we reinforce our diagnosis with this membranous brown MIC2 staining in Fly1, which is again not perfect, but we are reusing these to reinforce the diagnosis. Something more specific is to see that you are demonstrating the underlying fusion with this PCR in certain cases. And you can see 330 and 394 are the defining base pairs in this particular example with the arrow. You can see the band is there in the ear of the base pairs that defines this with the primer, the way they are designed. That's what we do more routinely, because this is more sensitive fish for EWSR22Q12. And non-rearranged tumor cell nucleus, if you see on the left, is showing red-green fused signals. You see this break-apart split. More than 15% cells is what we call as EWSR rearrangement. And these are the scenarios in which we do molecular testing. It's not feasible to test every case of Ewing's, even in the global platform. So whenever we have unusual clinical presentations of Ewing's occurring in older patients, unconventional sites, ARMS suspecting in childhood, because ARMS, alveolar rhabdomyosarcoma is mostly in young adults or older patients. We don't see in pediatric, wherein we see embryonal rhabdomyosarcomas. If we see unexpected IHCs and we're still thinking of Ewing's, we need to go towards a demonstration of the underlying genetics. Different pediatric round cell sarcomas for specific chemotherapies, like I mentioned, small cell osteosarcoma versus Ewing's, olfactory neuroblastoma from Ewing sarcoma. They have their different genetics. CMYC amplification, the NMYC amplification in neuroblastoma versus EWS Fly1 Ewing sarcoma. Trying to define certain benign versus malignant soft tissues, also lipoblastoma, mostly in pediatric patients, versus a myxoid liposarcoma, is kind of grade 2 or maybe higher morphology. Differentiating certain chemosensitive tumors from the others, that's synovial sarcoma, which is more chemosensitive in contrast to an intermediate chemosensitive tumor that is MPNST, and fibrosarcoma is a vanishingly rare entity. So we utilize genus mutations when trying to differentiate fibrous dysplasia from low-grade osteosarcoma. That's kind of a interesting success story. We saw this round cell tumor in vulvar location of this patient with simultaneously lung mets seen on this PET avid lesions. And you can see MIC2 is membranous positive, but that won't be enough to call a vulvar Ewing sarcoma. So we demonstrated an EWSR gene rearrangement, which is split. And you see this post-chemotherapy, the patient had a survival benefit at least of 12 months to my knowledge, and the lesions were gone. So you can see how chemotherapy influences towards a correct diagnosis we are able to furnish. That's kind of a very sad appearance of this newborn who had this multiple subcutaneous soft tissue nodules, kind of a called as blueberry muffin appearance, which I find is very unpalatable in terms of trying to identify. And it's a round cell pink tumor, which is positive for myode and myogene. It's a rhabdomyosarcoma, and it was thought towards maybe it's more ARMS, which is unusual for this newborn child. What you can see here is PAX is negative, so it was thought more towards an ERMS. And see how chemotherapy, specific IRS4 protocol made the change, and patient just had a bump in the nipple close to. So he had a survival benefit, but of course we lost finally because of the brain met. So that just tells how certain rhabdos can respond well, but finally there will be a bad outcome. So we are seeing now certain new targets that are up on the horizon. We know the success story of imatinib in GIST, and now it's being translated towards certain DFSPs, recurrents, who are being now found to be candidates for imatinib. And what is something even more is trying to have certain nomograms for predictions based on certain size, depth, site histology, and we total the points to say that how much, so there you have the circulator, if I know from my colleague, Dr. Jyoti, and then we have the memorial, the nomograms that are being utilized in clinic towards how predictions can be made and how treatment decisions can be accordingly suitably made for this personalized era. So I like to wind up with this pathology report that we offer at our center in trying to see what kind of specimen we get, what kind of resection is it, tumor size, depth. So it's kind of more structured or organized way in which we need to offer a report. And it's just not the diagnosis, but all the parameters that will help towards, our oncology colleagues and influencing patient care. So we give the tumor type based on WHO classification, mitosis, necrosis, grade stage, margins, and emboli. So that's the timeless triangle. It's my very favorite slide that I put up in my presentations. We've always had this clinical details, radiology, and conventional pathology to integrate. It's just that we have a new angle of molecular pathology to have a more robust diagnosis in sarcomas. And I thank you all for your patient hearing. We're happy to take questions. Any questions or any comments?
Thank you, sir, for an enlightening session. Does anyone have any questions for sir? Before sir's session, we had another session planned for radiology. Unfortunately, Dr. Manish Bhagat is suffering from COVID. So we'll be having a session for imaging characteristics of primary osteosarcoma by Dr. Rajkumari Ram.
Good evening, everyone. Myself, Dr. Rajkumari Rawat. I'm a radiologist, and today I would be talking about imaging characteristics of primary osteosarcoma, non-conventional subtypes. So, WHO has classified osteosarcomas in two categories. One is the primary one, and another one is the secondary one. The primary includes intramedullary and surface type. In intramedullary, there is conventional osteosarcoma, low-grade central osteosarcoma, telangiectatic osteosarcoma, small cell osteosarcoma, and in surface type of, there are paraosteal, periosteal, high-grade surface osteosarcomas. So I would be talking about the non-conventional varieties. Osteosarcomas are basically primary malignant tumors of bone that produces osteoid matrix. So we would be reading about telangiectatic, small cell, low-grade central, paraosteal, periosteal, and high-grade surface osteosarcomas. The question is why we need to differentiate these different types of osteosarcomas. Because of the therapeutic options and prognosis of different types of osteosarcomas differ from each other, correct diagnosis is essential and requires to identify characteristic imaging features. The first, we will be talking about the juxtacortical variety of osteosarcoma that originate from the surface of the bone. So basically on imaging, these will be typically lobular, arise from the outer periosteum of the metaphysis of a long bone, and these are divided into paraosteal, periosteal, and high-grade surface osteosarcomas. They are primarily associated with the periosteum and have variable medullary and canal involvement. Coming to the paraosteal osteosarcomas, it manifests in second and fourth decade of life, arises from the metaphysis of the long bone, and the prognosis of this is better than the conventional osteosarcoma, as 5-year overall survival rate is 86 to 91% for the former, but 53 to 61% for the latter one. At radiography, these are classically lobulated in appearance, exophytic mass with central dense ossification adjacent to the bone, the cleavage plane separating the tumor from the adjacent normal cortex. Okay. The cleavage plane separating the tumor and adjacent normal cortex, that is called as the string sign. The cortical thickening and the lack of aggressive periosteal reaction are the features of paraosteal osteosarcomas on imaging. At cross-sectional imaging, invasion of the medullary canal is frequently observed. Here we can see exophytic, heavily ossified tumor at the cortex. It is predominantly ossified and appearance similar to that of the cortex. There is a focal medullary, intramedullary extension that we can see over here. So these both are the CT and MRI imaging of the paraosteal osteosarcomas. The mimics of paraosteal osteosarcomas would be osteochondroma and myositis ossificans. So, osteochondromas basically develop or may be associated with trauma or irradiation. Corticomedullary continuity of the juxtacortical bone lesion with adjacent bone is the feature of osteochondroma. There would be a cartilage cap, hyaline cartilage cap may or may not be associated. These hyaline cartilage caps would be a T2 hyperintense. In contrast to the osteochondromas, paraosteal osteosarcomas lacks corticomedullary continuity, and sometimes there may be associated cap-like appearance of the cartilage tissue on MR, but this cap would be irregular, incomplete, thick, in contrast to the smooth, continuous, and relatively thin cartilage cap of the osteochondromas. So here we can see an example of paraosteal osteosarcoma that is mimicking an osteochondroma. Here we can see the stalk-like appearance of the tumor, a feature that mimics the appearance of osteochondroma, but the tumor that contains this cartilaginous cap is irregular and thickened. So it was an example of a paraosteal osteosarcoma on imaging. Coming to the another mimic, that is myositis ossificans, is benign ossified soft tissue mass within the muscle that can be atraumatic or traumatic in origin. Gradual ossification of the lesion from the periphery towards the center of the mass is a characteristic radiographic feature of myositis ossificans. Here we can see the peripheral ossificans of this soft tissue lesion. In paraosteal osteosarcoma, the densest ossification will be in the center of the lesion rather than the periphery in case of myositis ossificans. At MR imaging, myositis ossificans may stimulate malignancy in early or intermediate stage, appearing as enhancing soft tissue mass with surrounding edema. So the presence of prominent surrounding edema is also a differentiating feature from paraosteal osteosarcomas. Here we can see an example of dedifferentiated paraosteal osteosarcoma. The tumor is predominantly soft tissue with only a small area of ossification owing to the lack of bone production in the chondroblastic dedifferentiation type. Example of an osteochondroma, here we can see a cartilaginous cap that is hyperintense on T2 weighted image. The next one is periosteal osteosarcoma. It is the second most common type of juxtacortical osteosarcoma, presents mainly in second and the third decade of life. The characteristic location is diaphysis, and the prognosis is better than that of the conventional osteosarcomas. That is 83% 5-year survival rate is there. Basically arises from the inner periosteum that we can see over here of the diaphysis of a long bone and demonstrate perpendicular periosteal reaction. That is a periosteal osteosarcoma. On radiograph, we can see sunburst and hair on end periosteal reaction, saucerized cortical depression. Typically, there is no involvement of the medullary canal in periosteal osteosarcomas. Differentiation of high-grade osteosarcomas from periosteal osteosarcoma may be difficult at imaging, as both can occur in diaphysis and causes periosteal reaction and bone destruction. However, high-grade osteosarcomas often involve the entire circumference of the cortex and more likely to show medullary invasion. Periosteal chondroid tumors are juxtacortical surface soft tissue masses and well-defined borders, typically metaphyseal in origin, and contain curvilinear calcification along the periphery of the cartilage lobules. In contrast, periosteal osteosarcoma is a broad-based soft tissue mass, commonly diaphyseal in location, and produces a cortical erosion and periosteal reaction perpendicular to the cortex that we have seen in this. Another is the high-grade surface osteosarcoma. It is a rare variety present in second and third decade of life. They are usually large tumors of more than 4.5 to 22 centimeters. And the prognosis of this is initially was considered worst, but nowadays it is considered a bit improved prognosis that is better, and probably due to the aggressive chemotherapy and surgical resection that we have available now. So at radiography, dense ossification and periosteal reaction are seen in the majority of the cases. Cortical erosion and thickening are also seen frequently. The rate of intramedullary invasion is variable. Imaging mimics will include parosteal osteosarcoma, periosteal osteosarcoma, and conventional osteosarcomas. High-grade surface osteosarcomas may resemble parosteal with ill-defined and fluffy bone formation, or periosteal osteosarcomas when it is diaphyseal and associated with cortical destruction and periosteal reaction, depending on the degree of the osteoblastic and chondroblastic differentiation. Circumferential bone involvement can be more extensive in high-grade surface osteosarcomas than in the other forms of juxtacortical osteosarcomas. When medullary invasion is prominent feature, it is difficult to distinguish between this tumor from conventional osteosarcoma with a large extraosseous component. However, to make the diagnosis of high-grade osteosarcoma, the bulk of lesion must be external to the bone at radiography. This is an example of a high-grade osteosarcoma. We can see along the surface of the distal femur a soft tissue lesion that is lifting the periosteum, surrounds the femur circumferentially, and invades the medullary canal focally. Here we can see on the MR imaging. Another variety is telangiectatic osteosarcoma. It accounts for 1.2 to 7% of all osteosarcomas and most commonly occurs in first and second decade of life. Metaphyseal long bones are involved, most commonly like femur being the most common site. This is a drawing of telangiectatic variety, shows that the tumor usually arises from the metaphysis of the long bone, is expansile and lytic. It contains multiple fluid levels during the layering hemorrhage. So radiographic appearance would be asymmetric expansion, geographical lysis of bone, and an aggressive growth pattern with cortical destruction and minimal peripheral sclerosis. Pathologic feature is also the pathological fracture is also frequent in this. Common CT features of telangiectatic osteosarcomas include a soft tissue mass with attenuation lower than that of the muscle, osteoid matrix mineralization, fluid levels, and thick peripheral and nodular septal enhancement. The enhancing thick rim and septa corresponds to variable high-grade sarcomatous tissue in hemorrhagic and necrotic spaces. So here we will see the example of telangiectatic variety on radiograph. Reveals a large lytic lesion. 3 months later, follow-up radiograph of the same patient, we can see a rapidly growing lesion that is markedly expansile. Here we can see a gross specimen showing extremely hemorrhagic tumor. And on the CT image, we can see multiple septas inside that shows enhancement as well as peripheral enhancement is seen. Radiographic differential diagnosis include ABC, GCT, metastasis, and chondroblastic conventional osteosarcomas. The presence of nodular septal thickening, osteoid matrix mineralization in the soft tissue, and an aggressive growth pattern can aid in distinguishing telangiectatic osteosarcomas from ABC. GCT is usually located at the end of the bone, close to the subchondral bone, and is a solid mass with intermediate signal intensity similar to that of the muscle on T1 weighted images and low to intermediate signal intensity on T2 weighted images. These features contrast with the metadiaphyseal location and entirely cystic appearance of telangiectatic variety. So here we can see an example of the telangiectatic osteosarcoma in the thigh of a teenage patient. Axial proton density weighted MR imaging of the distal femur shows expansile and mostly cystic extraosseous. This is the femur and this is the extraosseous mass with multiple fluid levels. This is an example of an ABC where we can see multiple fluid levels within a lesion without a soft tissue mass. Here we can see an extraosseous soft tissue mass. Example of GCT. Lesion is cystic component that contains multiple fluid levels of soft tissue component that demonstrate low signal intensities. So the internal septas. Another one is the small cell osteosarcoma. Accounts for approximately 1% of the total osteosarcomas present in second and third decade of life. Basically metaphyseal, basically present at metaphyseal region. 5-year survival rate is approximately 42 to 50%. The radiographic features will include permeative lytic bone destruction, soft tissue mass, periosteal reaction. In small cell osteosarcomas, calcification in the intramedullary cavity or associated extraosseous soft tissue mass at radiography or CT is frequent. Here we can see an image showing that the tumor is most commonly arising from the metaphysis of the long bone, is permeative and lytic, involving the medullary canal. Diagnostic consideration includes Ewing sarcoma, lymphoma, conventional osteosarcoma. Calcification is rare in Ewing sarcoma. Other features that allow differentiation of Ewing sarcoma with small cell sarcoma will include cortical thickening and cortical saucerization. Lymphoma of a bone is a permeative lytic lesion commonly associated with extraosseous masses like Ewing sarcoma. Lymphoma is able to spread outside of the bone without osseous destruction. However, calcification are uncommon in lymphomas as well. So here we can see an example of small cell osteosarcoma, radiograph of proximal femur showing poorly defined lytic lesion with displaced pathological fracture. This is the gross specimen involving the intramedullary part of the bone. The extraosseous soft tissue mass associated with the pathological fracture that we can see. So this is the CT imaging that we can see a permeative lytic tumor with calcification and cortical destruction. On T2-weighted fat suppressed MR image shows the circumferential extraosseous soft tissue mass with intramedullary tumor. Coming to the low-grade central osteosarcoma, that is an uncommon subtype. The mean age of presentation is 3rd or 4th decade of life. The prognosis is better than that of the patients with conventional osteosarcomas with 5-year survival rate of more than 90%. However, they have potential of dedifferentiation, local recurrence, and metastatic spread if not treated adequately. Low-grade central osteosarcomas is considered the intramedullary equivalent of low-grade parosteal osteosarcomas. The permeative extension of tumor cells between mature bone trabeculae and into the cortical bone is the key feature that allows differentiation of low-grade central osteosarcomas from benign fibrous lesions. So here is an example of the low-grade central osteosarcomas. Radiograph of knee shows an expansile and lytic lesion in the distal femur metaphysis. The lesion contains multiple irregular, thick trabeculated trabeculated and causes subtle anterior cortical destruction that we can see here. Axial T1-weighted MR image shows the subtle extraosseous extension of the tumor, an aggressive feature that allows differentiation from the benign fibrous lesions. These are the radiographic features, that is, it is expansile lytic bone destruction and coarsely thick and thin incomplete trabeculations, cortical disruption and soft tissue extension. The differential radiographic diagnosis include benign fibrous osseous lesions such as fibrous dysplasia, non-ossifying fibroma, and desmoplastic fibroma. The presence of aggressive imaging features such as cortical destruction, soft tissue extension, and periosteal reaction is a helpful clue for differentiation of the low-grade central osteosarcomas from benign fibrous osseous lesions, and these features are unusual in benign lesions. Thank you.
Very rapid.
Yes, sir, definitely. Yeah, I can assure. Yeah, sure, sir. Yeah. So my topic is imaging of chondrosarcoma. So my colleague Dr. Rajkumari has dealt with the most common malignant tumor of the childhood. So I would be dealing with the chondrosarcoma, which is very common in adults, especially in the 4th to the 5th decade of life. Okay. So When it comes to the radiology, the only three things which I want to take home as a message is that only three essential things are there in radiology when it comes to bone tumors. And these are age, location, and appearance on imaging. That's it, nothing else, okay? Because in any tumor, if you go to the textbook, male to female ratio will be almost like 2:1. So three things which matters is age, location, and appearance on imaging. So chondrosarcoma, as like any bone tumors, majority of them are very common in metaphysis. So this is too not the exception. And on imaging appearance, only three things which you have to take as a imaging feature is that if a periarticular soft tissue mass is there with chondrite matrix, okay. My colleague has dealt with the osteoid matrix. So just there is something called as chondrite matrix, and there are the underlying bone changes. So if these three things in that particular age group is present, then you should think about the chondrosarcoma. These are most common sites, definitely proximal femur, proximal humerus, pelvic bones, and shoulder girdle. That's it. On plain radiography, what you get is a lytic lesion with intralesional calcification. When I say there is a chondrite matrix, so remember those words, ring and arc calcification. I will show one of the example also. And in case the lesion become very aggressive, all kinds of features which Dr. Ajkumari has told, they will also be present in the chondrosarcomas. So this is classical radiograph which I have taken. So just remember this kind of ring and arc type of calcification. So this is nothing but chondrite matrix. This is a periarticular proximal humeral lesion, very huge soft tissue mass with this characteristic of chondrite matrix. Go with the chondrosarcoma. CT is nothing but the same features of on the X-ray which get magnified. So definitely calcification will be better delineated, and all as well as we can go see whether soft tissue mass is enhancing or not. So this is how chondrosarcoma appears on CT. This is a iliac wing lesion. You can see this is a destruction of the bone, sclerosis also, and there's a huge soft tissue mass adjacent to the bones. Okay, and what you see is a ring and arc calcification. Here again, this is coming from the rib. This is a huge soft tissue mass, interthoracic extension, and these are ring and arc calcification. MRI, these features, no need to worry because every tumor will have same images, same features on T1, T2 or whatever. Because MRI is not for the purpose of diagnosis, okay? Most of the lesions can be, the histopathology diagnosis. We can, as a radiologist, we can suggest based on X-ray itself. MRI is very important when it comes to the management from surgeon as well as the oncologist point of view, because it will tell us about what kind of extension is there. So whether we want to go for limb saving surgery or not, as well as we can based on MRI, we can also think about whether the lesion is is showing the features of any response to treatment or not, because otherwise onco people have to change their medicines and all, because that is what MRI is very helpful in, okay? Because whether there is necrosis appearing, their size of the tumor is getting reduced, cystic areas are there or not. So these things are important, which that is how the MRI helps. So here you can see that this is a T1 weighted image, and the importance of this MRI in this image is that we can well delineate that how much soft tissue component is there. So this kind of images definitely help any surgeon and any physician to help with, okay? So this is nothing but post-contrast MRI image in which you can see there is a rim enhancement, nodular and irregular. So these are certain features which decides that this is aggressive lesion. They do not say that this is a chondrosarcoma or something else. But what they help you is that definitely we are dealing with an aggressive tumor. So you can go for the biopsy, and radiologists can also help in help pathologists to denote the site of biopsy from where we can get a good yield. And ultimately on the nuclear medicine, they have quite intense uptake. Okay, and this point is important because there are something called as secondary chondrosarcoma also. So a patient is also known case of enchondroma and or osteochondroma, and he's on follow-up. So based on nuclear medicine, the patient has attained skeletal maturity and he develops pain. And now there is a question whether it is degenerative malignancy or not. So definitely nuclear medicine will also help. So that's all for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mithun. I would like to invite Dr. Vivek Verma to give an insight about the primary surgery of bone tumors. Dr. Vivek Verma doesn't require an introduction, and the Ortho-Onco Department of SAIMS is honored to have him as a visiting faculty here.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Chitalkar sir, for this opportunity. And today we had just listened to two very important and interesting talks, one about radiology and the other about pathology from, I think, one of the best musculoskeletal pathologists in India and probably the world. And it's a privilege that I've worked with sir also, Bharat Rekhi sir. So these two topics actually builds up the framework on how we approach a patient, how we start the treatment. Especially if I talk about musculoskeletal tumors. So the diagnostic part is really challenging. Many a times these may look like a benign tumor, but on pathology you see aggressive lesion like malignancy. So what to do as a surgeon if they present to me? So just a very important word, what Rekhi sir also emphasized, that there is a 3-pillar diagnosis, that your clinical history input, your radiological input, and your pathology all should coincide so that you can plan for your surgery. Now, talking about the principles of surgery in bone tumors, traditionally, we all know that the tumors were classified as benign and malignant. So the benign ones like your osteoma, osteochondroma, non-ossifying fibromas, and malignant means cancerous, the sarcomas, osteo-Ewing's or chondrosarcoma. The WHO in 2013, they introduced the intermediate grade, which was locally aggressive, and some tumors which rarely metastasize, like your giant cell tumors and chondroblastoma. So it's very important that we identify before we start or think about the treatment planning, because the type of surgery that we do varies a lot between each variety. While benign ones you can even observe, your intermediate ones requires sometimes extended surgery, more radical like resections, while malignant tumors in all of the cases may require wide excision margins with wide margins. So let us just see how we deal with benign or locally aggressive tumors. So like I said, why it's important to classify, because some tumors like enchondroma, non-ossifying fibroma, or osteoma, you can just leave them as such. They may be incidentally detected, or in cases in which they are symptomatic, you have to rule out if there is any malignant transformation, just like the last session on radiology, where differentiation between enchondroma and chondrosarcoma. We need to know all these things. Now, the second type of surgery that we do in benign tumors is intralesional surgery, which means you can go inside the tumor, you can clean the tumor out, which is like doing an extended type of curettage. In certain situations, we need to do wide excision, like this case, which was a case of recurrent giant cell tumor. Somebody had put bone cement inside, and when she presented in this situation, it was not possible to salvage the joint, so we resected it with wide margins. Normally, wide marginal excision is done in cases of sarcomas, but this example shows that even in locally aggressive benign tumors, where the reconstruction is not feasible, we have to go ahead and excise it with wide margins. Now, the second approach, how do we manage a malignant bone tumor? Basically, sarcomas, or in simple terms, cancer. So, first part is it is the histology-driven approach. The common ones like osteosarcoma, Ewing sarcoma, and chondrosarcoma. This is the broad guideline, but we knew that there are exceptions. Even in osteosarcoma, like parosteal osteosarcoma or periosteal osteosarcoma, the chemotherapy is debatable. In chondrosarcoma, probably in dedifferentiated or mesenchymal, we may have to give chemotherapy. So it's very important that we know a little bit about both radiology and pathology and the surgery aspects. Broadly, malignant tumors require surgical excision with wide margins. Now, coming to the steps how we resect these tumors, we have to excise the tumor with wide margins, we reconstruct the bone defect, and then we reconstruct the soft tissues. So I'll just go through with some case examples so that you can get it better. So this was a young boy with this was osteosarcoma of the proximal tibia. And we were talking about the margins. We take bony margin of at least 2 to 3 centimeter. We resect that. And this is the most common mode of reconstruction. We use tumor prosthesis, and these are all ready available, not like probably 2 decades back when we had to customize this. Nowadays, if I want to do a surgery, it can always be done the next day because it's all off the shelf. They come in different sizes. So these processes gives, with this we can make the patient walk immediately. They have a very good range of motion. They are able to carry out all their routine activities. So this is something where we resected the joint part. Sometimes when the bone involves entire length, like this case where there was a pathological fracture and the tumor was reaching up to the lesser trochanter, the proximal part, we had to excise completely. So this is like a total bone replacement. We removed the femur entirely and then replaced with this prosthesis. Intraoperatively, we check the length, you check the stability. It's very important that the crux is to get wide margin in sarcomas. That is the most important part. We have to preserve blood vessels. So the neurovascular bundle, everything is preserved. And this is what we're checking, the stability intraoperatively. So it's not just about reconstruction, but we need to look at the functional rehabilitation aspect. So nowadays, this is the prosthesis used in total femur bone. We resect, we reattach, and now you can see this is the functional outcome. So immediately we make the patient walk. This is probably 3rd or 4th post-op day when patient starts walking. And now this is 2 years follow-up. Patient is an independent ambulator. So a good rehabilitation forms another important limb when we look at the successful outcomes in sarcoma cases. Now coming to still pediatric age group, like this was a young girl, 8-year-old with osteosarcoma of distal femur and pathological fracture. So it's very important that we follow the right protocols. We should not jump if we see any fracture, we should not jump and start operating. We should evaluate, diagnose it, stage it, and then start chemotherapy. So this is the X-ray post-chemotherapy, the fracture united. And so now the challenge was what to do. She is just 8-year-old. Whether routine prosthesis will fit in, or there will be problems of limb length discrepancy. The child will grow, that limb will be short. How do we manage that? So nowadays, so these are the important challenges when we see pediatric patients. And you know, majority of sarcomas happen in pediatric age group. They have small bones, very difficult to fit our regular implants. And plus the problem of limb length discrepancy. So we used an indigenous prosthesis. Initially, these were not available in India, but now we have all these processes at almost 1/10 the cost what we used to import from US or UK. So this helps in limb salvage outcomes. This is what it looks like. This is an intraoperative picture. And this part, what you see, has expandable potential. So this is an expandable prosthesis. This can grow as the child will grow. So they come 2 types. Basically, the ones where you need not do anything. You just put the leg under a machine. It has electromagnetic induction coil, and this expands the prosthesis. But it's quite costly. The other ones, which I use here, what I'm showing is the one where we have to do percutaneous expansion. You see here, there's a screw there. So if we can unlock it, the prosthesis can lengthen in size. So this is her follow-up. This is immediate. We make the patient walk. This is almost a year after when she completed chemotherapy. But you can see there is some shortening. That was expected because she was just 8-year-old. So this is the process. This is the lengthening that we do with a percutaneous incision. And this is her follow-up. This is almost, I think, 3 to 4 years later, she sent me a video from her place. So a lot of things have changed in the way we manage sarcomas, the availability of tumor prostheses and implants that has made limb salvage possible in more than 90-95% of the cases. So we must be aware of all these tools that we have today to make it a possibility. Now, what are the recent advances in these tumor surgeries? So all these cases which I had shown, we changed the joint, we changed the bone. But now as our understanding is growing more and more, and we are trying to use more of biological reconstructions. How do we do that? So just for this example, like if you see this case where the tumor is metatarphageal, when we remove these tumors, so we can reconstruct it by different mechanisms. So I'll show you with different examples. So this was a young girl with periosteal sarcoma of distal tibia. And at this site, the challenges are there because implants won't fit in. So we did something different. This is the planning. We removed the tumor with margins. Now we can use the same bone for reconstruction. We remove the cancerous part of the bone. We can sterilize it by different techniques. It can be done with the help of radiation therapy. It can be done with the liquid nitrogen, autoclaving, pasteurization. There are different techniques. In fact, yesterday we did the surgery here live. So we resected humerus, we sent it for radiation and then put it back. So this is a case called ECRT, extracorporeal radiotherapy. So we have evolved further. Rather than taking the cancerous bone out, we sterilize the bone inside the body. So this case, you see here, we have dissected it with wide margins. We do a single osteotomy. We take the bone out of the body. Now, separately taking it out on a table, we dip it in liquid nitrogen. So it is a cryotherapy. It kills all the cells, which is dipped up to a margin of 2 to 3 centimeter. The temperature is minus 190 degrees centigrade. And then we reimplant this segment. The advantage is that we have intact vascularity from the proximal side, which allows it to heal subsequently. And now this is the X-ray. This is immediate post-operative. You can see here the osteotomy site. This is almost after 2 to 3 months. And now there you can see that how quickly the fracture site healed very well. So that is all because we preserved the biology. So this is something where we test the extremes of physiology. The vascularity was intact and it allowed quick healing. And this is her post-operative follow-up. So she is able to do all her routine activities without the use of any costly implants. Another very interesting case, this was more of an experimental sort, which I thought based on my previous cases of liquid nitrogen. So young boy with Ewing sarcoma of proximal humerus post-chemotherapy. And in this case, normally the conventional way is we have to replace the shoulder with prosthesis. So once all the muscles are involved, we have to resect it. In certain limited number of cases, when patient presents to us early, we have intact deltoid muscles and axillary nerve, which we can preserve. There, where we can use reverse shoulder to give some function. Now, in this case, you can see here that the deltoid muscles was okay. And I was sure that I would be able to preserve the axillary nerve in this case. So rather than replacing the entire bone or taking it out, we tried something different. We dislocated the shoulder with a wide margin. And then we used the same chemical, liquid nitrogen. You can see this killed the entire tumor cells. We didn't use any implant or prosthesis, but rather through the joint, we reimplanted it back. So this requires a good understanding of the anatomy, biomechanics. You have to reconstruct everything well so that the patient can have good functional outcomes. So this is the post-operative X-ray, immediate and then almost 1.5 years follow-up. I used some artificial bone graft substitutes, bone cement, which slowly gets reabsorbed and become part of the bone. Now this is functional. So though there is some restriction, but I would say this is a very good function in a case of Ewing sarcoma, where we have avoided the use of any implant or prosthesis. But the challenge is, why don't we do that in lower limb? Because lower limb, the bones are for weight bearing, and the chances of secondary arthritis are higher. So these are some new aspects which we are using it. Still, we have recent advances with the use of computer navigation, 3D jigs and implants. I think Dr. Abhijit will speak more about that. Like case of Ewing sarcoma of the pelvis, we made all this 3D printed size of the tumor implant exactly with the jigs, which helps in precision cutting, taking good margins, because intraoperatively it is sometimes not possible to see things because of the tumor mass. But if you have plan everything well, you will be able to get wide margins and at the same time preserve the functional outcomes. Like this case, young man with chondrosarcoma of the pelvis involving a part of acetabulum and the pubic bone. And we made a 3D printed implant. This is the specimen which we resected out. Intraoperative picture. This type 2+3 hemipelvectomy. So a lot of things have changed, and we must understand that the cancer treatment requires a multidisciplinary approach for successful outcomes. And it starts right from the time we ask for radiology, the radiological input, the pathological inputs, and then your med onco, radiation onco, and surgical part. So this team has to work very cohesive manner so that the outcomes are good. We have to consider multiple aspects when we plan any treatment: the histology, the age, how we are trained, because if we don't have the training, mostly it's amputation if we don't know how to do limb salvage, or if it is done with positive margin, the outcomes are not good. So it's very important that proper training is done before we take up these cases. And with this, it is now possible that in more than 90-95% of the cases, we can do a limb salvage for good functional outcomes. And we have now new tools: biological reconstruction, computer navigation, 3D printed implants and jigs to add to precision surgery and improve functional outcomes. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. No, it's still there. So sometimes the patient presents late, or if the most common indication for which we have to do amputation is somebody had done a wrong surgery, a contaminated surgery, where situations where we cannot do R0 resection, then it's better to go for amputation than trying to do limb salvage.
So one.
Pitfalls, I think physically it's a handicap situation. And the thing is, whether we do amputation or limb salvage, the survival outcomes are same. So we should give a functional outcome, a functional limb. Many times people say that if you do a limb salvage surgery, it needs to be revised in future. So recently, last year, I met a gentleman. He was 65-year-old now. And his first surgery of limb salvage of a distal femur tumor was done in 1985, when long back. So that time amputation was the course. So I asked, and he had undergone 4 surgeries. The 5th one, again, he had implant losing, and probably it was going to be an amputation. He wanted a second opinion. So he told me a very important thing that, see, I developed cancer at the time of my most productive phase of my life. I was 15 years old. And if somebody had done he was a director of a big company. So he said, I got married to a good girl. I could carry out my routine activities well. I could carry out my business. So I think if you have a good limb functional with good functional outcomes, everything matters in life. Your personal, professional, everything adds to the value.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, I have one more question for you.
Yes.
Sir, we had recently, you have operated on a patient of ours, Mr. Samir, Ewing sarcoma of the proximal humerus. So could you maybe discuss his case
So yesterday's operated case? So yeah, he was a case of Ewing sarcoma, and there was a tumor in the diaphyseal region. And if he's so we can discuss in detail about, but the thing is, this was involving majority part of the humerus. Initially, my plan was to do liquid nitrogen, but there was not enough margin above and below. So I resected it, I sent it for radiation, and then I put it back. Yeah, so the limb salvage was done. All the nerves and everything is very good functioning. That's important. Thank you.
Thank you. Inviting Dr. Abhijit Salunke, Professor Orthopedic Oncology, Gujarat Cancer Research Institute, Ahmedabad. And he, in his inimitable style with his lovely slides.
Thank you, sir. So good afternoon. Thank you, sir, for considering me to be a part of this program. And Indore is my second home. Yeah. So I always love to come to Indore.
Also, apologies for making you wait for 2 days to make your presence.
No, sir. It's always, Indore is my second home. I can come anytime. So it's A to Z of bone tumors, means we'll see some radiology, we'll see 3D printing, then amputation, what sir said. So greetings from GCRI, Gujarat Cancer Research Institute. So in past, present and future. So past, what was done? So one treatment was amputation. Then there was an era of limb salvage. And is amputation obsolete or it's not indicated? It's still useful. We are learning 3D printing. We are using AI, computer navigation, multiple things have come. So past, present, and future. So two treatment options. One is limb salvage and second is amputation. So case of distal femur tumor, resection done on a mega prosthesis, and lower is a case of rotation plasty. So we have era of amputation on the left historically. Then there is a case of expandable total femur. So Dr. Vivek said, showed a case of expandable distal femur. So this was a case of total femur expandable. Lower is a model of femur 3D printed, and your 3D printed plates, 3D printed jigs. So we'll start with X-rays. So this was an X-ray of a small girl with a lesion in femur. So sorry for the quality of the X-ray. This was what he presented to the primary surgeon, and he assumed it is benign or malignant. So Mr. Amrish Puri is benign or malignant. The treatment plan depends on that. So he thought that it is benign. He had put a nail, and it was a case of rhodoid sarcoma. So we thought that we'll make some easy method which can read a X-ray in more easy, organized manner, and we don't forget this in our busy OPDs. So we proposed a method that we titled at A to Z and radiograph assessment methods. So we published it in Radiography Journal, and this is the method. So A is age of the patient, B is bone, B is which part of the bone, C is content, D is distribution, E is exterior of the bone, F is for fracture, and Z is for zone of transition. So it's a pediatric patient, physis is open. The lesion is in humerus, epiphysis, metaphysis, part of diaphysis. It's osteosclerotic with periosteal reaction with soft tissue swelling. So radiologically, it looks to be a malignant bone lesion. If it's asked in your exam, you can say differential diagnosis, it can be a osteosarcoma. So again, a second X-ray, again skeletally immature, age, femur, metaphysis, diaphysis, physis is open, periosteal reaction is there, there is soft tissue mass, it's wide zone of transition. Means you can't differentiate where the tumor is starting and where it's ending. So that is wide zone of transition. So this, we thought that this is a subjective method. After this, we published a objective method titled REST, Radiological Evaluation Score for Tumors. The score is less than 3, it's benign. More than 3, it's malignant. So we validated it, and now we are trying to get it multi-center study for all these two methods. So next is use of 3D printing. So what is 3D printing? So this is a simple example. A cocoon is made by an insect. So this is how you put plastic steel into a 3D printer machine, and it gives to some product what you had planned. So to prepare any 3D printed or a CT guided machine, this thing you require a CT scan of the patient, convert from DICOM to STL format, make a design, and it can be printed into plastic format or steel format. So case of diaphyseal femur tumor in which this type of jig was used. So you can explain the patient and relatives what are your plans pre-operatively. So their confidence increases what surgery you are doing, and intraoperatively it will help to make the cuts. So it was tumor very close to the joint, 1.5 centimeter from the joint. So it gives precise cut, and this can be an alternative for navigation because computer navigation is very costly, 5-10 crores, not available at all centers. So this will cost around 5-10,000 rupees and easily available. So you perform all the steps on the patient's bone. So like Dr. Vivek said, 3D printed model of the pelvis you can make. So this was a case of ileum tumor, again a pediatric patient. So we published our data on hemipelvectomy. So this is again an example how you plan the plates in a 3D model. So you have to take help of an engineer. You have to sit with him or show how you want to design a plate. So it's time consuming but very useful for the patient. So this is how the plate will sit, precise and perfect. So we printed this model. So 2 models were prepared, and this is the plate exact size match. So few parts are solid, few are with hole. So you can appreciate here, few parts are with hole and some part is solid. So you intentionally planned this type of plate. So simulation of all intraoperative steps can be performed. So multiple holes and few parts are solid. again made of titanium material. So 2 plates can be placed. And intraoperatively, you put the plate. Single osteotomy was done for this case. This is the plate, how it will be slide intraoperatively. So your planning will be perfect and very minimal errors will be there with this method. So next is we tried to use this method for other bones, which are uncommon bones. So we use for talus, we use for calcaneum. So you replace whole calcaneum, you replace whole talus. So this is the example of replacement of talus. This is talus bone, which is replaced. And this is a small video. So again, talus tumors are very uncommon. So this is how the model is used and the tumor was resected. So this was a case of chondroblastoma, a young guy of 25 years. So another option can be arthrodesis if you don't have a mobile joint. So we have tried in few cases of arthrodesis. In this case, it was use of 3D printed talus. So this was the intraoperative planning for skin incision. So you mark the extent of incision. So this is how the skin incision is taken. Remove the tumor. So this is how the tumor is removed. So this is the resected talus. This is the implant which was placed inside. So this was the intraoperative movement, how we assessed it. And talus is a bone which doesn't have any attachments. So that is the advantage of this. So intraoperative video, you can see the stability. Above there is tibia, below calcaneum and anteriorly the bones are there. Then we have tried this same method of 3D printing in scapula also. So we are replacing whole scapula with these implants, which are again patient specific, customized. So this is a small video how we remove the biopsy scar. This is the resected specimen, Ewing sarcoma of scapula. And this was a case of ECRT scapula. So the scapula is removed, remove all the soft tissue and put the scapula back again at its original site. Send it to your radiotherapy friends, 50 grays and 30 minutes. So this is how the bone is brought back again and you put it again at its original site. So the case which I showed is first X-ray. So that is the case, 8 years girl with lesion in femur. So the orthopedic surgeon thought it is benign tumor and he had put the nail. So Kajal missed the train here. So 2 options here. One is do amputation or give chemotherapy, assess the response and try to do limb salvage surgery. Second option here can be rotation plasty. So we are using this term rodded sarcoma. We are using plated sarcoma, nailed sarcoma. So unplanned bone tumor resection surgeries. So in this case, total femur was resected. We had put a total femur expandable joint. And this is her follow-up. Around 4 years follow-up is there, 4 to 4.5 years. She had a lung met. We again resected that. The girl is doing good. So last thing is rotation plasty. Again, it's a type of modified amputation. So this is a small animation video. Tumor involving the femur in a pediatric patient. Resect the tumor, only save the artery, vein and nerve. So 2 cords are there. One is artery, vein and nerve. Rotate the limb by 180 degrees. So your ankle joint will be working as the knee joint for this patient. And fix it with the help of a plate and screw. So patient will always require artificial prosthesis. So it is very better. So this is intraoperative video. So the artery, vein are saved. The all this are coiled. So small risk that this may get thrombosed. So you give Clexan and we have complications that we had thrombosis next day. So again, take the patient in OT and do thrombectomy. So this is the functional outcome of this patient. So you can see this prosthesis you will always require. So young boy is there. So the foot is turned upside down. So it doesn't look cosmetically that great, but functionally it's very excellent function. So ankle joint is working as the knee joint for this patient. So this method now we have tried for upper limb also. So we have put the elbow to shoulder now. So few cases we have done that case type. So do we have complications? Yes, we have complications in all the surgeries. So this is very good case. A young boy again, humerus megaprosthesis, 3 years follow-up, he had infection and he came with this to us. So we said that we have two options. One is amputation again, or we can do some salvage. So he ran home and came after 6 months with the implant sitting outside the skin. So we removed the implant, did good debridement. We had put a temporary spacer. Then we had put a final cement spacer with antibiotics. And this is his functional outcome. So you have regular complications in all bone tumor surgeries. So it's not free of any complications. So what is the future? You can use AI. So we are trying to develop some AI systems, artificial intelligence, to diagnose a radiograph of any bone tumor. So that can be done in future. You can print bone, muscle or nerves in future. Again, that can be something which can be in 5 years, 10 years in line. So it's really amazing. And we are always learning from our complications, our good results and bad results. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
I have one question. Thank you. You both people are doing great jobs, sir. You are cutting bone and sending for radiation, then reimplanting it in some patient. These things you are doing in osteosarcoma or Ewing sarcoma?
Any bone. Osteo-Ewing's chondrosarcoma.
So Ewing is itself, Ewing per se is a radiation sensitive tumor. And
so we tried to evaluate our outcomes of surgery versus definitive RT.
Yes,
surgery versus definitive RT of pelvis.
No.
Pelvis specific, I'm saying.
Yes.
So the outcomes of only surgery are 70 to 80% 5 years survival rate. And definitive RT, it's 40%.
And for extremity?
Extremity, we are not evaluated. It will be again more bad.
Okay.
So pelvis is most complicated.
No, axial, I understand.
Still, it's 70 to 80% of surgery versus RT. RT is 40%. So we are trying to make a meta-analysis of that. Around 15 papers are there, and we have evaluated their data and our data. So we are trying to publish it now.
Apart from that, I think one important point also is that people think Ewing sarcoma is radiosensitive, so radiation will act better in Ewing's or less in osteosarcoma for ECRT. So actually that is not the case, because the amount of radiation that we are giving is 50 gray. So it is not like adding up geometrically like routine cases we give 1.5 to 2 gray in a single fraction. But a 15 gray in a single fraction, the dose is actually much more higher than that dose, and everything, whatever is there, gets killed out. So it is a safe procedure in that way also.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. To Rajesh Patidar for systemic therapy in bone tumors.
Good evening. I won't take much time. We know that the role of systemic therapy in bone tumors are there only in malignant bone tumor. And malignant bone tumor of interest in TYAcon group is Ewing sarcoma and osteosarcoma. Osteosarcoma is the most common malignant tumor, but in adult, chondrosarcoma is the most malignant bone tumor, which is a chemo-resistant tumor, and the role of chemotherapy is minimal in chondrosarcoma. So we know this osteosarcoma and Ewing sarcoma, though they are localized tumor, many a time they present in a localized setting, but they are actually a systemic disease. If we treat them only locally, then eventually they will relapse, and 5-year survival with local therapy alone is only 20% with osteosarcoma and Ewing sarcoma in both cases. And if we give systemic therapy, then the survival can be increased up to 70 to 75%. So first I will discuss about Ewing sarcoma. We know that Ewing sarcoma is aggressive sarcoma of bone and soft tissue. Around 20 to 25% of Ewing sarcoma occurs in the soft tissue. They are extraskeletal Ewing sarcoma, and they are very chemosensitive tumor, and median age of this sarcoma is 5 to 15 years. This is James Ewing. He was a pathologist, and he was later labeled as a cancer man of Ewing. He founded the oncology as a medical super specialty, subspecialty, and he was the first director of research at MSKCC. And if we see the evolution of systemic therapy in Ewing sarcoma, the survival without systemic therapy was less than 10 to 20%, and then came donomycin with crystalline actinomycin, which led to the improved survival. And with the advanced treatment with multi-agent chemotherapy, the now survival is up to 70 to 75%. If we see the demographics, as I have told before also, this tumor is common in 5 to 15 year of age group, and characteristically they have B symptoms. Patient will have fever, constitutional symptoms, weight loss, and which is not common in the osteosarcoma. 50% of Ewing sarcoma are axial, and another 50% are appendicular, and the common side is pelvis, and the other common side is femur. So among the truncal skeletal, pelvis is the most common, and among the appendicular skeletal, the femur is the most common site of the Ewing sarcoma. 75 to 80% patient present with a localized disease, and 15 to 20% patients present with a metastasis upfront. There are various prognostic factors for Ewing sarcoma like stage, size, age, response to the chemotherapy or necrosis, and the residual disease after chemotherapy. These are all the prognostic factor, and without the systemic therapy, the survival is only 20 to 30%, and with systemic therapy, survival can go up to the 75%. So this was the first randomized trial, ISS1, where they looked VACD regimen and they compared with WAC, where they found that VACD was superior. Addition of doxorubicin was superior in compared to WAC regimen, and VACD became the standard of care. Then came the ISS2, where they tried to escalate the doses of doxorubicin and VCD, and they compared with the conventional dose, and then they found that the escalation of dose was beneficial for the patient. Then came intergroup 0091, which most of us currently practices, where what they did is they gave WAC, IE alternatively, and they completed after 12 weeks, patient were sent for a definitive therapy, and they found that addition of ifosfamide and etoposide has given the survival advantage compared to VACD alone. So this became the standard. Most of the doctors still practice this. This was a 3-weekly regimen. Then came COG trial, where they tried to doses. They did dose intensification, and they found that when they gave WAC-I 2-weekly, there was survival benefit compared to 3-weekly regimen. So many of us have changed our practice, and we are giving 2-weekly WAC-I. Sometimes we are not able to give because of these regimens are toxic regimen, and patient may develop febrile neutropenia, and if support system is not good, then we give 3-weekly, otherwise we are giving 2-weekly chemotherapy. And in Ayushman also, they have not given approval for 2-weekly regimen, so most of the time we end up giving 3-weekly regimen. Now then they evaluated the role of autologous stem cell transplant in Ewing sarcoma, and the evidence came from Euro-Ewing trial, where they found out that those Ewing sarcoma patients who are having localized disease and high risk tumor, they are harboring high risk tumor, then in those patients, this autologous stem cell transplant has given PFS and overall survival advantage. Then question, how this patient should be treated, whether they should be given pre-operative chemotherapy, or they should not be given post-operative therapy, or whether should we give surgery alone, or should we give radiotherapy alone. So if there is appendicular skeleton, surgery is feasible, all patients should undergo surgery. And if patient is having axial skeletal tumor where surgery is not feasible, then in Ewing sarcoma, radiation can be considered for those patients. Now, in metastatic Ewing sarcoma, the survival is dismal and our intent is only palliation. There are so many newer drugs have been tried, but the advantage is minimal, like anti-CD99 antibody, PARP inhibitors, VEGF inhibitors. All these drugs have been tried, but they have not given the great results. So to conclude, for Ewing sarcoma, VACDI regimen was adopted as a standard therapy for localized Ewing sarcoma in view of survival benefit. Dose-dense VAC-IE has given better results compared to three weekly chemotherapy. High-dose chemotherapy followed by hematopoietic stem cell transplant can be considered in high-risk Ewing sarcoma patient, and in metastatic setting, the intent is only palliation and survival is only up to 20%. Next is osteosarcoma. Again, in osteosarcoma, if you don't give chemotherapy, the survival is only 20% with local therapy alone. And local therapy was the sole treatment till early 1970s. There are various drugs which are effective in this sarcoma, like high-dose methotrexate, doxorubicin, cisplatin, cyclophosphamide, and ifosfamide. And earlier, the conventional therapeutic drugs were used like nitrogen mustard, mitomycin, vincristine, which had minimum response. So what was the rationale? The rationale of using combination therapy? The rationale was different agents have different modes of action, so they might give better result. And we can give high dose because of overlapping toxicity. None of the drug will be given at very high dose. So toxicity can be minimized and dose intensity can be maintained. So these were the initial studies where the 2-year survival was 80% versus 48% in patients who received chemotherapy versus no chemotherapy. Then came whether we should give preoperative chemotherapy or we should give only adjuvant chemotherapy. This was in 1980s, where the most of the prosthesis, they used to take long time to customize the prosthesis. So the concept of preoperative chemotherapy came so that surgeon can plan their surgery well. And giving preoperative chemotherapy can alleviate the pain. And they were also in opinion that if you give preoperative chemotherapy, limb salvage rate could be increased. And as we know that the survival is only 20% if you don't give chemotherapy, and if by any chance systemic therapy is delayed, then the chance of relapse might occur. So that's why they planned preoperative chemotherapy. But later they confirmed it by POG study, where they give immediate chemotherapy versus chemotherapy post-surgery. They found out that there is no survival advantage of giving preoperative chemotherapy in osteosarcoma. And there was no even limb salvage rates were not increased by giving preoperative chemotherapy. Only thing is that if you give preoperative chemotherapy and if you found out that necrosis is more than 90%, then this particular subgroup of the patients, they will be doing good. And if necrosis is less than 90%, then these are the patients who will likely relapse in the future. So this is a prognostic things that post neoadjuvant chemotherapy, if necrosis is good or bad, then we can prognosticate the patient. Otherwise, there is no survival advantage and there is no increase in the limb salvage rate. Then problem with osteosarcoma in Indian scenario, especially in tier 2 and tier 3 cities, that the dose of methotrexate is 12 gram per meter square. And many setups in rural India cannot give methotrexate because we have to monitor the methotrexate level, and giving methotrexate requires a challenge. Patient has to be admitted for 2 to 3 days, and the very good hydration to be maintained. And so this is not possible everywhere. So Tata Memorial Institute of TMS, they developed a new protocol that was called as OGS protocol, which was methotrexate free with multiple drugs they have used, and they try to maintain the dose intensity with these drugs. And then they found out that these drugs has similar results compared to MAP, though they have not compared head to head these regimens. Next, as I have told, that necrosis can predict the survival. So post necrosis, can we increase the dose of chemotherapy or we can change the chemotherapy so survival can be increased? This was studied in Euromos 1 trial, where post neoadjuvant chemotherapy, post surgery, in the patients who had poor necrosis or bad necrosis, that tried to escalate the dose of ifosfamide and etoposide, but they did not find any survival advantage with tailoring of this regimen. So developing a necrosis with chemotherapy is an intrinsic property of that disease in the particular person. We cannot increase the survival by increasing the dose or intensity of chemotherapy post surgery. So this is what I have discussed, that OGS 12 protocol is very practical in rural setups where we are not able to monitor the methotrexate level, and this combination regimen has also given near around same survival compared to what if we compare cross trial with MAP regimen. So to conclude, in osteosarcoma, adjuvant chemotherapy in osteosarcoma improved both DFS and OS. There was no relapse-free survival benefit between neoadjuvant and adjuvant chemotherapy. Necrosis is a strong predictive and prognostic factor post neoadjuvant chemotherapy, but tailoring regimen based on this necrosis has not improved any advantage. High dose methotrexate has survival advantage, but administrating this regimen in rural setup is challenging. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the students?
I think, sir, I have one point.
Yes,
One
sir.
point was a little debatable.
Yes, sir.
Like in Ewing sarcoma with metastasis, we label them palliative. So I think it needs to be assess the burden of metastatic load. And we always start with, because since Ewing's is a systemic and very chemosensitive, we always start with full chemotherapy and then reassess. And majority do well. Of course, prognosis is always poor in metastatic scenario. But I think labeling as palliative in the beginning may not be right. We need to assess after chemotherapy how the patient has responded. Then we should take the call.
So we will go with curative intent if patient is having oligometastatic or something.
Yes, I feel so. Yes. So we have seen.
It should be more aggressive.
Like in osteosarcoma, we have definite resectable lung metastasis. We send for a metastasis. But in Ewing sarcoma, low burden disease, we are sending in lung only metastasis. We are sending for RT. But whatever in our experience, they have not done well.
Actually, again, the volume, I say 100 cc and below, even if it's oligometastasis, is probably curable. 200 cc, more aggressive treatment, oligometastasis is curable. Pelvic primary, 500 cc and above, no matter what you do. So therefore, they will not be given like those standard induction that we give for others. So we give a little more milder treatment because he's going to relapse. Having said that, I would like, he had brought it up, and in this center, we want to start autologous transplant for high-risk Ewing sarcoma. Or for the reason that some of them we are going to salvage. Because as you said, or in a metastatic setting, after 2-3 years, when it comes back, we don't have good protocols at all. So you have to somehow make sure that upfront only they should get.
But sir, very few people, I think no one is doing in India.
Very
Ewings
few
are